Okay. Well, yeah, I don't think Luxon's gonna have the most productive press with the Netherlands.
All right.
So
Our
that's kind of
recording is up. We are good to go here on that front. Shall we go ahead and start with some brief introductions then? I'm sorry. I know I'm starting a bit late and I'm interrupting your
no,
flow
no. You
here.
are completely fine. You can go ahead if you want, and I'll introduce myself after you.
That's all good. We're into Blitz number 6 now. Sixth Blitz game that we're running here. My name is Sportsballs. I've been commentating these for too long now. I need to take a break. I keep doing it.
um, I'm Salt. I played in most of these blitzes. I helped sports commentate one of these before, so it's my second time doing this. Um, I don't know. I play Blitz far more than I really should. It's bad for my health, but I keep doing it. So I just can't get away.
Oh, I,
But I'm excited to be here.
oh, I love Blitz. I love commentating Blitz. I love playing Blitz. I would even argue to say that in general, I like Blitz more than standard Diplo, Diplo negotiations, but I just have zero time for either. Yet I'm making it work.
Understandable, honestly. I don't think I've actually played a classic game of Blitz. My only Blitz experience comes from playing this version of it. I played a regional back in the first Blitz, and since then I've only done colonial co-ops, which is just the most stressful thing you can do. Um, it's a very nice change of pace to be just commentating, watching it all burn down.
Commentating is fun for that. Speaking of commentating, we are also joined. We have two other commentators for today. We have Third Monkey, who will be joining us shortly if they can manage it, and we also have JSE, who will be joining us for the second half of the game after the lunch break. I'm, I, I think I'm pretty excited for this game here. The last time you and I were on commentary together, it was an entertaining game, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get another entertaining game here. I am hoping we have less frontline cores and just less holds. In general, I will flame people for doing cores at all in this game. I just don't think you have the time for it in such a fast-paced variant like this with a set date to end. But I do expect we'll see some cores regardless of what I want.
Mhm. Yeah, it's not even set date to end; it's set time to end. You can't even say like, "Oh, I'm definitely ending by the end of year 8," because we can't guarantee that.
I think it's really funny. I think every single Blitz game has ended like at least one turn before it should have.
Every Blitz game except for the last one, Blitz 5, and the only reason that one didn't end early is because we, the commentators, pushed because it was such an interesting endgame.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's awesome. Yeah. This I don't know. We'll see if this one goes to time. I think the bot has gotten better at handling these types of games, but it's just so much going on. Like in bot errors, it's not a blitz game without them. So
Mhm.
it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when, not if.
Indeed.
Um,
I do want
do
to
you want to talk about some of our players?
We can talk about the players if you like. I wanted to talk a little bit, and I know you had talked about this before I got here, but I want to make sure this is on the recording because this Splits game is very interesting for a specific reason. That being that this is actually an updated map that we are looking at. This is a new map that's being played for the first time right now, and we're getting things for the first time here in this Splits game. I would
Oh,
love.
true. Yeah, we absolutely should go over that on we're recording. So,
Yeah, I would.
which area do you want to begin with, actually?
I think we have to begin with what is definitely the worst power. Maybe not anymore. I've gone about this before. Ajuron sucks. Like it's just bad.
So, I completely agree with you. But it's really funny you say that because Alshon actually had really strong performances back in A1. Um, in A1A, they were a pretty big threat. Like they were threatening to solo that game before they got coalitioned and died. And not B1, A1C. It also did like really well and only lost because Russia soloed and just went way faster than Adron could keep up. And like A1B, they didn't do well, but they were like a really new player who didn't like entirely know what was going on. So I don't really uh blame them for that performance. But since then, I don't know. I haven't. I'm sure Azeron's won something. I haven't actually seen Azeron perform well in anything.
I'm sure they've won something. I believe, and this might be a bit different with some of the newest games, but I do not believe there has been an Ogeron victory since. Uh, which game was it? There was a game where Poland and Ogeron did very well, and Ogeron did well there, but Poland did far far better, and they just kind of both won because
That's
they agreed to do it.
painful. Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that they're not Sweden, but maybe they are Sweden.
We'll get to Sweden in a second because Sweden has also had some changes, but Ogeron just has the problem. And we've gone into this before. Ogeron really wants to be fleet based. It really needs to be fleet based to make a lot of progress. And yet, if it is fleet based, it just butts head with France and Portugal the literal entire game.
Yeah, I think I like you see this like coastal power, right?
Mhm.
Like 4 dot is clustered all up on the coast, and you see that you just go into the oceans, and there's so many dots around that area, but you need the armies. You just gotta do it, especially with like how big Bunyoro as a space is.
Gerrymandered
There's
Bunyoro over here.
yeah. It's so big though. Like you have to have armies to defend that or it just dies. There's so many units bordering it. Like Congo is gonna have armies on that space. Abbey is gonna have armies on that space. And if you're not like you can't hold that if you're not building more armies for that.
Mhm.
I think fleet-based Azeron was kind of a trap earlier because you're so encouraged to go into fleets, but you don't really see returns from those fleets until about a year or two after you build them, and that's if you have like good attacks. I think it's kind of similar to Sweden, where you want just enough fleets to have like control over the spaces around you, but once you get that control, you want to be using those fleets to convoy from region to region instead of like just building more fleets and going full naval. I think yeah, you
Mhm.
don't like Indian Ocean for Azeron. Just I don't know. I feel like you should focus on like the Arabia area, and Indian Ocean is better used as like a corner instead of like a expansion path.
Mhm. That's all old Ogeron now. We're talking about new Ogeron. New Ogeron is not only a 5 center power now, they've been given an additional starting center to try and alleviate some of their starting issues, which we'll see how that plays into Abyssinia in a moment. But more interestingly, I think, is that they have been gifted Seychelles tile here and basically given it for free. And up here towards India, Portugal has just been completely removed from being an Indian Ocean player. Will that be enough to make
Yeah,
Ogeron Seafaring more eventful? I still don't know. It, like you were saying, the return on investment still isn't really there after you get Seychelles. Like you have Seychelles, you have Zanzibar, you can fight over Maldives, maybe, and then what? You're still fighting Portugal, you're still fighting France.
yeah. If you want to fight France, it's more viable now because you will have that fleet in Seychelles at the end of year one that can like go into Seychelles Sea to throw in Madagascar. It can throw in Reunion. You can build in Mogadishu to like get another. No, that's Seychelles Sea, so you can't move both in. And get like Seychelles Sea, have the Seychelles three thrown in reunion, and then like maybe Zanzibar. No, this Portugal's not gonna let you into Comoros Sea, so yeah, I don't know. Year two France attack. You just move into Indian Ocean and hope that France doesn't see it coming, I guess.
Maybe.
Doesn't feel great to me.
I mean, that's what I like to do as Dutch in this area. Before Dutch got disconnected from Andaman Islands, which I guess we'll just go ahead and get to that now as well. I'd love to open Ceylon to Indian Ocean anyways, and just be to France, just be like, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I'm just going to Sumatra and taking Andaman Islands with Army Batavia instead. And then I would do that. But then that
Of
primes France
course.
to be like, hey, I'm just using Indian Ocean to funnel over here to Sumatra and Maquaisi early easier, and then you're in Reunion.
Yeah, of course. Someone is telling me we do have maps though,
Do
if you want to take a look at those.
well. I think we should discuss. I think we should discuss everything here before we move to maps. For those of you who are unaware, we will be behind. Commentary will
Oh,
be behind the
absolutely.
game noticeably, especially here at the beginning. There's a lot to discuss early on in the game, and we are going to discuss 25 players worth of moves. So there's a lot to discuss, but shall we quickly go over some of the other notable changes here?
Yeah, we can go through them.
The
I think Japan is the next one I'm
Mhm.
kind of excited about.
quickly, just I do want to mention this Ottoman Islands change. Before, the three powers who contest Ottoman year one were England, Netherlands, Ayutthaya. Before it was four powers, with Mughals also being contested. Now Mughals is back, able to contest it, and Netherlands has been disconnected from it. I think this might be a good idea as far as keeping things balanced. Mughals has struggled a lot against England. They just have once either of these two powers have control of the Indian Peninsula, Mughals is going to struggle a fair amount. But maybe being able to do something with this Kolkata fleet earlier on in the game could be a benefit enough to push them into, I don't want to say a productive attack against England, but at least being able to stabilize against England.
I kind of really like this change because earlier we were just seeing Dutch like support themselves in every single game,
Mhm.
and it kind of made it kind of boring. Dutch only had like the one really viable thing to do, and they couldn't do anything else because like the picking both those dots is just so powerful. You can't not do it.
Right.
But now that they can, like, there's actually some competition. Like, Dutch and Bugles Alliance is like actually pretty viable now because Dutch can go to Sumatra still, support the Mughals in, and then you have like a pretty good ally against Ayutthaya.
Mhm.
And like Bugles will probably want to send that cooperation over to taking out like Portugal or Britain. And then you like it's actually a pretty fluid alliance that can do a lot of work over on the board here, and we'll actually see if that happens in this game here. I'm hoping it does, but
We'll have to see. I
still,
I like that the line
yeah,
exists. Will it be taken by anyone? It's hard to tell. The metas form quickly, but I the option being there for that level of an alliance is very nice to see.
absolutely, yeah,
All right, let's move over to Japan here because Japan has received a fair number of changes here, all aimed at just getting the area to interact more with each other.
yeah. I actually really like this change. I think it's good for everyone except Dutch. Um, yeah, like Japan can go like send the army to like Kyushu and then support themselves into Okinawa, and Dutch just cries if that happens.
Yeah, pretty
But I
much.
think it's a pretty good angle for Japan here.
I think Japan's gonna appreciate these changes. I think Ming is definitely going to appreciate these changes. I think Qing is gonna get a little worried, and I think the Dutch will cry. But let's be real, Formosa and Macau exist for historical accuracy and not gameplay purposes. Just they,
No, they're definitely not the most powerful colonies to have.
they are there for historical accuracy purposes. Just like Aotearoa exists purely so that this map doesn't end up on r/maps without New Zealand.
I that really should be a dot, honestly, just so people move there.
Buff Mapuche because Mapuche is funny. Wow.
Absolutely agree.
All right. I do think there's some interesting discussion here because this gives Army Kyoto much more interesting things to do in the first turn. Before it went to Fusan, it just went to Fusan and then just kind of stayed there on the Korean Peninsula until it was able to either push against Qing or not. But now, because all of these are island chains and the army can actually move in between all of these centers fairly freely, there are some interesting things that you can do with that army on on all of these islands now.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, you gotta go like to and from Korea. I'm not sure. Like yeah, that army probably ends up in Kyushu. Like I would say that they're in most games. Like that's how I would play it. I think the army in Korea is just better, but I think I really like this other opening for Japan here.
Mhm.
So you could kind of convoy that somewhere. I'm not sure where that would go, but I think just having like send that north into Korea, to, like kind of hit that region, have the extra support on taking Fusan year two, which you're going to need because that's going to be a contested dot.
Right.
I think it could be like it could be useful. I don't hate it.
We'll have to see how popular it is. I do want to touch on Bonin Islands right here. A, funny name. B, I'm not sure why this island. I know there was a reason for it listed in the patch notes, but other than Manila maybe wanting to just open over there and just be annoying to Toku, I don't see that being anything other than a Tokugawa dot.
Funny that you say that, but we can get to news later. Um,
Even with all the changes over here, I'm still of the opinion that the Spanish opening, Cebu to Cubado, and then Manila covers Zamboanga. I think that's just better. Now Manila goes to Philippine Sea first, and then you can 50-50 Zamboanga and Bonin Islands if you just want to be annoying to Toku, I guess.
yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens, but
There's one.
I don't know. Philippines is always difficult to make work as Spain. Like it's you can get like +2 relatively easily, but it's hard to pivot Philippines anywhere, which sounds really dumb because there's so many dots around it. But like every single one of these regions has like some kind of consolidated power on it.
Mhm.
So it's really difficult to expand this colony. And it's also in like the pretty crucial like expansion route for most powers. Like Dutch are going to want it to like connect up to Formosa. Tokugawa is going to want it if they're playing any sort of game in the Pacific, just because it's like right in the middle. And if Ayutthaya has a pretty good game, they're also going to want it just to have that route. And I've even seen like Ming go for it in like a few games here. So
Mhm.
it's difficult to expand that colony. And I've seen, at least when I played Spain, I tended to like overbuild there and just to, like keep it defended. So it's like having like 6 fleets there with like 4 dots to support it. It's not something you want to lose, but it's a real pain to like keep.
Indeed. We'll have to see how Spain manages to hold on to it in this game here, depending on how they're able to play people off each other. There's one other notable change that I do want to get to before we look at moves map here. That being, I want to talk about England and Sweden.
Oh boy.
I love this.
What were the Sweden changes here?
Basically, Iceland is no longer a guaranteed year one English dot, which is
Oh yeah, I remember now.
very good for both Sweden and to a lesser extent Russia. Basically,
I'm taking a little bit of a hot take here.
hmm,
I think Sweden is still. I don't think these changes help Sweden all that much.
oh, is it a
Sweden and England fighting year one isn't, or not year one, but like early game isn't something you'll see happen a lot. And I don't think it's a great direction for Sweden to go before they've taken care of Poland or Russia. And as a 4 regional, you can't afford both. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sweden just like support either Russia or Britain in, or like Britain against Russia in exchange for like support to Spitsbergen later on. I think that's probably how this will end up playing out. I don't think we'll see Sweden English conflict over this dot.
Well, I think that's entirely a fair take. I think a push more for Sweden is going to be needed if it wants to do anything. But I also think that compared to before, where even once Sweden had the peninsula, they were just stuck on the peninsula and couldn't get out. I think the changes to all the sea tiles here now means that, well, yes, Sweden's not going to be able to just dump fleets in the Norwegian Sea as soon as year 2 or what have you and just try to start going ham, but the late game expansion opportunities are there now, and that is good for Sweden and bad for England, I think, both of which are needed.
Yeah, yeah. I honestly, I really hope Sweden does start to see some wins here. I got I got close to it in one of my games, and it just I was like I was so close, and it just I Russia got through the one weakness I had and completely blew me apart. So I'm hoping to see some Sweden wins eventually here. Um, let's see. I see sports is muted in case you aren't realizing that, but
Sorry,
I do want
yes,
to
I
go to
need
news maps here.
yes,
Oh,
I need to adjust my microphone. Sorry. Yeah, I
no problem at
think
all. Uh,
that's those are the major changes there. There are a couple of other small ones. The tiles around Guarani have been adjusted to make it not die immediately. But as far as major changes go, I think those are the important ones to cover before we get to actual gameplay here.
yep. I'm seeing a lot of moves that are pretty interesting here. If you want
Yeah,
to
let's
go to
go ahead
that.
and switch over maps move. Why don't you tell us here what are you seeing first? What are you looking to
So,
discuss?
Mughals and Russia are the big ones I want to talk about here. And everything else, okay, Ottomans, we're not going to look at. So, Mughals and Russia are the ones I want to talk.
So I start on the Indian Peninsula then.
Yep, Mughals are dead.
You didn't bounce Hyderabad? Oh no, you're just that. You
Oh my God, Portugal's void. They're
always.
gonna go for it. Portugal's void. They're gonna go for it. I loved. I was literally about to ask if you thought the King of Prussia and Luxembourg was going to go for the snipe here, and the King of Prussia pings us to say that he's going to go for it. That's huge.
Absolutely. You're going to tap Delhi this face. Absolutely. All right. So Mughals opening 101. Your army is getting stuck in Delhi the entire game. It just is because if you do anything in your opening other than Delhi to Hyderabad, you are dead. You are just dead.
You cannot let Portugal take Hyderabad turn one. You just can't. I don't know what kind of magic King of Prussia worked here. I think it Mughals to hard ally him to this degree, but like it is impressive. This is impressive. I don't think I've seen a single Mughals game where they don't open to Hyderabad turn one. I thought like there hasn't been like an agreed upon like standard Mughals like a
Mhm.
line to open to. But I think every Mughal agrees that you need to open to Hyderabad turn one.
Hyderabad is a linchpin into trying to make sure that Hyderabad is the linchpin tile for both Portugal and England to push further up the peninsula into Delhi and then splitting around to all of the other dots. If they're in there, they will forever be able to stage an attack into there and will forever then be pressuring Delhi, and it's just not fun. And now you have this unit in.
Hyderabad
Sorry.
Hyderabad is important to the point where I would consider sending the other army down into Gondwana and like Kolkata to um Orissa just to make sure that you take it year one. It is that crucial to Bugles.
Mhm. I think that's a fair take. Mughals need to sit defensively on the peninsula, and in order to do that, you need to get that set up year one. What's going to happen now is that we have Mughals has his army in Gondawa, but they pretty much need to walk it back to Delhi in order to do anything. But now the problem is that Everything that unit is going to do is just walk back to Delhi and walk back to Delhi. If they leave it open, they can build there, I suppose, with what they're going to get two builds, Surat, Yarkand.
Yeah, like maybe they're going there and like trying to bounce Delhi and Falls, like open it up for a build. But Gondwana just looks like the worst move you can make because like if you send it to if you send it like north, you take Kathmandu. You send it to Kabul, you could like have that unit take a different dot, like Uzgen, and then backfill into Yarkand. And if you send like it to the west, you'd have it take Surat with like the fleet, maybe threatening Portugal. But with Gondwana, like the only thing that does is if you want to like really take Raja really badly, but you didn't move the fleet to take that dot, so I don't know what this opening is supposed to do.
If you leave it, so the way that I think this they are wanting to play this out is that maybe, and maybe this is just me reading in, but they're wanting to bounce the Portuguese move back into Delhi into the fall because of course Portugal's going to try and tap Delhi this turn. Of course they are. And then you have a build
Yeah,
open where you can have now a second unit on Hyderabad, which I don't hate, but I also
I don't
don't
hate
like.
it, you know.
I don't like
I
that
mean,
either.
those Portugal and England just support hold.
Right.
I if you're trying to get two on Hyderabad, this is a way to do it. It's not the best way to do it, but it's a way. You know, I don't know. They're going here with like the intention to bounce Delhi. I think it could work. I think King of Prussia. I would not be surprised if King of Prussia manages to convince Smeagol he's not going to go for it.
We'll have to see if the sweet talking goes through. Working our way just down over to the right, I think everything looks standard here for Ayutthaya and Ming, at least as standard as we can get for the change around Andaman Island here. I do want to talk a little bit about bounce over Hokkien here between Macau and Nanking. I think that's funny.
Yeah,
I don't. That
I
definitely wasn't arranged by either party.
I think it was. I think this was agreed on. It's not looking like Ming is attacking Portugal here.
As
Like maybe they do, but I don't know.
I see this as Portugal did this as I definitely don't want a Ming unit in Hokkien, and I can still go to Hainan. I don't think Ming would have agreed to this bounce though, because Nanking doesn't. A unit in Nanking in the fall doesn't do anything.
True. We do have our third commentator here.
Hey,
Hello.
Hello.
how's it going? There are still some people sleeping upstairs, so I'm kind of on a mystery timer for when I'm gonna have to go upstairs and be social. But for now, I'm hanging out here and playing some diplomacy, or well, watching some diplomacy.
All good.
No worries at all. Great to have you here. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick before we continue looking at some moves?
Sure, I'm Third Monkey. I have played in a couple of these games. I'm a total scrub, and yeah, happy to be here.
Didn't you win Blitz 4? Total
Um,
scrub.
no, I think Blitz 5 was the closest I came, and I placed second by 1 center.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
mean
I'll
that's
use Austria.
a
Yeah,
pretty good performance, I would say.
total scrub. There we go.
You want to keep a low profile for the next Blitz game?
Yeah, I mean, I can't stop pressing even when I'm in the commentary booth.
True, true.
So true.
I would do the same. I think it's a bit too late for me. Do you want to
Right.
continue on with Asia here before we go to Russia? I
Yeah,
really want to talk about Russia, but we can
yeah, I want
keep
to
going
just quickly
here.
scoop down over everything over here, and then we'll circle back to Russia. I just don't want to leave this untouched. I'm not seeing anything that seems too out of place. Monado to Flores is just about the only thing that I would say is unusual here. But the Dutch going for
Yeah,
Flores,
Portugal's not going to be happy about that.
Portugal's not going to be happy, but this isn't uncommon enough that they can't talk it out. Like, this has happened before. It can get worked out. It's just annoying for the Portuguese.
I
And
would be pretty bad about that. I'm gonna be honest here. If I see Dutch doing this as Portugal, then I would write off Dutch as a long-term ally, unless I like agree to like trade more later on.
Mhm.
Dutch did mention that they were doing this in their spring press with Portugal. So
Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
better. I don't know if I agree to that as Portugal though.
As Port
yeah,
yeah, I don't know if I would agree, but this is it's still a manageable position. You can be friendly after this. Here
Yeah,
seems
I've seen it happen before.
everything here seems
Mm,
mostly what we would expect from openings here, though. So I'm just going to zoom up a little bit. We do see that Tokugawa is opting to go for Fusan rather than to try and contest Ryukyu Islands with 2 units.
Cowards. They should just go for Dutch immediately. I don't like this Furutoku at all. Especially with both fleets going south. Like, no. Okay. Now what you should do here as Toku is you send Edo to Suguru straight up north. You have Osaka to Shizuku is about the worst movie you can make here. Because you get Kyushu, sure, you probably get Fusan, but like I love that arrangement of how your units are for next year.
Mhm.
And Edo going to Kyushu current, you had a guaranteed double here as Toku, and you're not getting that guarantee anymore. You still can double here, but it's not guaranteed. It's like if Almora moved to like OKC and you put the fleet in Busan, then like Edo takes like Ainu, and that's a good way to double while still kind of keeping this around. It's I don't know. It's like spanking bounce you out of the Bonin Islands. Dutch will take Ryukyu, so you're probably going +3 as a power that should be going +4.
Mhm. It really also comes down to how much pressure is Ming going to want to put on all of these islands going forward. Because if you the difference between Army Fusan and Army Kyushu in those situations can be a notable difference.
Yeah,
I'm curious what you think about going to Okinawa Trough immediately as Dutch here instead of going straight to the dot in Ryukyu.
it's a mistake, I think. Actually, no, it might not be.
Well, here's the thing. If Toku does open by putting their army to Kyushu and putting something Kyushu current, you're not keeping Ryukyu
Yeah.
Islands anyways. You're just not. So by opening this way,
Yeah,
you could
this reads like Dutch thought Toku would do that.
if you think Toku's going to do that, this opening at least says, okay, well, I'm going to go to Bonin Islands then, and you can just have Ryukyu, and we'll just make this work. But also, you're not keeping Formosa long term anyways, so I don't think it matters in any stretch of the imagination. What does the standard double for Toku look like now? I think that's going to need to be worked out, but I think, like Salt was suggesting, uh, if the army Kyoto goes to Kyushu, then it can support probably Fleet Osaka from coming from Kyushu or Kuroshiu current. Expect pronunciations to be horrible. If for some reason you have clicked onto this video or are watching this live broadcast not expecting all of these pronunciations to be completely and utterly botched, I'm so sorry you have those high expectations of me and the rest of the commentary team. Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's gonna be horrible the whole way through, guys.
Army in Kyushu can then support the Kuroshio current into Ryukyu Island so that they both get a dot. Then Ito comes up and takes Anu through Suguru Strait, and Aomori goes to Old Sea to contest Fusan.
Yep,
I
that's exactly what I would do.
I would think that's going to end up becoming the standard Toku opening going forward here. The difference in that, though, like I said, though, is then you have Army Kyushu instead of Army Fusan, which can be annoying depending on how you want to push the Korean Peninsula up later, and depending on how Ming decides to attack into you. But
It
I think it's a
is
more stable opening.
slightly worse. Like the setup is slightly worse than Middle Fleet. If you had the army in Fusan, but like Fleet Fusan can still go after either Ming or Ching here.
Mhm. Fleet Fusan still
Uh
has the potential to push around. It just you have to more so commit to which side of the peninsula you're going to be pushing.
yeah, that's a good point. I think this probably like if Toku does do the standard openings, probably more it lends itself more to anti-Ming, I think, but your builds don't really help with Ming, so it still gives like good options either way. It's an interesting setup, I think.
Hmm. All right.
We do have fall moves available if you want to take a look.
Oh my
We're
god, we are so slow.
no. We say this every time. We are going to be 20 to 30 minutes behind the active turn. I hope you all are aware. It's going to be behind.
Yep.
There's just
I'm not even gonna look at fall moves yet.
there's just so many interesting things to discuss, especially early on. Let's quickly touch on Jing here. I don't really hate any of this. Like this all seems just about what you would expect. Same from new Inuits over here. The Inuit tiles over here were changed slightly, but they weren't changed in any way that's going to, I think, change how Inuit opens. I still think this is likely the correct way to open.
Yeah, Tokyo not going to North Pacific Ocean is actually pretty interesting. It helps a lot of powers, not just in the Koryax area, but like
Mhm.
Shoshone, like getting that semi-free Hawaii, consider if Spain is fine with it. Galapagos too is actually like free dot now, so opens up a lot of other powers to do some interesting moves around this area with
Indeed.
Tokyo not immediately going in.
Maybe that's an argument to say that what we described for the Toku opening should be different so that Toku can contest North Pacific immediately, but that's getting into the weeds a little bit. We'll leave that to the scholars to figure out when we're not in a Blitz game environment.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
let's break the Russia egg open because
This is not the fun part of Russia. The Poland stab is the fun part of Russia.
yeah, let's look at the fun
Ooh.
part of Russia first, and then we'll look at the Russia is entirely dead part of Russia.
I think this is so bad for Russia. It's not even funny, but it's kind of funny.
All right, so
Oh no.
the Russia stab here. I don't like this. I'm gonna be honest.
Air quotes on that.
The only thing you've done is you've put 2 units on Kiev. That's it. Nothing else is happening with these opening moves. You're not getting
And they're
back,
not even getting a dot off it
right?
because Poland seemed to get tipped off about it. They moved Krakow to Ruthenia, so they have 2 in Kyiv.
Mhm.
Okay, there's a lot. I don't know. If there's any role which is as good. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest here. I think this border got changed a little bit. I don't know when it got changed, but this used to be more viable for Russia. It's just not here. Like the Kharkiv army, like yeah, you're starting Kyiv, but you're just gonna take Artistry maybe, but like Ottomans can now pounce you out.
Mhm.
And Ottomans probably thinks you're gonna put 2 on Kyiv, so they're probably gonna go for it because they might as well. But we're not gonna talk about Ottomans because they cored in
Yeah,
Sarajevo.
we're
So
going to completely ignore Ottomans because they have immediately lost all of their trust that I have in them as a
yeah,
player for
I
coring.
don't respect them anymore. I'm sorry.
Sticking with Russia though,
As someone who played Ottomans and cored Sarajevo turn 1 in a Blitz game, I
oh
feel
yeah,
so bad now.
we got on your case for that as well.
There are few things that infuriate me as much as pouring turn 1.
We're gonna
I mean, in this case, it's a signaling move, right? Like they've clearly agreed with Austria that they're going to take split, but they're not going to get it in spring, so
No.
that Ottomans can't stab for Trieste and fall. So
You
this feels
see,
very arranged to me. I think they're just trolling.
you're probably right about that, but you never Corey. At least hold, so I don't like yell at you. I'll still yell at you for a hold. Like I won't yell at you as much. But like
Oh,
just take
this
split,
feels like a
man.
move directed at us to make
Yeah.
us yell at them.
I'm gonna
Like you could also move it to like support into Targo Beast. I hate it.
I'm gonna say this exactly once, and then I'm not gonna say it at all for the entire rest of the commentary, and I'm just gonna say rewind back to this moment. You need to leverage your momentum with your units. If you're not progressing forward with your units, you're not going to gain new centers, you're not gaining ground, you're not getting new builds. By just sitting in place, you are letting everyone else play the game around you while you lose momentum and are going to lose your position towards the top of the board. Maybe you can sit still and let other people take care of themselves in regular diplomacy. You can do that and it can work. But with 25 players on this board, somebody is going to have an explosive start. You cannot just sit still. Leverage your units, push your momentum, build your muscle, and just outmuscle people and push them out. You don't need to have an arranged way for you to take spliffs so that Austria then doesn't feel insulted with you having this unit there that could protect them. Force Austria to be scared. They're Austria. They're not going to be able to hurt you. Outmuscle them.
I gotta say, sports. It's a real shame we can't talk about the Turks here because their situation does look pretty fluid. I would really like to discuss the position here, but it's a real shame. You know.
It's a real shame. Let's shift into Russia then being dead. So not only are they not contesting Bacharasi with the way that they opened against Poland, but their moves, the moves from just about everyone else, and also how they opened everywhere else, just these two units
Yeah.
specifically, Bokachiry and Krasnyarks, pronunciations. These openings just they leave you so unbelievably open to any push from any of your southern neighbors, and that's
Yeah, and
almost
Sophie
certainly
is
what we're
making
going to
the
see.
kill Russia set here, so
Mhm.
bye
Oh,
bye
we moved back
Russia.
up to Herat. Oh boy.
Yep. That one unit on Turkestan is not doing anything.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Like what happens if Turkmenistan goes to Bayuli here? What are you doing as Russia when you have a Safavid unit in Bayuli? If they decided to just be extremely aggressive towards you, you die. You
Yeah,
collapse.
yeah. At first, it probably goes to Cuba. To be completely fair, but it's just gonna
Does.
go there in like spring, year or two, and then Russia just dies. And like Ottomans are clearly setting up to take. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that, but like Russia's dot in the Caucasus area, like Baghdad to Trebizond signals nothing else besides I want two dots off of this region here. And with Russia giving up back Chisray, this is like Ottomans are going to stab Russia here, and Russia like I don't even blame the Ottomans for wanting to do this.
Mhm.
Like, of course, I would do this, right? It's just so easy. It's so infuriating to see too. It's like Russia is still not a great power, and you need to play carefully for Russia to have like a super good game here. And this is just the opposite of careful play. It just can't work.
Mhm.
It's not going to work.
You need to leverage yourself carefully as Russia to make sure that you have a solid ally, that you're not going to just get collapsed on. Because if you do this and you're like, okay, I'm gonna have Krasnyarks contest Yaktuks in year one and try and set up against Inuit or Qing, then you really, really need to make sure you are solid on some of your other fronts. And leaving yourself open with this pretty blatant move against the Polish, while also Ottomans and Safavids are just pressing W and moving north. It really, really does not feel good for them.
This is
Pressing
a
W.
situation that's so common to Russia too, where everyone just moves against you immediately. Like this isn't even everyone. This is just like Ottomans and Savs moving against you. But it's going to lead into everyone moving against you because they see this opening, right? Like Poland's now against you because you just completely committed everything into screwing over Poland at your own expense. So that's like three neighbors against you, and at that point, your other neighbors are going to attack you. They might have liked you before, but
Mhm.
there's blood now, so you guys got to do it.
Yeah, and Sweden and Poland open friendly. Neither of them are in Baltic. It's clear they're communicating. They may just communicate against you now. Like Sweden might just support Poland into Riga this turn, and you've gotten nothing out of your push.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna talk about Sweden, no movement to Baltic is interesting, but it does work out here, so I'm not gonna
Mhm.
hate on it too much. So, because this does get the Sweden double.
Yeah, it's risky, but if it works and you're friendly with Poland, sure, you're going to need to attack Poland eventually. So, I, I, getting this friendly with them probably isn't what you want to be doing, anyways. But if it works, then it works.
It seems better in this new map now that Baltic Sea doesn't touch the Finland province.
That's fair.
Cannot go to Baltic relative to what it
Yeah,
was before.
I'm only just noticing that change now, to be honest, but I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think it's probably better for Sweden, but we'll see.
Mhm. Let's just go ahead and cover
Um,
the rest of Europe while we're here. I'm not seeing anything too out of the ordinary here. Everything seems fairly standard.
Austria not setting up to take Rome isn't like this is still like a very common step for Austria, but it still is something like that you don't see every day. Austria just not taking Rome, and
Well,
we will see some Ottoman Spain conflict here. I think.
it worked out for them because Spain ended up going for Rome. At least I believe that's what that arrow is
Yeah,
driving towards. So maybe that's some
I'm just
arranged
you usually
openings.
see Austria try for it.
Yeah, like where's Austria's double here? I see Nuremberg, Freiburg, Venice, and well, the score
Oh,
suggests that they're getting split. They're giving split to the Ottomans, right? So where's their next dot?
oh, that's actually a super good point. Yeah, they're gonna probably bounce Ottomans and split here because Austrians know their way to do it, or they go for Naples.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah, Austria kind of just kicked themselves here, didn't they?
Yeah, that is quite
Yeah, I
unfortunate
don't
not to
think
be
this
getting
was
that
the set.
double.
Like I don't know. Like did Spain promise Rome to Austria and then do this?
It's possible.
Yeah. Hmm. I don't. Yeah, Austria. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna check press because that's gonna take way too long. But it's interesting. I would not.
Mhm.
Hmm.
If
It's
anyone in
interesting to see
the
if Austria will try to stab the Turks over this or try to work with them for Naples.
mhm. If anyone in who is watching is able to look back into press and is able to see if this was arranged, this is a good point, and actually, I am very curious about this. Moving in this way does signal from Austria. I want Venice and Rome this turn. Fleet goes to Rome, army goes to Venice, which is fine. It's fine. It can work. But now that Spain's in Rome, that just doesn't work. And because Sarajevo core, Lomao, now they want split. That's what they are saying. Hey, I want this dot. So
Yeah. Everything else in Europe looks pretty standard
yeah,
to me. If you want to
yeah, I'm not seeing
pan
anything.
a little bit to the south here,
Yeah, not anything else
or
too
sorry.
unusual. Everything else just seems pretty standard. I'm not seeing anything else really worth talking about besides that. So let's look at Thunderdome.
Wait,
Obviously,
Canaries to Regibot. Oh no, that's
what?
normal. Sorry.
That's normal
No,
if you want. It's
usually that's
normal.
like Tigre Bay, right?
It's normal if you want to annoy
Yeah.
Portugal. If you just want to be annoying to Portugal, sure, you still contest Marrakesh. It's not standard, but it's
Yeah,
fine.
they could have gone to Tigard Bay if they didn't want to annoy Portugal, but they
Mhm.
chose otherwise.
It'll be fun.
I do want to point out real quick the tiles around Cabo Verde were one of the ones that were changed expressly. Flair
Ooh.
had made mention that they wanted to give Cabo Verde more openings specifically, and I think that's what we're seeing here. I think Portugal is trying to go for Niani here immediately.
I like this change. I actually am surprised by the French and Polish sets here. Poland's pregame void was pretty big on like picking up France here,
Mhm.
and I'm kind of surprised to see them giving up Nidakaru to France here. I really thought Poland would try to push for that, especially because like I think it's more common to see Poland end up in
Mhm.
that dot than France too.
What we see
Hmm.
very, very often is that Poland goes to Nidakaru, and this army from Portugal goes to Sarwari, and then Poland supports Portugal into the French dot. Just kick France out of the region year one. Just don't let them play in here. And while it's not uncommon to
Yeah,
just let it play out here, I think having that French dot, having the French army in Nidakaru now is like, okay, well, as Poland, do I need to backtrack and go cover Jacob Ford?
yeah, I don't think this was a good idea for Poland. I think they needed to push for it, especially like what else are you getting? You have to go for Mali here, and Mali is the single worst dot to have in this entire area.
Mhm.
Yeah, you don't want to hold Mali here, especially not like you want Mali to be like your third or like fourth dot. You don't want Mali to be your second dot, or you just die.
Yeah, if you're in Mali and not in your starting center, which is what happens with France normally, or in this case, it looks like it's what might happen with Poland here, you're not a player in the region. You're just not. You're holding the dot until someone decides that they don't want you here anymore.
You're warming it up for the next person.
You have made your own Macau.
Poor Macau, man. It needs some love. Uh, Reworks.
It needs Ming to just not be there.
True. I have argued before for like a single China power for like that whole area. Um, I hope Flair eventually makes that change, but I kind of hope that it happens eventually.
I personally really enjoyed the two Chinas and how they interact with the region. It makes for a really fun and interesting dynamic. However, I have said this before that if we could get, what if we got like an alternate universe imp dip map with all of the powers that have been considered but scrapped, so we can get Tweetonga fighting the CEO for the California coast. Like, come on,
I would love
come
that.
on.
That'd be awesome.
Very balanced, very beautiful.
So cursed, but that's why we play.
The other colonial
Uh,
powers opening here, aside from Canaries going to Regibot just to be a prick, everything else here seems about what you would want to see. Like Dutch and
I really
English.
want to see if Spain tries to dot Portugal here, but I won't spoil myself just yet.
CO is diabolical. You are not getting on my case about pronunciation. It's an American pronunciation. It's a silent X. I'm gonna stand on that. It's CO.
I'm gonna stay silent.
Okay, let's move to the African regionals here. I think
Abyssinia tries to stab here. I'm not sure this is a stab or not, because you go to Red Sea if you're stabbing.
But
This is
why
that's
weird
go
to
to
me.
Suakin?
yeah.
That seems just
That's
awful.
that's
See,
so
yeah,
strange. That
I don't know. It is like this definitely is stab. It has to be because like the only dot you give that are Cairo, which you need Red Sea for that. Um,
it, army
yeah, I don't
swacking
know.
army swacking doesn't do anything except contest Cairo. And if your plan is to contest Cairo, then having control of the Red Sea is really important to that. So
You need Red Sea. Yeah, Cairo is a space. Cairo is the linchpin of this entire region, right? It's so easy to bottleneck there. And if you unless you take Cairo super early, Ottomans can just wall it and you're never like pushing ever. And of course we're not talking about the Ottomans, we're not talking about the regionals here, because Ottomans don't matter, but um Abyssinia will just get stuck on this wall that this whichever power holds we don't know who, but whoever holds Cairo can just like wall it, and unless Abby takes it early, it's just gonna be really difficult to take. And they
mm,
actually did have a line to take it early here, but like I don't know, you're already committing to going like +3, but with this move to Swaki, that McKelly really needed to move to Red Sea to like make sure that this attack goes off well.
yeah, I agree fully. This army in Swakien isn't doing anything now. If it was in Tigray, you could take Hawara, you could still double, and you could try and play a bit more friendly with the Ottomans. If you really wanted to just put a pin and just attack the Ottomans immediately, you needed to full send in there because now you're not doing anything. You've mildly inconvenienced the Ottomans by forcing them to walk back into Cairo, and that's it.
If we do go a little bit to the south here, there is a saving grace here that Ajuran is most likely going to convoy up to Mara. So Abby will have some help here. Of course, as Ajuran, I probably just say I'm going to help with the Ottomans and then stab
Mhm.
my neighbor here. But I mean, if this alliance is happening, then Abyssinia does still have some like room to work with here. But I think Ajuran going against Ottomans before Abbey is just not great. So
Yeah,
this is probably a dead Abbey here.
Abyssin- Abyssinia is not going to have fun this game. Given Abyssinia has proven time and time again, especially in these blitz environments, that they are a power that can look very dead from a bad opening and still recover quite well.
It has happened before.
I'm having nightmares.
I forgot that was you. I'm sorry.
Looking down at
uh,
these gerrymandered tiles over here, Bunyoro, Banda, Mandara, they're all massive. These are all massive tiles.
I know.
I love that gerrymandered tiles.
This region was worked like a little bit, but I don't think the reworks super matter, to be honest.
Mhm.
I did recently play a game on like the not this map, but like the one just before it, and I did win that game. Not to toot my own horn, but Congo just have some pretty interesting options here. This is like the standard Congo
Mhm.
set. Can we see if Dutch moved to South Atlantic real quick?
I believe they did. Yes.
Ah, okay. So St. Helena isn't guaranteed, which is
Yeah.
pretty bad for Congo.
Uh,
But St. Helena, this fleet could go to Cape Coast,
mhm.
so we'll see.
I think it's more likely it goes to Cape Coe. Portugal did open very.
Yeah.
Portugal opened very south though. I don't know.
Oh, but France is going to test Cape
Ooh.
Co. Okay, so Dutch have a choice here,
Okay, yeah, this is
and not a fun choice.
the Dutch did not pass on Cape Coe. Cape Coe, I've talked about this in another Blitz game, and I'm gonna very briefly talk about it before. My preferred opening as the Dutch is just to completely abandon Cape Coe. You are not holding Cape Coe. You are not expanding in Cape Coe very easily at all. I'd rather just have this fleet Maritstad help develop your South American region because that's where you can get a lot of value as the Dutch.
Yeah, this Cape Co. pre-core is more of a relic from A1 than anything else.
Mhm.
This Mars Hug fleet is better served going and like taking a Bellum in South America, I
Yeah,
think, because you moved into like Amazons in Chapura with the armies, and they take Bellum with the fleet as long as France doesn't bounce you out. But you're already risking France bouncing you out.
right.
But the South Sebastian move, sorry, we should probably talk about it after first. But
We'll,
I
we'll,
have some thoughts.
we'll talk about it later. Basil, that is an incredibly good way to put it. Cape Coe is a win more dot. If you're winning, if you have Cape Coe, you're winning more. If you're not winning, that's a terrible place to be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate Cape Co as a space so much. I've struggled with it for 2 games now. So I just absolutely hate this space and everything it represents to me. This area in general is so hard to push through for anyone because of the way Cape Co is set up. You really want if you're going to take Cape Co, you really want to be convoying in. Like nobody can do that. Obviously, except Dutch if they like really commit to it, but they're not going to do that. So nobody really convoys in Cape Co turn one. But if you're ever going to push into this region, you need to take Cape Co by convoy, or it's just the most painful experience you will ever have trying to make progress here.
Mhm. And in this case, what we've seen here is that Congo has opted not to play towards the southern side of the continent very much at all. Congo's probably going to get Benguela here with this army rather than just contesting Brutze. And what we're going to see is Portugal's going to get Mapondo, France is going to get Kipkoe, Portugal's also going to go for Brutze and Burundi, largely uncontested. They probably get bounced out of Burundi by Bunyoro here, but this is largely just going to be an opening here where the Dutch does not play. The Dutch does not play down here. They just don't.
Yeah, this is just classic Congo. Like it's flexible. You can do whatever you want with it. I don't love Congo changes because I know who's on Portugal here, but they have plenty of options here. And if Azeron goes south, which is looking like I don't know if they do. They can, so you can Azeron going south. You have some options here.
Ogeron's getting Zanzibar, but I don't think this opening is Ogeron moving any further south than that. I think Ogeron's going for the new Seychelles style. They're going to be in Zanzibar, and other than that, they're just kind of playing north, which as
Azeron has
Ogeron.
better growth killing the weakened neighbor to their north.
Mhm. Exactly. Ogeron definitely is just like, Portugal, you do your thing. I'm going to go kill Abyssinia real quick.
Yep.
Can Ajuran just take Sakalava and pocket Seychelles for next year? Is anyone an INO?
Um,
Oh, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
yeah, I do
that's
suppose.
super interesting.
I suppose that's the
Is France?
downside of this French opening going in this way is that Ogeron's going to take
Yeah,
Sakalava. Well, no, actually,
actually, I think
I think these tiles have been reworked so that France can't contest Sakalava without then not
yeah,
being able to take Bara.
yeah, you're
Okay,
right.
interesting.
Is the Precore more worth it than getting inroads into Madagascar? That's an interesting question.
I think it depends on how much you want to contest Indian Ocean and French presence in Indian Ocean in the coming years. If you think France is going to be a problem to you, you having a dot that you can build directly on your path to taking Reunion is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think Madagascar is more valuable here because it gets you inroads into this region here. You can like Portugal and France are both going to be unhappy, so you're probably going to get yourself a little bit of a coalition against you. But I think you can, if you like, it provide you a good press. Like even if you don't want to hold that dot, it's still a good launch point for anti-Portugal um, operations. Just so you can like set up a lot more control over these tiles. Especially if you like a fleet in
Mm.
a Zanzibar. I don't know if that's a fleet or not. Moving into Kismayo,
It's going to be an army.
it's an army. Yeah, and it can't be a fleet either way. But if you have like this kind of control early on, you're really forcing Portugal to commit into building more fleets, which means you'll have the advantage over land, provided you send any amount
Mhm.
of builds there. So you could like pivot into a kill Portugal. Tell France you'll just give them a Sokolava. They help you with Portugal.
Yeah.
I can see it being good, and you still have the pocket build from Seychelles here.
I think these Ogeron changes are already showing why they're going to be very valuable to the Ogeron side because Ogeron has so many options for how they can progress through this game. They can go to France and be like, "Hey, you just want to go and kill Portugal. Portugal is trying to contest your Cape Coe dot by moving to Mapondo year 1. Do you want us to work together and kill Portugal? Or you can just say, I'm gonna let you two be. You two are clearly gonna have your own problems, and I'm gonna go kill Abyssinia. Or you can be like, France, you're dead. Madagascar is mine. Arjan has a lot of options
Yeah,
here. I really like that. I'm curious to see where
and
they
France
go.
going to Cape Coe early is going to have some tensions between them and Portugal. So I can see this working pretty well.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, we have spent a fair amount of time here, worthwhile because there's a lot to discuss. But
Oh
let's
boy.
keep moving on here.
Do we have winner builds yet? I'm curious. We do. It's fine.
It's
Um,
you all are saying this like we're surprised.
oh boy. All right.
Okay, let's talk about. No, don't do this, Gorani. Don't
No,
do
I
this.
definitely agreed with Mapuche, but still don't do it.
I
You can
really
have an
don't like
agreed
this.
situation with Mapuche without this happening. Because why would you move army to McCoy and hold your fleet? Like,
Well, McCoy is just gonna go to Quam, so I like. Why not just move to Quam?
right?
Turn
Why
turn one.
you
What the
take
hell
you
is
just move into Quam immediately if you're going to be arranged. But now you're saying you've moved into McCoy to put that tension there. But you've also haven't backed up that tension because your moves here are obvious. Trua is obviously going to Buenos Aires, so McCoy then obviously has to go to Guam. It just makes the whole opening feel like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it feels like they want the option of going to Puelche in fall, but what does Puelche do? I don't know. Yeah, just
Yeah,
don't
just
annoy
nothing.
people if it doesn't do anything.
These are questionable moves, Ronnie. We can like interview. I won't be around, but we can interview you after.
Yeah,
Actually, I might be around. We'll see. It's
like
still we'll see about that. But I want to interview Gorani about these moves after the game ends.
it's interesting. It because it's interesting because ultimately it's going to evaluate out to nothing of value. Why do this opening compared to another opening where you can be more aggressive to Mapuche or one where you can be more secure in your opening dots? I don't know.
Yeah. Mapuche is standard though. No notes there to
Yeah,
be honest.
this feels. These tiles were also reworked a little bit. This feels about what we're wanting to see out of Mapuche opening wise. Both Buenos Aires and Islas
Um,
Malvinas can be a bit of a coin cost because both you and Guarani are going to want to contest one or the other in the first year. But it worked out.
this is the setup for like a Mapuche Guarani alliance. If you notice, like Mapuche could go to Golfo San George to like contest both Buenos Aires and Islos, but then moving to Bahia just like is just more like saying to Guarani that they're going to be friendly, that it will go well, and that we should work together.
Mhm.
Mapuche is not turn one stabbing Aymara, which actually is a viable step for them. They could send Chilo up to Ragavine and then like rank Hill to Warpe to like support into Lickitung,
True.
which is a set they can do. They're not doing that here, so the Mapuche is trying, probably just keeping their options open, I think.
That is something that's available. I don't think there has been a single Mapuche who has ever not gone to Australia year one. I do not think that has ever happened. But I think maybe rushing an Aymara in center early could be a viable tactic for Mapuche potentially going forward. Well, once you have like a
Yeah,
ton,
I don't know how good it is because you had to put the fleet in there for it to,
yeah, and then you're just kind of
but
sitting there.
it's an option.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah, I
option.
don't know.
Just go to Australia. Just go to Australia. Less
Yeah.
headache.
It feels like doing that is going to ask for Portugal to cut you off in Australia, and it's going to be very hard to get inroads there later.
Mhm.
Whereas like this dot in Lickitung, it's always there for you. Just you can build and go to Ragavine next year.
Yeah, if you don't go for the Oceania expansion immediately, you just don't get it ever.
The sea tiles west of the South American continent here are super Mapuche favored. Ragavine Basin sets you up as a landing basin into Licatane right from Chiloé immediately, and Peru Basin being able to tap Galapagos is like an underrated way for Mapuche to be able to just start clowning on the Spanish should they decide that's the road they want to take. But
Yeah, you see Spain going for like the northern opening
mhm,
here, throwing the Dutch a little bit, but I wouldn't be worried here about
yeah,
Dutch, or if I were Dutch.
touch on the
Pretty
rest.
standard stuff here.
Touch on the rest of the continent. Yeah, Aymara's happy. This is an opening where
Yeah,
Aymara is going to be allowed to play the game, and
this is a double for them actually, which is not something that happens every day for Aymara.
yeah, Aymara being allowed to play the game, good for them.
Where is their double? They're getting Lickitung, Madeira, Chiquitano. Oh, Wien is already a dot.
Yes,
Okay,
Queen Hague's a
beautiful.
dot.
Yeah, I do predict some Spain-Dutch conflict here though, just based on what I'm seeing. They're
Mhm.
probably going to bounce in one of these neutrals, or maybe not, but I don't
Chifigo can go to
peaceful.
Japura, and Dutch can go to Amazonia without having a contest here. But Spain being in
Yeah,
Orinoco as
yeah.
the Dutch, you're like, buddy, I'm not a fan of
If
that.
I were Spain, like Caracas is probably better. But I'd be really tempted to just dot this.
Right? Don't worry, Netherlands. We're bestest of buddies here. I'm just doing this to put a better line against Caracas. Don't worry
The
about it.
support into Caracas is probably better in us Spain. Like it is a pretty good thing to do. But like
hmm
it is just a free dot that makes it so much harder for Dutch to exert like pressure on this region.
hmm
I think probably what happens if you do that is you get an Amara Dutch lines pushing you out of Japura immediately
True.
in
Yeah.
the spring of next year.
Ideally you want Aymar to be doing their own thing if you're gonna do this.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So maybe if you do that line, then you send Quito down to Golfo Guayaquil and push in that direction as well.
You can't fight both though. That's the thing. If you're fighting both Dutch and I'm just a dead Spain.
True.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Caribbean.
Caribbean. This
It's pretty
seems yeah,
standard.
this seems about normal. Poland's opening up to Barbados. Good for them since Caracas is getting 2 units put on it, but this all seems about what you would expect. A range
The move I want to
bounce.
look at is Bermuda going north.
Oh, that's a bounce too. Oh, that's gotta be
True.
arranged.
Let's. Well, no, because Bermuda isn't taking anything from here.
I think it was arranged. Looking at the pregame English void, I think they mentioned something about this. I know Portugal wanted Bradlid, which I heavily disagree with. There's a whole discussion about that yesterday that I'm gonna get back into now. Um, so yeah, I think Portugal like pressured England into letting them have Bradlid, and then England just proposed this bounce to France for like something to do. They're also bouncing in Mohawk, but England is
Yeah,
self bouncing there while France
I
bounces. So
I really hate this English opening. This is a terrible English opening in North America. You have sacrificed what 3 of your units? Well, 2 of your units are doing nothing this year. Like Bermuda doesn't get
mhm.
another dot, and Falmouth doesn't get another dot. I
Yeah,
actually
I
really
don't
hate
like
this.
it
I actually
either.
really hate this English opening.
It feels
Gosh.
like England doesn't want to bother either
Extend
France or
your to
Netherlands,
use.
but
Sorry.
oh, sorry. Yeah, it feels like
No,
England doesn't want to bother either France or Netherlands with this move set. But the others, like France, is not making moves that say that they are in an EFN triple, right? Like
Hmm.
they're not putting units
mhm.
up against Cree.
Yeah, France is
This is pretty anti Inuit, though, I feel like.
the French opening is more what I read this French opening as is France is saying, I want all 5 of these dots near Newfoundland. I want all of them. England, you're not getting Nascapi, you're not getting Anticosti. You're gonna sit on St. John's and St. Anthony's until I decide that I want those as well. This does not feel like a France and an England that are going to work together long term this game. This just feels like England is kneecapping themselves for no gain.
Yeah, that's about accurate, I think. England is a strong enough power to where they can probably get away with having less builds than usual in year one, but
Yeah,
it still isn't good. And they are getting nerfed with every map that comes out, so
every
we'll see.
every single map change, England gets pushed slightly further down the tier list, but all that they've done is move England from SS tier to S tier. England is still probably the
Yeah.
best power.
Yeah, they're still within the same tier. They're just sliding like lower in that tier, you know?
Talking about game openings here, as the Dutch, you're ecstatic to see this opening from England as the Dutch. If I'm the Dutch right now, I'm
I
like,
love this.
if I'm the Dutch, I'm like, maybe San Martin will just bounce Guadalupe again. Maybe over in England, maybe we'll just start pushing units into Southern Bight starting next year. England's
Would you
clearly willing.
bounce France in Seneca as Dutch here?
Seneca?
Yeah.
I think absolutely. Well, it depends. How on board is France on the we're attacking England year 2 plan? If
Oh,
France is on
if you can
board,
pass France. So if you want to do that, you probably want to work with Britain against
ooh,
France, I think.
hold on 1 second.
Yeah, it feels press and vibes based.
Mhm. Salt, your mic just got a little shaky there. You might have slightly nudged it a bit and it got unplugged.
Oh, sorry about that. Is it better now or
It's a bit better.
Yeah.
okay? My mic isn't great, but
Oh, it's
we'll
okay.
see.
If you
Can we look at the rest of the North American regionals? We've already got
yes,
winter builds, and we might have spring of next year coming soon.
no, it's okay. I promise you, we will be catching up sooner than you think. As far as North American regionals go, so this is the anti-Athabasca opening from Inuit here. We see this somewhat frequently. I think this goes wrong more than it goes right. From what I've seen. Because what
I
happened?
think what you really need is one other
Oh,
person
this is the
to jump.
Athabasca Crusher. I love to see it. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Well, what's happening here is Inuit's going to put two units to support themselves into Tuchone unless Athabasca support holds it. So you're putting Athabasca in the position of either you support hold Tuchone and don't get Chilcotin, or you do get Chilcotin, and then you're just forced to give up this tile. But the downside to
So
that is that you give up Alaiutes. And if you're Ute Shoshone and you're seeing why would I take a Hawaii that I'm going to struggle to hold for the rest of the year when Alaiutes is right here, you go to Alaiutes. And hey, if I'm in Alaiutes, why not start pressuring Yupik starting next year?
yep.
You need to be incredibly careful if this is your opening as Inuits because you are inviting Ute Shoshone to get a foothold right next to your home territory.
Now
Yeah, this is looking great for you.
I've played both these powers, and if you are Athabasca here, I think you almost always support Touchstone unless you work some like magic in a press to like get anyone to back off of you.
Mhm,
The the chance to double is not worth letting a foreign army into Touchstone. You just can't afford it.
mhm.
You have to support hold here, and you would needs this to work out more than you need a fourth dot.
I can agree with that pretty
Um,
heavily. I think if Inuit is able to outmove Athabasca here and everything works out well, then Well, here's the thing as well. If you're pushing for this,
And
why
they
would
didn't move against them.
yeah, Quatog should probably go
What?
to Hudson Bay if you're really trying to push into that against Athabasca with the more
If you
aggressive
really want to
anti-opening
kill
there.
Aqua, you gotta move to Hudson Bay, you gotta move to Nunavut, and then you have to like convoy into Chip Highland. That's how you kill them.
Mhm.
It's a really costly opening to do, but that's how you do it.
Yeah.
And this isn't it. You
This
gotta like commit to it.
this is a cost. It's a costly opening from Inuit, but it can work. It absolutely can work if you full commit to it. I really don't like Inuit's chances after seeing that their opening east side of their operation is not in line with what the west side of their operation is opening.
Yeah, it
It's
feels like
just
they're paying a big part of the cost for doing this anti-Atha opening, like diplomatically, but they're not going to get the same oomph that they could if they had entered better moves.
Mhm.
this is the type of thing you see from a partnership that isn't like talking to each other, but Inuits are a single player, so I'm not sure what went on here.
Right. And the other thing as well is that, like we said, France's opening is saying, I want Newfoundland. So Inuit is already going to be facing a lot of pressure over here. And they've opened in a way that signals they don't want to be friendly with Athabasca. I really, really don't know if I'm going to enjoy being Inuit in their position.
Yeah,
Shoshone's going to be ecstatic to see all of this, though. Shoshone's going to be like, 3 dots. Inuits crippling
Shoshone
themselves.
is just the blitz power. I've never seen Shoshone do badly in one of these blitzes here.
I think that's fair. And and they're and Spain's opening is signaling in a way that they're going to be friendly towards each other.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's good.
I mean, great game for Shoshone here.
Mhm.
Can't hate it.
All right. Do we
I
have
think
anything
that's
else to cover for this phase?
I do want
I think that's
to
everything.
I think so. I do want to question this opening. Just if you'll indulge me for a second, while we're on Ute Shown here, Ute Shown doesn't double from this opening because the only dot that Goats can contest in the fall is Arafo, but you're already contesting Arafo.
Shoshone never doubles though. It's
I
always
know,
like
I
plus
know.
from them.
It's
You don't
nitpicky,
need the
but
double.
it's nitpicky.
You don't need the double as you. I think if you just have good position on the pile of neutral dots that will be available in year two, you're fine.
Mhm.
You can sometimes get the double if you force it or some things go really bad for one of your neighbors, but it's not something you can really control.
Right. I'm being nitpicky. We don't need to beat down on it too hard.
I do see your point though. Like they could win more, but like it's fine enough, I think. Before we get to fall moves, I do have a few pings I want to see which are relevant here.
We got a few things. I imagine a fair amount of.
Portugal told us not to look at their moveset for next spring.
Okay, Sotheby's are saying that this is the largest Portugal year one ever,
Lol.
like after year one. So I'm setting a good Portugal game here, and then uh, one of the British players has played Aymar in a lot of these voices, and they're upset that Aymar and Spain are having a peaceful game that they never could get with him.
I
That was
would
really
love to
funny.
see that. I would love to see that. Okay. We'll be able to see the results of all those things coming through here once we get to those maps, though. Now that we're open through the
Yeah,
openings here, we'll be able to smooth through this a bit easier. But let's move to fall because
I'm hoping so.
fall's gonna have just as much to
Oh
talk
my
about, and we'll
god,
catch up thereafter.
they pulled it off. I'm sorry. We can give me
Where do you want to start?
Bugles again. It's so good.
Are we?
Oh no!
Why?
Oh my god.
And they get
Oh my god.
and they get forced out of Bamo. And Ming's just like,
So
nah. Ming saw their opening. They're like, nah, you're not playing the game today. Bugles are
Bugles
dead.
don't have Bugles have one build here.
Yeah, goodbye.
They're dead. Yeah.
And they
Oh my
pissed off
god.
Sophovids instead of Russia. Wow.
It, and England. It's worse with England because they can actually help you more with
They moved to Andra Coast. Who are you allied with? The answer is nobody. You're dead.
where do you even build here to like defend this? Where do
They
you even
don't
like
get builds.
begin?
They don't get builds, do they?
No. They have one. They do have
Okay,
one.
because they do still have Yarkand. Okay, they have they went up 2 centers and then lost Delhi. No, they're just dead. We already
They are
harped
just dead.
we harped on this in opening moves, but you cannot
This is
allow this
why
to
you
happen as
bounce.
Moogles. You cannot let
This
this
is why
happen.
you bounce turn. This is why you do the turn one bounce.
Hmm. You just don't have any friends. Like, thanks for coming out to the Blitz game. Really appreciate you setting aside your day for this. You're gonna have 6 hours free now. You're done. Just go home.
Boot up the
Yeah,
poker game.
maybe that's like maybe that's the real win. Being a free of blitz.
The real
Yeah,
victory is
that
not
that
having to
lesson
pull
about
Blitz.
that lesson about always bounce Hyderabad turn one, like, yeah, folks who are playing Moogles in the next wave, take note. Bounce
Mhm.
Hyderabad turn one.
Folks who are playing Moogles ever, take note, because I don't think this interaction is ever going to get changed.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay, what else is interesting?
let's just do the same swoop that we did last time. Everything from Ayutthaya and Spain and Netherlands seems exactly what we
Well,
expected from these open. I don't see anything out of place here.
look at Alaska.
Or are we just going to go up?
Oh,
Okay. All right.
we could just.
Sure. Sure. Sure, buddy. Sure.
Oh, I don't know if the
Why are
comment or
you
the stream
Corgan?
stopped. We're looking at Siberia. Okay.
I'm looking at the Navicci scores.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's pure trolling. Yeah,
That's
they're trolling
that
us.
that that that's trolling. Just sure, whatever. Go for it. I don't even care anymore.
Okay, I hate the core. I hope Ching knows that they can't core a neutral province, but I'm not sure.
It's just a hold order with more steps. It's a hold order that you're wasting more time trying to input. Like, sure, waste your time in a blitz game. Go for it.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, it's just holds anyway. It's not terrible, but whatever.
The Russia follow up makes sense based on how they opened, even though they opened terribly. Let's be real.
How's their Europe though?
Uh,
They did get support into Riga.
Oh,
let's go look over that.
okay. Ottomans did stab. Knew it.
Okay.
Saw that one
Yeah,
coming.
I'm
Yeah.
yeah. So as Sweden, I'm confused by Sweden's choice of moves here because they didn't move to Baltic to put pressure on Poland, but now they're supporting the Russian moves against Poland, which I don't really like.
Yeah, this is weird to me.
I guess it's fine. I'd rather be backing Poland in this case because Poland is already going to be someone that you I wanted to see Sweden move to Baltic Sea in the first turn. That's what I wanted to see, but this is fine.
Yeah, it's.
I
I
think
think maybe you can back Russia, have them suicide into Poland, and then like somehow take out both of them. Because like Russia's dot they're gonna be super free here, right?
mhm,
And then you kind of like dot Poland a little bit, work with Russia. I don't know. Most of the music like here is Persia here. Safavid's weird.
yeah,
They knife Russia, but they don't bounce Turkestan.
Well, they couldn't. They didn't have anything adjacent to it.
they
Oh,
aren't
yeah.
actually adjacent to Turkestan. They were expecting Mughals to bounce Turkestan, which didn't
Okay,
happen.
never mind then. This Safavid set isn't terrible then.
Yeah, the Safavid moveset is fine if Mughals wasn't uh, self imploding their own game. It would be a perfectly
Yeah, I
valid
mean,
moveset.
I don't know. Mughals didn't get. They lost Hyderabad turn one and still did this, which I feel like is asking for death.
Yeah, yeah, no, like
Especially when Portugal's played by King of Prussia, you gotta know that they're gonna go for
mhm.
the free dot.
I don't hate this Softvid opening at all. Like the fault is not on Softvids here; it's on Mughals for deciding. Yeah,
Oh, agreed.
I don't want any allies this game. I'm gonna piss off
Yeah, look.
everybody.
As views with this opening, you are a major player. You have to be like the minor ally to that Safi like keeps around, just for like kicks.
Mhm.
You can't. You're no longer on like. You can't make any moves here.
I will say though that I do like the way the Sophed player is approaching this game. Like, I think that they and the Ottomans are going to be working together, especially with how Russia has really just left this entire area open for them to just have the entire cake. I think that
Ottomans are gonna have such a good game
I
here.
think Ottomans and
It's a great
Safavids
Ottomans game.
I think Ottomans and Safavids both are going to do very well in the first few years, and Ottomans probably overtake Safavids going late, depending on how well the rest of the Mediterranean goes for them. Which I suppose we should just go ahead and start looking at here while we zoom over.
Sardinia.
I'm sorry.
That's Sardinia and Sicily.
Wait,
What are
wait,
you
wait,
It's
doing?
so
France.
good.
Wait,
It's so
France.
good.
France is in Florence, so Spain goes for Corsa. So
Oh
Ottomans
my
go for
God, Spain is
Sardinia.
throwing. Spain is throwing. They go to back to Nate.
What?
I guess they thought it'd be a bounce. Oh my God. Spain just
Which
threw
means
the game
which means
away.
Austria isn't punished for their opening because now they are in Rome and
Austria
Venice.
gets oh my God. Spain is so dead. Oh
This
my
is
God.
this is so. I love this. This is absolute cinema. This is great.
Ottomans,
Yeah.
the turn one core I really hate, but this is solid. Did they double here? Did Ottomans is this the
No
Ottomans double
shot.
game?
No shot.
Oh my
They
God,
didn't even
it
walk
Oh
back
my
is.
to
god,
Cairo. They
it's
didn't
a
walk back to
double.
Cairo. They
Oh
doubled
my
as
God.
Ottomans.
I don't know if I've ever seen Ottomans double before. It surely has happened once. I don't think I've actually seen it happen before. This is insane.
Oh, it's Megas, I love you. Okay, it's Megas and Somber. Okay.
Okay.
Let's
Magus
go.
Magus would
This is
absolutely do
so
that.
good.
Okay. Yeah, that's Magus.
Okay, and I don't know who like finagle things around Spain and like Rome to
This
like
is
get Spain to move back for Austria to backfill. But whoever did the press work on
yeah.
that is a genius.
This is incredible. This is incredible press work from Ottomans because the only person they've ticked off is Spain. Everyone else is completely chill with them.
And Spain's dead.
Spain's gonna die with how they opened
And
in the
like
Mediterranean
Russia,
here.
like yeah, you're at war. You're at war with Russia, but they're not like a real power anymore. So
You're fi-
And it's even worse than it looks at first glance, right? Because Spain has not only covered Naples, they've covered their only build center in the east.
right,
oh my
So they're losing
God,
so much tempo from this.
right.
it's
Ottomans is
so
friendly with
good.
Austria with how they opened. They're friendly with Safavids how they opened. They talked Abyssinia out of walking out of Cairo and left it undefended at that rate. Like
My God, this is Ashron didn't convoy? Is that a misorder?
Misorder.
that
Oh
has got to
no.
be a misorder. We'll talk about that in a second. I really just want to sit on Ottomans here. This is incredible play from I really want to look back at their press after this game is over because they have done an incredible job at not only becoming the biggest player in this area, but doing so in a way that still ensures they have people who want them to be the biggest player in the area. Safavids want them to be big. Austria wants them to be big. Like they have done an incredible job here. Well done.
And with the Portugal players being who they are going to absolutely knife Spain here.
Oh,
Oh,
absurdly. I wouldn't be surprised if we see double army build in Porto and Lisbon. I would not be surprised in the
I
slightest.
would totally do it. I
How many
would
builds
jump
does
on
Spain
that.
have?
Not enough.
Let's
I don't,
count here. That's gonna be 2, 3. There, they are
Spain
going to
got 13.
4. Oh, nope. Spain has knifed their own game over here as well.
I
Sure.
think
They
it's
bounced you in
plus.
Arapaho? Oh no.
Okay. So okay, 4,
It's looking like
5,
plus 13. I think from what the build
7,
counts
8,
are on the fall
9.
maps or the year two maps.
I'm seeing plus
I could be
9,
wrong.
10,
Okay.
because
Actually, we have it on
Shoshone
the
did go for
scoreboard.
Alliance.
I'll look at it real quick.
Yeah, just
Never
peep that
mind,
real
there's
quick.
nothing on it.
Spain still has builds, but it's not as many builds as you probably should needed Spain. Tempo, like Third Monkey said, their tempo in the Mediterranean is completely lost. Ottomans not only now has great positioning over the entirety of the Black Sea, they now have great position
Spain got
over
3 builds.
all
Wait,
of the.
no, never mind.
Spain
I'm
is plus
blind.
14,
I'm
actually.
sorry. Yeah, there we go. That's the actual number. Okay.
That's actually really good. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Spain is fine. Like I don't like their odds in the Med, but it seems like everything else is going okay.
Mediterranean specifically, I do not think they're lasting. Everywhere else can be discussed as everywhere
No,
else, but
Portugal's. Yeah, this med is one of the worst Spain meds I've ever seen. But they do have the bill to make something of it still.
How do you press out convincing France to go to Florence? How do you convince France to go to Florence here?
I mean,
That's
it's
wild.
Spain needs that win, to be honest. At least they have Corsica. I mean, I've honestly, if I'm France here, like I just jump on Spain. It's so easy.
Yeah, like this. Well done by Ottomans here. We're gonna have to keep an eye. We have rescinded our "we're not talking about you" after the year 1 core.
Yes, this has impressed me enough that I will forgive the core turn 1.
All right. Talking about the rest of Europe here, France is absolutely down to move against England moving forward.
The channel bounce again is really weird.
This, to me,
Are they giving up position on Iceland here?
Yeah, they're surrendering Iceland.
It's not terrible.
Like, you could do worse as England. If I'm England right now, I'm thinking Netherlands and France are going to coordinate against me next year. That's what I would be
North
thinking.
America looking at? If we can look over there briefly.
Yeah, let's go speed over there.
Still looks peaceful.
Or Royal to Cabot Strait, yeah.
Okay.
France.
No Seneca bounce.
Like, why are you coring? Never get out, Dutch.
Yeah, if I'm England right now, I'm looking at France's moves. I'm looking at the Dutch not bouncing out Seneca here. I'm going, France and Netherlands are going to kill me next year. They're going to try and push against me next year.
Yeah, and it's meme and Ezio on too. I don't know how they split it, but yikes.
England, rough position for England.
Take a look at Arapaho too. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's Spain bounce and with the Utah.
Yeah, let's go to North America first then.
What about Hawaii? Did they bounce them there?
I think they were intending to bounce in Hawaii, but Yuta Shone just was like, oh, Aleuts is free. I think had Inuit open to Aleuts, Spain absolutely would have bounced Hawaii here, which I don't.
Wait, what?
Don't know if
what happened in Tuchone? Sorry.
Oh, true. We need to look at that.
Huh?
What the hell? What? What? Athabasca is throwing. That is throwing. That is throwing in its purest form, right there.
Get Luxon in here. Get him to commentate on this terrorist play right here. This is terrorism. This is terrorism.
All I can say is, like, Inuit must be a press god. Like, how do you convince Athabasca to do this?
And Athabasca didn't try and do anything on the other side as well. Like,
who the hell is playing this? Who is on? I haven't heard of this player, but I don't want to see you in another Blitz game until you learn to not do this.
Okay, this is.
Oh wait, this was the player who said that they liked how I played him in the last UT game. Shoot, now I have to defend you.
I don't know how you even begin, dude.
Okay, so if you're Inuit here, you're relieved because now you have. Now, not only do you have a really good position against Athabasca, you have a good argument to go to Yuta Shone and say, "Hey, Athabasca, not doing anything this game. You just want to go shank them here too." And Yuta Shone, if I'm Yuta Shone in that position, I go, "Susina, more like mine."
The problem is Spain bounced Arapaho.
True.
Utahs can still do both. They can and should do both anti-Spain and anti-Atha here.
Yeah, if I'm
that's probably doable.
If I'm Inuit here and I've seen Athabasca absolutely throw this defense against this opening away, and seeing Spain start to move aggressively against Ute after indicating they weren't in their opening, I'm like, I might be the dominant North American regional for once. Go Inuit.
And Utah wins another North America game.
Well, like,
They are only
So
plus
dumb.
3, so it's a little dicey, but
well,
It's so dumb.
if Inuit's able to talk to Ute and get Ute to try and push against Athapaska, I think Inuit is actually the person that you more so want to look out. They have problems. They're going to have problems with France over here. But if they just go to France and be like,
I mean,
okay, you know what?
Athabaskan still has builds.
Atha's getting builds, but if this is how
They're
they.
sending all those builds towards Alaska, or they're really like Fleet Paywin.
I'm
You
not.
just gonna be free to like move in and sleep.
I'm not worried about Atha's builds here because I'm more worried about their tactics. This is. I didn't even consider this
True.
as a defense. If this is how Athapaska is doing tactically, I'm not worried about them in the slightest. I'm like, I'm killing you because you
The
haven't
thing
shown
about
me that
like
you're capable
Imperial
of defending.
diplomacy, yeah, like think about this variant especially is that you need to be. It's more important to be showcasing that you are a competent player making competent moves, and like you have. It's good to showcase growth.
Mhm.
Uh, Early, especially early, because more stabs happen because people think you are a weaker player than stabs that happen just because people want dot. And with this, Atha is showing that they are definitely the weakest player in North America. Like if this is just these two North American powers fighting, then Shoshone might just like let it be. But now that Atha is showing that they cannot defend against this like at all, then Utah is going to move in just because this is a weak player, and those they have shown that they cannot tactic out a defense for
Mhm.
a attack. Ugh, I hate this so much. I don't know. I don't know how you even come up with this.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't think we need to barrel into the dirt how it's not great. I think it's obvious how not great it is, and we should move on here. But I do not like
Yeah,
Athabasca's chances this game.
we do need to speed up a little bit here. You're
Yeah.
right.
yeah.
So
Where else do we need to go?
you getting bounced, we've talked about it.
Africa and South America, I
Yeah, let's
think.
scroll down.
Or
Let's scroll down into the Caribbean here. I think we've discussed most of it. I think France
yeah,
and Netherlands, if they work together here, could be set up really nicely. I think Spain has just set up a death. I think Spain has just set up a death war, and they're not going to enjoy the death war, frankly.
yeah.
Let's move down
It'll be
into the
interesting to see how the
Caribbean.
Caribbean turns out in that case.
All right, I'm gonna be real.
Um,
If I was the Dutch, I would have bounced Guadalupe again. I I
I wouldn't.
I I,
I would never.
I know it's bad, but I would have absolutely been tempted to do that.
There, you gotta like really trust France to hard commit like that, though.
Mhm.
I don't know. I would just take the free build.
Yeah, everything
Um,
else in Caribbean just seems standard. South America so far just seems what we predicted.
South America looks very
Spain didn't go
normal.
for the dot. Fair enough,
I would have
but
loved
I don't know.
I would have loved for Spain to do it because Spain has already shown that they're willing to throw other relationships under the bus. But
Spain needs it.
yeah,
Um,
this
Pretty standard stuff here. Everyone doubles.
everyone doubles. Everyone looks like they're trying to play friendly. I hate this move as Portugal. This seems about what we would expect. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty peaceful. No
Uh
lines drawn in the sand
yeah.
just yet.
So
One thing to note, I guess, about the way that this Guarani Mapuche thing went down is that Guarani is not in Elos, and the new patch adds a bunch of neutral non-seas on the land border between Mapuche and Guarani, and it doesn't change the sea.
mhm.
And so, like, the fact that Mapuche is in Elos means that they have a decent stab if they want it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Mapuche, this move right here is signaling Mapuche and Aymara are talking. They're working together, which I do want to real quick mention on. Mapuche needs to have one of these two regional powers in their sights early on. Mapuche can get some leverage
yeah,
out of their fleet building, but after a certain point, you're just playing into less and less diminishing returns. That's the word I'm looking for. I would know. I have lost games doing this, but
yeah. They
Mapuche.
can force Buenos Aires next year pretty easily, and Guarani just has the neighbor the borders of Portugal and Aymara are so tense that Guarani usually can't afford to focus south.
Mhm. But if I'm Mapuche, and this is the move I'm signaling by allying with Aymara, that's me signaling, okay, Guarani, I want your dance now. Unless Mapuche just intends
Yeah,
to
this is
sit for
definitely
the entire
signaling
game.
anti-Guarani.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd be interested to see which power Puche like continues with, or is it, or maybe they're doing like triple talks, but the South American triple is awful for
Mapuche,
Puche, so
Mapuche does not want to agree to a South American triple because their fleets will not get the legwork done for them. They need some of
they
these
want
continental
to
dots.
agree with it, but they don't want to go through with it.
Right.
I would say. But yeah, other than that, this is just standard, I think.
I would like to see more aggressive play from these both Guarani and Mapuche, frankly. Aymara is just happy that they're being allowed to play the game.
Yeah, we'll see some stats in spring, I think.
yeah, this is a great Aymara game, especially because Spain has just pissed off Ute in the north.
Yep.
Exactly.
All right, we are 2 hours into this commentary. Let's go to
Yeah,
Africa and fall
I
line.
promise you this is normal. We are on pace, I promise. Let's go look at the Thunderdome. Is Poland dead? Yes.
Poland's
Yeah,
dead.
they went
Oh,
for
Apparently
actually,
there's
Mali.
some
me
bot
too.
problems, so we have time.
Let's go. Bot's saving us.
We're gonna be fine. Unfortunate for the bot, but yeah, this is from the opening
They
that we
didn't
saw.
bounce Portugal.
Basically, Poland went. Okay, so you know how France is easily the weakest power, and you know how France is easily the weakest power in this region. What if I was the weakest power in this region? Poland is dead. They didn't even double. They lost Jacob Fort. They're gonna just sit here and do nothing. Goodbye, Poland.
Okay, wait. Can we go back to Polish Europe for a second? Because I've just noticed something. They've just walked out of Königsberg.
What?
No.
Crazy.
Why? Why? There's nothing that there's. Huh?
Poland is
Why?
dead.
Ah.
Okay. Maybe Sweden was right to back Russia because apparently, as bad as Russia was doing, I think Poland's doing far worse now. That
Okay.
hurts. That hurts. We were just talking with Athapasta how you want to signal that you're a strong player, even when you're in a bad position. You want to signal that you're a capable person who's able to do things, and you have not done that. You have not done that. You have shown everyone that how many builds does Poland get here? They get because they don't get Riga, they don't get Königsberg. They have Jossi,
What?
they have
I hate
Lubick.
this. I hate. Why would you watch Wheel now? No, no, Poland. Why? That's throwing.
Poland is +3.
Poland, you are
You have like
Poland. You are
you have
throwing.
like a near guaranteed +6 with how aggressive Russia is being and how they're being dogpiled by everyone else. If you just open slightly
Did
differently,
they? Did they misread the map and think that that Russian unit bordered
they
Wilno?
had
Is
to
that what
have.
happened?
They had to
It
have.
must have been that. Yeah.
They're just
Oh
not
my
paying attention.
god.
That okay.
Oh god, Poland. What is this? Stop it.
that
Got Austria for extra build or something, man. Come on.
if you're if I think I think this is just going to circle around to more of Ottomans being like, "Cool, I'm winning this game."
Dude, this is such a good Ottomans game. Both Poland and Russia being this I,
It's
I
amazing.
so good.
Absolute
It's like a
cinema.
dream game.
I want to see F Trebizond, honestly.
I honestly, yeah, just
Do it.
you might not even need it. Russia's just so dead here.
Yeah, honestly, you might not. Like you get Batarasa. Well, Fleet
And I
Fleet
guess just in
Trezobon
case
contest
they build a fleet
Fleet
in
Trezobon
Kharkiv, you would
does
do it.
yeah, it allows you to contest Krakow very easily.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would. I would build the fleet trends on too.
I
I think.
I want to go back to Colonial Thunderdome in Africa here and just try and outline a little bit of why. Okay. So
You
as
don't go for Mali.
I'm gonna explain Polish openings a little bit here. In Africa specifically, you really want to go to the Doctor immediately because kicking France out of the region, no matter how you intend to play with France later, you want to do that. You just don't want another body in the region. It just makes everything more complicated. By moving to Geba, you're signaling that you're either bouncing Mali or bouncing Niani. And maybe before that was okay, but now Cabo Verde can just very easily move to Niani early, and that's kind of what it wants to do most of the time. So Niani is now a Portuguese dot. And as we see here, England has no reason not to tap Mali in the fall because it's just free real estate.
Mm-hmm.
So
Look, you don't want Molly as your second dot ever,
moving
and this is why.
moving to Geba in your Polish opening does not get you anything on this map. It does
No.
not get you anything. You are just going to bounce with somebody. And as we see here, if France decides that they do want to respect the Nadakaru bounce, you're gone. Goodbye, Polish Africa. You're gone.
Yep. Well, DG Poland. Maybe next time.
Next time.
I don't want to follow. Their Europe play was kind of not great. Well, Russia kind of screwed them over a little bit, but also the moves they made in Europe just
Yeah, you could
they didn't defend well.
argue the Russian move scared them or whatever have you, but I do not like their moves. I don't think they're going to be playing for long. Hey, you can go and join Mughals. Go play poker for 6 hours in the group VC.
Yep, and
boy.
guess who might profit from people dying in the Thunderdome this soon?
Literally everyone else.
Ottomans.
Ottomans, yes, but literally everyone else is the correct answer.
True. I do like to see Spain not die in Portugal. I think this is the correct move here. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, the
Um,
Regabot move was just terrorism in the first place.
And Portugal just gets an extra bill from
Agreed.
this weekend because France didn't move to
Mhm.
Ulata.
Like, if you ever go argue in here with Regibot, then you know you're getting 2 army builds in Portugal. Like,
You're getting an
Yeah.
army in Lisbon.
I mean, to be fair, with how bad the meta is going, you're gonna get that like regardless.
I think there's even odds you get army build Lisbon anyway. Yeah, I do want to real quick want to talk about the Dutch not moving back to cover Fernando Po and calling Congo's opening correctly. Smart moves on the Dutch there to just keep that position with good coin flip. Good coin flip. Well done, Dutch.
Yep, solid play.
Congo themselves, they kind
They
of
bounced Dutch in a Saint Helena, which sucks.
It sucks for Congo,
It's
but
gonna be a Congo Dutch war.
yeah, like we said earlier, I do not like the Dutch going to the Cape Coe anyways, and now that it was obvious that France was going for it, the Dutch was bouncing somebody. It just wasn't clear who.
And taking out Congo is pretty good for Dutch anyways. So
if you had to,
what are you gonna do?
If your options are between bouncing Congo and bouncing France, you bounce Congo. But ideally, ideally, Marstad moves to St. Marcos Bay to take Belim in the spring anyways. Now that army in Sao Sebastião, sorry, moves to Goiás here, and now you're like, okay, cool. I can ally myself with Portugal and ensure that they get this rather than positioning versus benefits and all that stuff. Carib could have gone to Japura, or it could have covered Promuvo and you still would have taken Amazonia if you had been in J earlier. You have more options in South America than you have just accepting that this fleet is doing nothing in South Atlantic the entire game.
I still a funny team from the Portugal.
I did just see that.
Later.
Portugal is already predicting their winning. I don't know about that, champ, but you're looking solid. Like, Ageron went for the option that I am.
This is the largest Portugal after year one ever. I think Socrates pointed that out. Something like that. But like this is the largest like year one Portugal ever.
Portugal is a feast or famine power, and this is
insane.
If I was the rest of the board, I would be scared of this Portugal after year one. Talking about
look at the specs chat real quick. Poland, Russia, Opta, and Eagles are all just dead. It doesn't get better.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Thank you all so much for playing in Blitz. Please, I beg of you, and this goes for any. We're what, 2 hours into recording now? I don't think this is anyone's gonna actually hear this. If you want to play in Blitz and you have not played in a Blitz environment before, please, I beg of you, learn your openings. Like, if I had infinite time, I would literally just get a whole bunch of book openings written just so that this doesn't happen with people. But you need to know your openings, especially in Blitz. You need to know what you're doing before. as soon as you know what your power is, you need to know how you're opening the game. You need to know who you're talking to. You need to know how you're approaching your openings. You need to know how the first year and a half is going to go for you before the game even starts, so that you don't end up in Poland's position where they have just been kicked out of Africa and walk into Wilno
You don't
unnecessarily.
walk out of Koningsberg ever. You need like the good fundamentals here. You
Mhm.
need to be able to read this map, no matter which version it is. I don't care if this is a new map or not. You need to be able to read this map. You need to be able to look at any map at all and be able to tell which dots you need, which dots you're going to get, which neutrals are yours, which neutrals you need to like bounce,
Mhm.
what your relevant powers are, who's going to threaten you, who's going to not, where people are generally going to want to expand. All of that to go into this.
You,
If you don't feel confident about that, then you need to like read up a lot.
yeah, the pre gaming is important, and like look at Abyssinia here. Abyssinia walked in Swakeen, then was but didn't follow that up. Now that just let Ottoman signal they're doing nothing. Like Ottoman completely undefended Cairo and were correct in it because they read Abyssinia as a player here who's just not getting much
Yeah.
success out of this game, and they were
And
correct.
now you piss them off and you have nothing to show for it. Acheron didn't even like follow up with the convoy in. Like you're just this is so bad.
Getting that pre
This is
gaming
like
done and knowing how you're approaching a blitz game, especially a blitz game. In regular ip it's fine. You have 2 days for every move, and you can flounder around. I have made I have made entire decisions for my entire turn an hour before the deadline in normal blitz. I've done that before. I'm guilty of that. But in a blitz game, you do not have that time. You need to know what you're doing long before you actually do it. I think that's
Yeah,
something.
and even if you do only have like 15 or 20 minutes, like one of the highest value things you can do is try to get a proxy for everything that Sultan Sports were just saying by like looking through past games and seeing like, oh yeah, this Portugal did well. What did they do in Spring '01?
Mhm. Study previous
yeah.
openings. Literally, go back,
I've
look at
seen
previous
some
games.
powers do that in the pre-game void here, and it's working out somewhat well. I
Mhm.
think.
Please just don't do what like Athapaska or Mughals or Poland has done this game. I promise. I do not want to dog on these players because they don't need dogging. Like this year one has gone bad for them. I think everyone recognizes they've gone bad for them. Do some pre gaming for Blitz. Know how your opening is going to go. Look at the map. Draw out some lines beforehand. Please, I beg of you, don't do this. And I think that's about as much as I want to harp onto it. And let's actually look at the players who
Yeah.
have opened very well. I want to talk about Portugal getting Ogeron to support them into
Can't
Burundi.
believe they doubled with this colony. This is like the most difficult colony to double with as
Mhm. Oh,
Portugal,
yeah,
and they managed it.
Portugal. Get,
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
I want to talk about this from the Ogeron perspective. I talked about this before. How there was an option for Ogeron to just kind of let these two be at it because France has kind of signaled that they're going to be more aggressive in the area since they took Kitkoe. I don't agree with just
Mm-mm. You bounce that.
yeah. I don't agree with this. You want to signal that you're gonna take thoughts from Abyssinia? Sure, you can.
Didn't go for Saka Lava either. Ajuan, you're. I
Yeah,
hate it.
Ajon is playing very
I.
friendly to Portugal. I guess the do you want to be an ally thing
Yeah,
kind of worked out.
they've played too friendly with Portugal. I would, no matter how friendly you are being with Portugal, don't let them into Burundi. Burundi only weakens your own defensive position.
See, there's a problem with this, and like King of Prussia has run into this problem almost every Blitz game he's played, and I've run it into it like most of the Blitz games that I've played, especially the ones I played him, is that he's exploding so much so early, and he's going to be the number one power on the board for probably the entire. And that when people look at the break, they're going to see Portugal number one, and people can already kind of feel Portugal's going so big, but like Blitz goes so fast, you don't really have time to organize that kind of a coalition against them. But like the break's going to happen. Everyone's going to see that Portugal is number one, and people are going. And on the break, people think, what do I want to do? Where do I want to take this game? Who is the biggest threat? And that answer is going to be Portugal. So people are going to come back from the break, see that Portugal is like so immense, and they're going to coalition Portugal.
I wonder.
And Portugal is still such a spread out power that it doesn't matter what stage of the game you're at, you are vulnerable to a coalition at every point.
I think that's very fair.
So
I think that's very fair as Portugal, and I think we're going to see that as we approach the mid game. Generally, in the mid, you don't want to look strong in the mid game generally, because that for that exact reason, it's going to happen. I don't think you should sacrifice your own opening in order to look less strong in the mid game, but I do think you want to be careful to not be that power that everyone's like, this is a board top threat.
yeah, like number 2 or number 3 is about where you want to be
Mm.
at the at the break, because first place just always dies from what I've seen.
I think what I will say as like a but to that, if you're Portugal and you're having this opening going this well for you, steamroll, go big.
Yeah,
I,
like take this and like run with it. Just know that that coalition is going to come.
Mhm. I I still don't agree with letting Portugal into Burundi. I think that's just kind of a sour spot for me. If you can somehow talk Portugal into stopping there, good, great for you. I don't
They
think
won't.
they won't.
King of Prussia won't.
They won't. But if you can, good for you. But you won't.
Honestly, I like the pivot into Congo better than I like the pivot into Azeron, because Congo and Dutch are going to fight here.
Congo and Dutch are going to fight, but you need at least a turn to move more armies against your front to a front against Congo
Yeah,
here.
like if you go like Burundi to like Lunda, Lupa, like Barot's Lupa, and Congo doesn't bounce either, which to be fair, they probably will. It could go pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Congo did get bounced out of St. Helena, so maybe. Yeah, we'll
I
see.
mean, we'll see. Yeah, we can speed through winter builds. I think this is it's everything
Yeah,
on the fall map.
we yeah. Let's just
Yeah.
let's just go ahead and grab the winter bills here. I think we've talked about everything here to depth in depth.
Did we catch
Oh,
East Asia?
yeah,
We
I
did
think we
it.
did briefly, right?
It looked fairly
Okay.
standard from what we saw from year
Oh
one.
my God, sports Iberia. They didn't. They didn't do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
They didn't do the armies. There's no armies.
Yeah, I mean the plus 14.
There's Fleet.
No.
Hold on, Fleet
Wait,
Trezibond
Army
and
Tunis?
Fleet Tehran. Okay.
Army Tunis though too. I'm sorry. There's so much I want to talk about here.
Army Smyrna?
Oh, that's going to be convoyed, 100%. Honest, probably to Russia.
Okay.
Oh, I actually
Oh,
like that a
oh,
lot.
sorry.
That's killer.
3 armies in Africa, no fleets in the Med. Oh, I guess Athens, but like, oh, okay, Ottomans. Okay, I see you.
I'm willing to see where they're cooking. I'm willing to see what they're going to cook up with this.
I don't know.
I don't know. Tunis should be a fleet, but I don't. The rest of it look fine to me. I think.
I'll agree with that. But I'm interested. I'm interested to see where they plan to send these armies. Are they also going to start to try and get in on the Abyssinia pie? Maybe.
I agree. I'm upset that Portugal didn't knife Spain here. I would have.
I think that
I would have gone for it.
I think that's something to say about us being more aggressive than them making a bad move. I'm going to be
Look,
honest.
I do have a tendency to go for stabs that other players wouldn't, but with Ottomans this powerful, with Spain looking this weak in the Med, come on,
Mm-hmm.
you can't not do it.
Yeah.
Army Mecca.
Army Mecca?
Hmm.
Army Mecca.
I guess that's
What
gonna
is
go
Army
to
Mecca doing?
Mara, like go to Mara, kind of like get control
Okay.
over that area.
Yeah,
Be
yeah,
like
yeah.
if you think Riyadh's out and back, you'll take that dot.
Yeah, no, that's
I've never
fair.
seen a 10 build Ottoman before. I just don't know what you would do
Yeah,
with all the
No,
builds.
that's
It's
it's
very
like
fair.
unheard of.
It's, at some point, you just have to ask yourself: is anything in Mecca good? Probably not. You
This
don't need it.
Ottoman Abbey alliance is unforeseen, though. Abbey doesn't build another.
Yeah, I don't think this is alliance. I think this is Ottomans talking to Abyssinia like it's an alliance, and Ottomans going
Can
to just roll
Abbey
south.
move that army to Zukar and then get into Arabia? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's what that new tile is there for that Zukar Island. It's there so that the little land bridge.
Okay.
I just want to point out though that Abyssinia didn't go for Aden in the
Yeah.
first year. They have fully
Yeah.
they went to Swakeen and then were like, Ottomans, I'm sorry, you're clearly cooking here. I'm gonna back out.
Yeah, with an Ottoman this strong, you don't want to give the Ottomans would die you.
I misunderstood your game. Please don't kill me.
Ottomans are friendly though. They're not. They like if they wanted to kill Ali, then Mecca would be a fleet,
Mhm.
which means they're probably gonna kill Asdron.
They're probably just gonna
Rip.
take the whole peninsula here and
And
then
then
worry about
Portugal
everything
has
else.
an even better game.
Well, Portugal, Safavids and Ottomans are clearly aligned. I don't think Portugal is gonna stick around in Muscat for very long.
No, but like I'm talking about like
In
Congo
general,
and Dutch are death warring. Asdron's gonna be weakened by this on
hmm
Lions. It's so good.
Yeah, just zooming around here, we do in fact see Fleet Moravi. Ogeron's cooked.
Oh yeah, they're stabbing Congo, I think, with the Army Delagoa probably. Yeah, I don't know. It could stab France, I guess, but it's
Eh,
probably a Congo stab.
Army Bearer Fleet Moravi. Is that a
Yeah.
is that a convoy angle? What's the reason to not do it the other way around?
Stab Congo? I don't know. That's a good point. Probably a con. Well, no, because you could do it. If you're stabbing Azeron, then Army Merapi and Fleet Bearer is better. I'm not sure.
hmm.
It feels
Yeah,
like
because you're.
doing it the other way around is just always better, right? Because you can go everywhere with the Army Bearer that you.
Yeah. It's like you're stabbing Congo, right? You want to Army Meravi to backfill Bimba or Barotes, either really. You
Maybe
can't
that,
do that with
Yeah.
Beira.
maybe this means that they're not going against Congo at all.
I don't know. This army build feels terrible to me. You can't reach anywhere with it.
Yeah.
It's
Just
probably a convoy, but even then, you do it the other way.
yeah, I'm just gonna zoom over the rest of the map for builds. Builds, especially this early, we don't need to talk about them too much. I don't think. I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can we go back to Africa for a second?
Yes.
Fleet Great Ardra, Fleet Cormonton.
Oh crap. Oh my god. Fleet Great Ardor, I agree with because Salto. Fleet Cormonton, I think is you
Have
misplay.
as Ottomans, you're joyous to see it. Like, as
Like, yeah,
Ottomans,
see
Ottomans in
all fleets West
Portugal.
Africa as Ottomans.
Ottomans,
Ottomans in Portugal are great in the time of their lives here.
even France. Like, look at France here. France is gonna have a fun little area here if they can manage to stabilize against Portugal and just have Portugal let them live.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, I
Um
if one of these two had built fleets, I think it would have been fine. Both of them building fleets, yeah, I think England is. I think it's going to be Netherlands, France against England is what we're about to see in the spring here.
yeah. I agree with that.
Let's just zoom over here. I'm not seeing anything that's really too out of the ordinary here.
Mhm.
Fleet Milwaukee?
No Fleet Chapelin from Athabasca.
That's fine.
No,
Why?
no Army Satu either.
What? Oh my
Okay,
Athapas is throwing.
okay, no Army Satu is throwing. I don't dislike not building a fleet here. I think that can be a bit of a trap sometimes if you aren't able to push effectively, but no build Satu. And I also want to talk about Fleet Mohawk from Yuja Shown here. Like, that
If
signals that.
if they'll lose, you are signaling that you're going to go after Alaska.
But would you want to do that, seeing how historically Athabasca is throwing here?
Absolutely not. Like this is the worst ally to have if you're stuck
Right?
for Alaska.
I,
You
Like you
probably want at
could.
least one fleet though, so I don't know if you build Yokuts over Milwaukee here.
I think
Yeah.
that,
I guess
especially with Spain throwing pressure on them, I think the correct move is either full start building against Spain or build armies to move against Athabasca. I don't
this
think a
could
second
be
fleet.
anti-Atha if you go to like Chinook, and, like they're trying to like hide it by building a fleet and not the
Maybe that,
army.
Oh
that, that
god.
feels like terror. That feels like
It's
terrorism to me.
it's not great, but like I don't know. I can kind of see the angle.
Okay. Let's quickly talk Asian builds over here. I'm not seeing anything too weird. Thank you, Ayutthaya, for building 2 armies against a Ming that exploded a little bit early. We've talked about this a little
Oh,
bit.
Ming is super weak, aren't they?
We talked about this a little bit
Are
before,
they?
but don't overbuild fleets as Ayutthaya. Uh,
Yeah,
Army Macau, you're trolling. I love it.
I love
I'm a fan.
Army Macau.
I love it.
You support yourself into Hanoi with the army, and you can actually like live a real existence in the area.
True.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Ming's
mean,
probably not a fan, but
nah, but like, if you can get some outs against me, it's
Mhm. Uh,
Mughals build in Saran. Okay, I don't know where you spend the 1 build if you're Mughals here.
if you're Mughals, you're dead anyways. I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
oh wait, Army Formosa. That's Ming is not looking great.
Oh,
Ooh.
this is a Dutch Portugal alliance, and I'm here for it.
I think is this going to be the rare Portugal, France, Netherlands? I think that could go hard.
It could be a Portugal Spain Dutch too. I could see it.
I think the Dutch are more likely to work with France and with Spain here. I don't think they're going to enjoy Spanish presence here. Maybe,
That's true.
maybe. The Dutch
Well,
did
yeah,
go for
the Timor area is also going to be a lot of big problem points between Dutch and Portugal, unless
Mhm.
they agree to trade it. I don't think Portugal would agree to trade it in this.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. One thing that we didn't touch on too much is that Tokugawa went for Bonin Islands instead of Ryukyu Islands, which it kind of signaled they were going to based on how they opened, but it does mean that the Dutch is allowed to exist here for longer, and now we're seeing Army Formosa because of it. Maybe there was some sort of talks about this that we're going to
I
see.
think Togu takes us out immediately.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, Dutch
Tot-
Dutch can exist with the army, like go against Ming, but Ryukyu Islands is not surviving.
It won't, but maybe we can see some leverage that
Maybe.
maybe the Dutch can go to Toku and say, "Hey, I just built Army Formosa. I clearly want to leverage against Ming. If you just let me keep Ryukyu Islands, we can both push against Ming here and both make gains." I could see that being the pitch that the Dutch at least give to Tokugawa. Will Tokugawa follow
Yeah.
through
So
with
what's
that?
the
No, but it's a pitch.
I
so what's
agree
the
with
angle
that.
that you propose to Tokugawa? Do you like tell them like, hey, we'll get you like Nanking if you go west? Like, it feels like Fleet Osaka. These kind of units don't really
Oh,
have anything good to do other than attack the Dutch.
You get Ming to bounce Toku in East China Sea. You risk Ryukyu Islands by moving out into like Okinawa Trow, probably to bounce that. Just open up the possibility that Kyushu Datsu, but I don't think Japan makes that move here. And with those bounces happening, you do have just enough power, so it'll be like a 2v2 Ryukyu Islands. So you keep that for another year, but you won't be able to build for Formosa in that case, so it still
mhm.
dies. But you do keep it for a little bit longer.
I think we're going to see more from Macau and Formosa this game that we're going to see in most games. But this is still Macau and Formosa we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a 4 build main gear, so they're not weak by any
Mhm.
means. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Just real quick, scrolling up here, double fleet Inuits there, double army from Russia there. Do you not build Novgorod? Okay. Sure. Sure, bud, sure. All right.
I also, yeah, if you're changing, just kill Russia. Russia's not a real power anymore.
Let's go to
Just kill him.
let's go to spring. Let's go to spring 43. Spring year 2.
Yep,
We can dwell on builds, but it's easier just to dwell on moves. That's the much more interesting thing. All right,
I agree.
let's start not India this time. I want to look at Athapaska first, honestly.
Yeah, India isn't super interesting anymore. We already know today.
What are these moves?
Mm,
Why are you holding Tilkonen? No, stop it. Stop it.
can we delete this area of the map?
Yeah,
I would love to.
I hate the moves from Athapaska, Ute Shoshone, and Spain. I hate all of their moves here. I do not.
Oh my god, if France is coring, that's his frontline core.
Okay, and
we have
Francis.
so many
Okay,
frontline.
wow.
Which actually no, I know these French players. Which one of you is controlling North America?
This is
I
I can't
criminal.
tell.
yeah,
Oh, it's a captain. Captain, no. Do not do this.
Look at what are these cores? I hate this. Okay.
I hate it so much.
All right.
France, you have lost my
I
respect this game.
hate all of these. Inuit. The only moves here that I can even somewhat be like, yeah, I see the vision are Inuit.
Yeah,
Oh my
Inuit is
god, France and
actually
England
cooking,
are at
but
war.
Inuit's going to take all of these Athapascan centers. They moved to Nunavut here, and they're in Nunavut and Hudson Bay. I would have done that with an army if that's what you were planning to do. Like, Inuit is clearly like, okay, you know what? Sure, Newfoundland, have it. Let me just get my Athapascan dots. And then France didn't even really move into Newfoundland, so
Yeah,
Inuit stay winning.
This is a France Netherlands against Britain.
Mm-hmm. And I called that. I called that like from what you're.
Oh my god, Portugal's moving.
Portugal's in here.
What?
Portugal's gonna tap Port Royal.
I think Portugal chose the wrong side in this.
Oh,
okay.
boy.
And England is stabbing Portugal.
Okay,
in,
yeah. Okay, but
India,
that's funny.
So
but that's funny.
It is funny.
I'm gonna allow that because
is England
it's
getting Iceland this year?
Looks like it.
No.
Well, Russia's contesting it, and Sweden.
Two on it, but Sweden and Russia do too.
Sweden and Russia have shown that they're working together as well, so probably not. Okay, I want to sit on North America, for instance. I want to highlight just how bad all of these moves are from pretty much everyone except Inuit here.
So the Athapascan player got stabbed turn 1 by their largest neighbor, right? Mm-hmm. Or yeah, and then moves against Shoshone here for no reason. The only person that could like help you out of the mess you're in, and they stabbed them. Yeah. While also doing the worst defensive moves ever.
Pretty much. And they're not going to get a dot, right? They didn't go to Gross Ventures, so they're not getting Lakota this year.
Yeah, Chilconin didn't even like commit to the stat, and like Slicho should not backfill. It should just move down to like Gross
Ventress.
And oh god, this sucks.
Athapascan gets 0 dots this year. They get 0. These spring moves have set them up for no new dots.
I do like that Shoshone may not dot with this, but this is terrible for Atha.
These Shoshone moves are also... I also really hate these Shoshone moves. Mawak going to Yakuts just screams to me that you didn't know what you were doing when you built that fleet, and you still don't know what you're doing with that unit.
Stab. I just screamed space stab with the fleet Aquala move, but Aquala should have gone to like that sea tile, and like Paiute should have gone to Sonora.
Because then you have 2 on Nueva Vizcaya. At the very least, you're contesting there.
So they soft stab Spain, but they don't commit to actually take a dot this turn.
They don't commit.
If you're stabbing Spain, Paiute Sonora feels just required. Mm-hmm. Like, get 2 on Nueva, get a chance at sniping Mexico City. Like, you need tempo. Going to Gosiote is not it.
Right.
You need Kiowa too, and I guess they didn't trust Spain, which is fair. They supported it in, but Kiowa is just such a crucial dot or space to hold too.
Yeah, and Jamie from the Popcorn channel here points out a very good point. You've just moved a fleet that you built in one unit, in one territory, to another place where you legally just could have built a fleet. You don't know what you're doing. Why did you do that?
No.
Again, signaling strength, and instead you're collapsing. Spain's moves I also hate, for the record. Spain bouncing Arapaho and then putting 0 additional pressure on the Ute Shoshone front line here. I absolutely hate. If Ute had gone to Steve Cortez and then moved Paiute to Sonora, I would hate Spain's moves. They didn't, so it doesn't matter. So who cares? But
I gotta rag on some cores real quick too.
All right.
Ojibwe, don't core. Cree, don't core.
Havana.
France in another core somewhere in like up north. Don't core that either.
Yep.
Nascapi shouldn't hold. Havana shouldn't core either.
Yep. All terrible.
I think that's all of them.
All terrible. I hate all of these. I hate.
Yep.
Can we take a nuke to this North American portion of the map here? Can we just nuke it a nice, pretty, clear sky blue? Call it Inuit and move on with our lives.
Yep. Yep. I'm so down with that. Do you want to move south?
Yes,
I
please.
forgive Inuit for Hudson Strait year 1 now.
Honestly, yes. Honestly, yes. Inuit, they opened a little weird. They didn't fully commit to the move against Athabasca. Now they are committing. Now they're taking everything. Please do. It's yours.
Yeah,
And like the
absolutely.
Dutch are just gonna the Dutch are contesting Jamestown, and they're splitting Mohawk and Boston here. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love
England
this.
is so dead here, which is a nice
England's
change of
not only is
pace.
not I thought France would be the one benefiting from this, but clearly they're not because they're training their own units to get bounced in estuary. Oops, sorry, I zoomed out there.
This is normally a good set for France. Like Atha's weak.
Mm-hmm.
Shoshona's getting dogpiled by Atha and Spain. Dutch is working with you against Britain. This is like the best
Right.
France that you can get here,
I
and these cores are throwing it away.
French players would dream of this year 2 position, and they're throwing. They're literally trolling.
Uh,
Okay,
maybe there's still some room here, but
yeah.
it's not off to a great start.
Let's look at the positive. Netherlands are actually going to do something with their American centers here, which is always great to see.
Yep.
I'm excited.
I
I'm
think
very excited.
Portugal. Why are you playing for Port Royal? I don't know why you would. You are.
The decision to ally England here, because this is probably we're going to work with a Brit here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do this, especially because England kind of signaled anti-Portugal in fall '01 with them trying to support Mughals
Mhm.
into Portugal's dot.
I
I wouldn't work with England here.
I don't like it, but I will appreciate that Portugal is making plays. They are doing something with their units, which is more than I can say for pretty much everyone else in North America. So I'm going to give them
My
that.
bar is low.
True.
They are doing something, and something is more than coring.
If you
Yeah,
like
I
coring,
think
we can scroll down a bit.
Yeah, let's
know
get it over
Luxon
with.
pinged
You've
once that we
cored
weren't legally
Caracas
allowed to
and
comment on his nuke set.
You've cored Caracas and Japura.
Thanks,
No,
drawing.
no, no, no,
And of course, Dutch are
no,
moving in to stab Spain.
no. Ugh.
Oh my god, Poland didn't build a new Courland. Just move there.
But Poland only had 3 builds, anyways.
Yeah, just kill Poland. What are you doing?
Oh, this looks like a map error. It doesn't show Poland as controlling Barbados.
Oh, it's fine.
They have it.
We know.
We know they have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Okay.
I said earlier.
uh,
I said earlier that I was only going to bring up once why these frontline cores are bad. So I'm not going to bring it up again. These are awful. These are terrible, 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 awful moves. Spain is going to die for these moves.
yeah, Dutch managed to talk Britain into doing a move set that would get Dutch both of these British cores this turn.
Yeah,
I guess they could retreat, and no, both these British cores are gone. So
Yeah,
good tactics from Dutch here.
France and Spain are both looking great. Not France and Spain. France and the Netherlands are both looking great in the Caribbean here. France not quite as much with England putting pressure, but as Netherlands, I'm solid with this position as Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean every colonial except Britain and maybe not Spain. Asterisk on Spain, but every colonial except England is playing really well here.
I think England is throwing. I think Spain is throwing. If it wasn't for this North America, I think France is doing well. But with these North American orders, I'm going to say that France is throwing. I think this is going to be a Netherlands-Portugal dominated game if they can sort out their Southeast Asia, which is honestly where I want to look next. But we'll get to that in a second.
I know the players on that. I'm really curious on when the stat's gonna come. I just don't know when.
Scroll down here. Yeah, Mapuche's moving against Guarani. We saw that coming. Guarani full send.
Don't hate the course here. This is a good way to like have an excuse to keep those units in that spot without like committing against anything.
I will admit I
hate a hold though.
It is a fancy hold, but that's honestly a good move here because you don't know if Aymara is going to attack you or not. Chipea hold is the worst thing I've ever seen, though.
If I'm Aymara in this position and I just got Mapuche to help support me into Liquidana to say, hey, yes, that's the signaling. We're going to work together. If I'm Aymara and I see that, I know where Mapuche is going next. It's against Guarani. So moving to Witchy and to Lueve, well, that's a fleet, so you can't, but at least moving to Witchy here and putting that position on the Guarani centers, I think would be so much more beneficial than just sitting there.
If you're holding Chippewa, you could move the fleet out and then like arrange a bounce there with the Mapuche, and that's just a better set,
Hmm?
straight up.
Yeah, I
Uh,
don't like these moves from Aymara, and these moves from Guarani are asking to get stabbed, which they do get stabbed.
we are seeing some blood here. Aymara is stabbing Portugal, and they're getting stabbed by Spain too.
Well,
So
yeah,
this is why you want Ulas Malvinas as Guarani. Look at
yeah.
what Mufuji's doing right now.
Mhm.
This.
Hmm. Yeah, but like as for Ronnie, you can't ask for that dog. Like as dangerous as this as Mapuche has dot is for you, Mapuche definitely doesn't want you to have that dot either.
Oh,
It's
for
just
sure.
Well,
yeah, it's horrible for both.
here's the thing with there's a flip between Buenos Aires and Islas Malvinas, between Guarani and Mapuche. They both definitely want that dot, but they both can't have that dot without, being in a death war with each other. If I'm Guarani, I try and smooth talk into Islas Malvinas over Buenos Aires pretty much any time.
You need to bounce Argentine. You just need to bounce that, and like you need Mapuche. Ideally, like you agree to bounce that with Mapuche and avoid a fight there,
Mhm.
but you should bounce that every time.
I think so.
For sure. Yeah, if you're not getting it, you need to bounce.
I want to scroll up to Portuguese moves here. Some of them I like, and
Ooh,
some of these moves I
the
like and they didn't pan
Aymara
out.
and
And
Guarani coalition.
yeah,
And
eh,
Dutch from the looks of it. Maybe Dutch.
I I think. All right, I'm gonna be honest. I think this entire South America is just gonna be a wash. Everything all of these moves here just kind of turn into Mapuche moves into Guarani, and that's about it.
It looks like all the colonials are working together. They all are moving on Aymara here, so Aymara's gonna have a terrible game.
Well,
But Portugal
not really, because
is in the worst spot of all the colonials.
if Spain and the Netherlands were working together, they would have pushed into Madeira this turn. They did not. Instead,
They still can though.
but the Dutch have moved into Goiás, a position which only really threatens Portugal after
I
Aymar
can
has been
see
kicked out.
this as a move to get an extra dot on Madeira. This frees me that like they couldn't agree who gets Madeira, or just couldn't, or just didn't have the time to like coordinate a stab on Mars. Like maybe they're both like individually coming to the conclusion that they want to stab
Maybe,
Aymara here, and just didn't have time to like press it out.
but now
Good on Portugal for defending here though.
Permubo's going to
Portugal did
Korea.
build Army Salvador here, so it's
Yeah.
also possible there's some hedging of like, I'd like to defend Moritz-Stad with not a fleet. I don't know how I
Yeah,
feel about that.
Mhm.
I could see it. There's some trust going here with like Marside moving into Atlantic.
It- There's some trust going on here. I don't know how I feel about this whole region. I think it all just comes out to a wash. I think it all just
I think
it just
I
feels
think
like it doesn't
Aymara
matter.
dies. Guarani probably dies too. And which colonial comes out on top is really up in the air right now.
I don't think it's Spain. I think it's one of either Portugal or Netherlands in South
I
America.
think Spain has the best position here, but the cores don't give me hope.
Yeah. Positionally they're fine, but tactically I do not see where Spain is going with their moves.
Yeah, I Dutch allying France means they can't secure their position in South America too.
Mhm.
So we'll see.
All right. I do want to move over to Oceania here. This is the area that I really want to see. If Okay, no. I was about to say if Netherlands and Portugal are really working together, they would get this figured out. Instead, we are seeing two units on Flores and the Dutch supporting Spain in order to try and put pressure on Donny. They are not working together.
No, I'm seeing this out in the public square. I'm sorry. I don't think the Diplostrats duo is getting along well with each other. It seems like they're not coordinating well, and it seems like the Portuguese duo, also. It looks like there's some coordination problems.
That could be what's going on.
So we'll. I don't know when. I don't know like like when these messages were sent, I think it's like fall year 2, so we'll see what happens.
Mhm.
The other thing to point out though, I hate these cores.
These cores are awful. They're absolutely disgusting, and I hate them. And you know why they're absolutely disgusting and hate them? Hey, look! Ayutaya's in Natuna Sea!
Oh
For
god, Andaman
free!
core, really? Actually, no, Andaman
Andamon
core's fine. That army
core!
has nowhere to go.
Andamon
Bench of
core!
Mason, yeah, this sucks. Okay. Um, this isn't
That army
stabbing,
is just really
Portugal
unfortunately.
sad, unfortunately.
Portugal supports
Yeah.
Ayutthaya into Hanoi instead of taking it for
Okay.
themselves?
It, I. Okay. That's
Ew! Ew! Brother,
neither of
ew!
those units move. Okay, Portugal.
Brother,
I mean, I like the
Uh,
ew!
Ayutthaya position a lot now.
Ayutthaya looks fantastic. They've got Andaman Islands for free. They're in Natuna Sea and are going to be able to start putting pressure against Spanish Philippines now fairly conductively. They've got Portugal
what
on
the
side if they're
Eagles
in
doing?
Hanoi.
Yeah, Mughals is
Okay,
dead, so you're getting full
entering
cut up.
coast to Coco's Basin. What is this? Of all the things that I would have done with
Sure,
this fleet, that is not one of them.
they're dead. Who cares? Do a funny.
You're just screwing over Dutch for no reason.
It is funny.
Absolute
Okay.
cinema.
On that note, I do need to leave. I will come back after the break, but
Absolutely.
yeah. Hope you guys have a good one.
For sure,
That's
for sure.
fine.
We'll see you
I'll see you
again.
later.
See you again in a few hours. This is yeah, exactly.
Cinema.
Imagine being the Mughals here and thinking, you know who I am the most spited by right now? The Dutch. Clearly, it's the Dutch.
Beagles are a terrorist
And,
right now.
and
That's all it
look at
is.
this. Look at this. England is also moving against Portugal here. They're also signaling that
Oh,
they're
we
willing to
don't
work together, but
coordinate.
they don't coordinate. They could have prevented Portugal
What?
from being in Hyderabad, but they.
They're not moving on Delhi? Why? Why are you pushing me here when
You
Portugal has
support
your capital?
Russia in. You vote Russia in. Okay, first of all, great.
God.
First of all, great Matador by Safavids. As Mughals, this is an awful
Love
move,
that.
though. I need to stop being flabbergasted at bad news to really quickly appreciate a good move here. Fantastic Matador, but we'll cover that in a second. Mughals, you're dead.
I don't know why you are pushing me here when Portugal has your capital.
This is awful.
And of course, like Ming is attacking you, but like of course they're attacking you. You're so weak right now that everyone's going to. What? Oh my God, Meagles, stop this!
And
This is terrorism.
Ming's moves in general just aren't great. Like Ming's moves don't accomplish much of anything here.
I don't love the Dutch moves either. They sucks. Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Well, the Dutch moves are along the lines of what we were hoping they would do in order to try and keep this territory by keeping Tokugawa on side. It's just that Tokugawa didn't, agree to let them live.
Yeah, it's rough.
All right, let's real quick talk about Ayutthaya again. We kind of glossed over it. Ayuttaya's in a really great position right now, though. I really like Ayutthaya at the moment. If they can position outwards a little bit and just, I think they're going to rotate into. They're lining up against Ming here. I think they're going to rotate into getting Bamo and Kunming very soon. I dig it.
Yeah, this should be pretty good. Dutch are kind of dead here, but maybe Portugal can make something out of this.
Maybe. I want to see how Toku advanced this turn. Not fantastically, but that could have gotten a lot worse.
I don't think stabbing Qing is the play here. Maybe Ming is kind of strong with Beagles collapsing.
I would agree that Toku moving against Qing isn't the best of idea, but Qing moved against Toku, so it worked out.
I think this is more of a leaked. Like Toku tried to coordinate with Ming against Qing, and then Ming leaked it probably.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Hai Yang is.
That's Pyongyang trying to support Fusan into Haiyang. It looks like.
Yes, I think so. Huh. Yeah,
weird movesets
from Qing and
I think
Ming.
Toku's just gone. I'm fighting. I'm just moving. I'm moving out. Whoever that ends up fighting, that's who I'm fighting. Do I agree with that? No, I'd like for you to
Yeah,
have a solid ally first and foremost. But if this works, then it works.
I just want to scroll up a little bit to
Mhm.
anyone in Russia. Supporting Russia is the wrong. Russia is dying. You take
Yeah.
Russia's dots.
Get Russia to support you.
Yeah, Russia needs the help more than you need Russia.
Hmm. Yeah, I just
Speaking of which, Russia moves south here. Like if you go,
Russia. Why
yeah,
are you in
into Gobi.
Gobi? Why are you in Gobi?
Well, hate her fun. What?
It's right. Okay. Okay.
Whatever. All right, Russia.
Yeah.
Russia has not time here.
I don't want to linger on the moves that we know are bad too much. We have harped a fair amount on some of these moves that we thought were bad already. I really want to focus on the good moves so that we can look at the players who we think are going to dominate this game. I want to look at
You want to
Sophovids.
go to Europe?
I want to look at
Ottomans too. I want to see both of these.
Sophovids and Ottomans. I really like this Matador from Sophovids. This is a beautiful execution of this move. What's happened here is that Russia is now in Uzgin, but because that you've moved your unit to Hisar here, you're just gonna pop Uzgin in the fall anyways. Now you're both in Turkestan and Uzgin, and you forced disbanded this Russian unit. Really wonderfully executed by the Safavids here.
You don't have Kiva defended though, so there is potential for Russia to defend Kiva, and you can't
Oh, that is
pop
oh,
the
that is
Russian
land
dot
bordered.
in Uzgen because they'll retreat to Kiva.
I did
I
not
do
see
like the
that land
Caspian
border.
fleet
Ooh.
build. I do like the Caspian fleet build, but that is the consequence of that is that you can't do this safely.
That is very fair. I had not noticed that that was a adjacency there. I hope Safavid has noticed because that could go poorly. But
We'll find out in fall.
in general, I really like the Safavid's moves here. They unfortunately kind of get forced out here because they took
Oh
Ottoman support in a
wow!
way that doesn't actually
Ottomans
work for them.
are going to convoy 2 armies up north. That's a total of
Mhm.
6 armies in this really space. I think that's a
Ottomans
bit of an overcommitment.
Ottomans get Bakhcherassi without being contested, though. Of note.
Yeah, they don't need more armies. I can see a convoy to like Kharkiv going really well. Like 1 convoy is good, 2 convoys, I don't know.
Well, I don't know. If I'm Ottomans right here and I see Russia fully, like, completely overcommitting in a sense right here and not getting much of anything done, if I can stick an army in Bakhcherassi and slap Shu and get into Krakow, and if I just become Russia's southwestern front here, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The issue here is that I like Ottomans going in on the, but it's hard to keep that going north. I mean, well, actually, no. Point collapsing. I think you do have a good line north.
Yeah,
But
I think
Austria is stabbing now.
yeah, let's move over. I like the Ottoman strategy here. It's unfortunate because Austria has fallen out of favor with you, as we are going to look at here. But if you can push against Russia and then also pivot against Poland, I absolutely really like this Ottoman moveset.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Austria has decided that they do not want to play ball anymore, and they are going to take Spliff and then contest Sarajevo thereafter.
Ottomans also demonstrating why you build little fleet
Mhm.
Tunis.
Tunis would have prevented a lot of this Spanish pressure in the Mediterranean
I, I
here.
don't I don't know why you're not pushing Spain as the Ottomans here. You're in Sardinia, which is a Spanish natural.
Mhm.
If you're gonna be in that dot, you need to be pushing Spain.
Right.
You can't have peace with them.
Yeah, now Spain just has what 3 units on Sardinia.
Uh-huh. And Ottomans only built the 1 extra med fleet. I think that's a huge misplay.
Hmm. All right.
Mm.
I want to highlight one thing real quick. This Marrakesh move is illegal. I just want to point that out before we move on.
Oh,
Get trolled.
oh, it doesn't read like they're trying to stab Portugal either, so I'm not sure what this is trying to do.
Yep. I want to focus on Europe here because as much as we criticize France North American moves this turn, these European moves, like these are good.
No, or
Okay, yeah, core, but like this disregarding the core, I really like these moves.
I agree.
Granted,
And besides the core, it's solid.
they have moved an army to Normandy in order to prepare an invasion of the English Isles. That Ghent is now in southern Bight, so you're going to be able to guarantee a convoy onto the English Isles into London this turn, unless England England has to leave North Sea in order to defend whole London. But now, if you can go to Sweden and say, "Hey, can you just give us a lovely little tap on North Sea real quick?" Glorious turn.
Mm-hmm. I love how these channel bounces return in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious to me.
And as England, you kind of have to do it because you see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, those France gotta have to do it too.
Yeah.
So we'll just keep going.
I
I think if Edinburgh is holding, it should core too. But whatever.
I would definitely much rather see, I guess, Luxembourg going to Cole. If you're not moving out with Strasbourg, which I understand, if you want to advance the front line, you kind of want Dijon and Bern. I understand. I would much if you're on friendly terms with the Dutch, you can still move into Colm and still be in pressure against them because you can negotiate with that. And honestly, you should so that you have the advantage later if you want to decide to pivot.
It
I
looks like
guess.
they're going anti-Austria here, and if that's the case, you need to be moving every army towards that. Like Savoy move is good, Dijon to Bern is good. Paris to Strasbourg should be happening here. Strasbourg to Stuttgart should be happening here,
Right.
and then like move that Lux army to Strasbourg to backfill. That's how you want to do it.
I would agree if it weren't for the fact that I think moving Paris to Normandy now is kind of forcing the Dutch hand to say, hey, the French army needs to be the one that's convoying up to London.
Mm-hmm. And they're working together in North America too, so this is an alliance.
I think I like the French move here, forcing the Dutch to be like, you need to support me because otherwise I've got this French army that's just going to tap again.
Yeah, if I'm Dutch, I see that. Then like I'm just gonna stab France. I think.
Yeah, I think these North American moves are absolutely trolling, but I really like the French European moves, or notwithstanding.
Yeah. Going down to Africa a bit, I think maybe this was like a Rabat for Canaries trade. No, never mind. It's not. Okay, I don't know what this Marrakesh.
I don't know what's going on over here. I just know it's not great. Let's just Thunderdome here. Ottomans, you're trolling.
I hate
You're trolling. You're trolling. You're trolling. You have Molly.
The Ottomans. Never mind.
You have Molly. What you're throwing? Ugh.
I hate. I almost got myself fooled into liking
you got us so hyped up.
Ottoman players.
You got us so hyped up, and you're doing this now.
I almost liked them. Almost. It's free Molly, man. What's going on?
Free real estate. Free real estate.
Agadez too. Could have gone there.
Agadir's nuts. Okay.
Only.
Portugal is going to really, really like this region. I mean, but not really. The Portuguese moves
Why are you not
great, though.
It kill?
Portugal can't take Jacob Fort this turn, unless Poland lets them. They can't take St. Louis this turn if France just covers their dot, which I imagine they will because then they can just build there. They bounce. You're not contesting Mali. You're trying to support Ottomans into Mali. Like,
I think this was the moveset Luxon didn't want us to comment on. This just feels bad to me.
I'm going to remind the commentators that joke is recorded. Guess what? I did the Haggadis nuts in the last Blitz as well.
Nice.
Yeah, we're gonna dunk on all these cores. Don't get me wrong, and like I can already see an Abyssinian core out the corner of my eye.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about Dutch moves here. I think the Dutch moves here are really
Congo's dead
because Congo's throwing. Congo is kind of throwing with this defense.
Congo's dead here. Why are you? I guess they thought Abby would move them, which they did, but
not really.
Man. No, they moved.
Abyssinia's moved in.
Congo here. Yeah, Astron's moving in. Portugal's going in. The Dutch are going in. Poor
This is
Congo.
Congo not enjoying their position. The Dutch are gonna love it. Somehow the Dutch have managed, and then maybe this is just there's two players and the coordination hasn't really clicked between the two of them. But the Dutch has managed to both move aggressively anti-English in North America while also having the English African moves not really threaten them. England is not threatening their African game here, and as the Dutch, I would love that. The Dutch want to just focus on Congo here, get their position against Congo completely fortified and set up.
Yeah, I just have to wonder in this Congo situation is because like the Dutch and Portuguese players are like really good at pressing and like obviously they're coordinating here and just getting that whole region together, or this is just some massive failure of press on Congo's part. I'm really interested to see like I don't know why Ajuron is doing this. I think Ajuron is probably making a mistake here.
I,
I think it's seeming to be going in against.
I'll agree with
Actually, no,
that.
this might be
I'm.
anti-Portugal for Ajuron
I
instead of
think.
anti-Congo.
I think these are anti-French moves from Ageron.
Zanzibar shouldn't hold. This
Yeah.
reads anti-Portugal to me, except for the hold in Zanzibar.
Yeah. I don't know. And you held up here in Haboyo. I don't know. Like what you could have done is you have Haboyo move over here into Marig, and then you convoy that onto like Imirania or Sakalava.
Uh, yeah, I don't know. Ajuron is slowly their position less and less playable as time goes on. I think.
Yeah, these are small moves. I want to hear what's going through their head because these are not the sort of catastrophic mistakes that we have put other people negative in a negative light for. Like these are small. These are
I think
smaller
it's just
decisions.
classic. It's just classic, like first Blitz game. I don't know what to do. I don't have enough time playing things out. I don't know who I want to go after.
Mhm.
Like the indecisiveness is probably what's going on here.
You know what?
It's just gonna kill their position. I think.
You know what I think? I think more people who are participating in these blitz games need to play some gunboat in classic. I think
Absolutely.
I think I think playing gunboat in classic diplomacy is the best way to prepare yourself for a game like this. Other than the pre-gaming that
No,
I went on earlier, knowing your openings.
speedboat too would be even better.
Like play it like blitz
I would
chess.
love that.
30 seconds. You don't have time to press. You only have time to instinctually put in moves. 30 seconds.
Yeah, like, I think these Blitz games are the best way to showcase like how good people are at tactics. Because in a normal game, usually like everyone comes up with like the best move because they have so much time to plan it out.
Mhm.
In these Blitz games, you have to make like this choices like immediately because timing in orders, especially for most of these powers, or especially for colonials, we'll get to regionals later. Like these colonials are spending a huge chunk of their phase just typing in orders, like making sure there's no spelling errors with it within the bot. So like
Mhm.
you have so little time to take things out as that you need to have like just good like instinctual like tactics to really succeed at this.
Absolutely. Tactics plays a huge part in blitz. There was something I was going to say. I wanted to say something. I can't
Um,
remember what now. It was
Poland has a sub apparently.
Poland. A call was called for a Polish sub. Based on Poland's opening, I think they are no longer enjoying the game. I certainly wouldn't, as well.
I wonder why.
There was something. It was
This
important.
is
There was something else I was going to say. It was about Blitz as a whole. Why can't I remember it? I hate when I do this.
You'll
I'm
remember
sorry.
it later, probably. It'll come back to you.
Yeah. Tactics as well. I just want to quickly bounce out here. Yeah, France is just getting forced out.
Ooh.
Portugal's taken the whole region. That's kind of what we were expecting to see here. Abyssinia, I hate these moves. Yeah, I like some of them and I hate others. I like
Are
that
they
you're.
going back to attacking Ottomans? Because no, you already tried that and backed off.
Yeah,
You can't get back on it.
I don't like that you're doing the
Okay.
cha cha slide. I like that you're doing something. Like, harp on Abyssinia for making moves that seem contradictory to the moves that they did last turn, but they're doing something. They're putting pressure on Aiden. They're putting pressure to take Congo centers, and maybe they'll be able to talk with the Dutch to be able to secure some of those. You can talk with Audron to secure Bonda. They're doing something, and that's better than
the
what Congo is
contradictory
doing.
moves are classic Blitz too. Like I've done that. If I move one way and the next turn immediately go the opposite, so I can't hate.
I think we talked about everything over here, though. Should we see if what's your call? Has North America gotten better or worse since last turn?
Worse, so much worse.
Let's see it.
That's my call. Okay.
I see three
more
cores
cores from
again.
France.
I see 3 cores again.
Are these?
No, these are the same
This
moves.
feels like the exact same moves. Okay,
These are the same moves.
I was
We've
going
already
crazy
covered
for
these. I thought we were on the next map and we hadn't seen those yet. My bad.
Yeah, I think that's everything actually. We can go on
Yeah,
to
that is
fall,
everything.
I think.
I don't think there's
Right.
anything else here.
Yeah, let's do fall.
Let's do North America
Or-
next turn then, and let's just start with that. Let's see if they got worse.
Yep.
Looking
So I say worse. What do you think?
worse.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe I
Oops.
hope that we are wrong.
Those are fall of last year. Hold on, let me just make sure I'm pulling up the right map.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're not worse. Okay, I actually don't hate this.
That's not the moves map. Why can't I find the moves map for fall?
That's weird. There's some stuff I want to point out here once
There
you
it
get
is.
to North America.
There we are. Sorry.
Look at Portugal and Port Royal
They got
first.
in, didn't they? Lamau.
Somehow.
Absolute cinema.
Somehow.
Absolute cinema.
All right, France.
And look,
Listen to me.
look, Athapaska's not Athapaska, Inuits realize that they're not getting any pressure to take away their Newfoundland dots. They're just in Newford banks. They're just in the banks.
All right, France. Where else does this Portugal fleet go? Just tell me. What did Luxon say to you that this Portugal fleet would be doing? I'm curious.
Wait, and France supports Inuit into St. Anthony instead of supporting themselves in? What? Huh? You're trolling.
Wait, is that double support? Oh, that is France. What are you doing?
It's double support of the Inuit army in.
They're also supporting Inuit to Cree. You could have like traded a support into Cree for like a support into St. Anthony.
I hate these French moves. These French moves are awful.
Yeah, you're not finishing your cores. I don't think you should finish the better, but like this just proves that you shouldn't have cored in the first place. Oh my gosh. Okay.
These moves are terrible.
Is that Dutch supporting France into Mohawk though?
It is.
It's hard to tell.
France does get into Mohawk here because England decided to self-bounce Boston instead of support hold Mohawk. When you could have had,
well, at least
when you could have had Gulf of Maine bounce in Boston instead of.
Oh my God, Portugal took Bermuda too. I just saw that.
Oh my.
No shot. They're dotting both of them. I love this. This is terrorism from a. This is
okay. That's great.
Luxon, I think.
That's great.
I love this.
All right, Portugal stay winning. France is clearly France is bumbling their fantastic position. England doesn't know how to defend. Stab them both. What are they gonna do about it?
Clearly nothing. I think someone commenting in the specs chat that France and England go to war, and both of them are -1 this year. So, yeah, this is pretty good.
Yeah, I would like to point out these are not sustainable Portuguese holds. Like these are just dots. These are not dots you really want to be taking in the early game. But it's not nothing. These are going to be converted into builds. It's just that I don't think these are going to be held centers.
Yeah, I don't love this either, but with the Port Royal fleet too, and I get everybody backfilling now. Is that who's going to is it now 5 here?
Sorry?
Someone's moving into North Atlantic here. I'm just not sure who.
That is Spain.
Oh, okay. Maybe not then. I think Portugal should backbuild here. Whatever.
All right.
Let's go back to North America.
Yeah, North America. I haven't even scrolled over a little bit, and we can, and it gets worse. It gets worse, but I think Inuit.
I think this is better. Athabasca actually tries to defend.
Not very well, but they have tried. It succeeds for them in this regard, so they defend Chapeon, but they are
They only lost three. Considering their tactics every other turn, this is a pretty big
okay. Sure,
turnaround.
sure. Compared to every other turn, this is passable. I think this. I think this is just going to devolve into Inuit looks great here. Netherlands look fine. They've at least not made a terrible move yet. And I don't have faith in anyone else. Spain has gone back to support holding Ute Shoshone in Arafeo, which I remind you, that's the center they bounced Ute Shoshone out of last turn, just to remind you.
Shoshone backs off Spain. I mean, I can see why Spain could guaranteed hold everything, but like you really should have moved more on Spain. So like, yeah, now they're seeing the fleet back up here. Now Utah's on the back foot.
Spain's support holds Arafeo while moving their units to put pressure on Akawala. Why?
I don't get this. I don't get this at all.
You're trolling.
This is the one blitz where Shoshone won't
apparently
just kill everything though. France is like really against Shoshone here. I'm not sure what happened here.
I honestly I don't want to talk about it. I like Inuit's moves. Inuit has somehow talked France into giving them both of the supports into this region. Inuit looks fantastic. Netherlands look fine. I don't hate their moves. Everyone else, I don't care. Like these tactics, I hate. Like these are off. I hate.
Yeah. These. So the French-English War has been on for like a while now, and France gets 1 dot from it.
Yeah.
You're great game, guys. You know. Hey, I don't know. Does that deal? Maybe they both got it at the same time, and that's why. Like this is bad for both of y'all.
Cherokee's open. Yeah, Cherokee isn't even touched. No one's touched Cherokee this turn. Okay, we're gonna move on. I'm getting botched by these moves.
Yeah, we can go south here. We're gonna hit break in like an hour.
I want to see Inuit succeed. That's about all I want to see from this region. We see the funny zigzags over here because these territories.
Spain, if you're going for Havana, at least.
What am I? Okay, the zigzags are funny here. France gets into St. Lucia.
Oh.
Spain taps New Portland.
Okay, at least England is taking.
Why didn't she? Here. France failed the 50-50 over here.
England doesn't. I don't know what these Englishmen are doing. I know. And this is area with England and Dutch is so weird. I can't tell what's going on here. I think Dutch are supporting France into Antigua. I don't know. England is moving to St. Lucia? Why? What? Dutch. Okay. I don't. England isn't trying. I don't know where Leeward Sea.
That just kind of all. That all just feels like a wash. That's just a wash.
Yeah. Dutch stab Spain though.
Like I said, they would.
Yep, you were right.
Like,
as there's a Matador too. There's the morning Spain against Aymar and backfilling. I love that.
Yeah, Matadors are so fun. For those of you who don't, I'm calling it a Matador because of Team Fortress 2 of all things. But basically, a Matador is when you convince the enemy to present their back to you. You support, in this case, supporting Spain out of Japura so that you can then backfill Japura behind them.
I love seeing it.
It's a fantastic move. We saw it with Sopovid's last turn against Russia. It was great. Here, it's giving Netherlands some great position. I wish they would have moved their units in the spring a little differently if this was their intention.
Oh.
They're also getting dotted in Maritstad. Yep.
Of course, Luxon would. Of course, Luxon would go for it. I think I read their chat actually. I think one of the specs pointed out. Luxon specifically said, "You don't want me to dot this, right? About that, about Maritstad."
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes for it after pointing it out.
Oh, of course. 3 dots.
Terrorism. I love it.
I think this all evaluates to Aymara is no longer allowed to play the game, and thus are sad. They lose their capital because they lose a 50-50.
Portugal also not in a great state.
Yeah,
Aymara is
Portugal.
still pushing them, but
Portugal.
Aymara will stop, and Guarani is making progress, which is great.
Ronnie's making progress. They're kind of just presenting their back to Mapuche here and just
Oh my
continuing to
god, they
press forward
not
into
defend Buenos
Portugal.
Aires at all? Didn't even try. Ah, whatever. Okay, Guarani's
Sure,
dead.
sure, whatever.
Like the Portugal is getting attacked by both the regionals here, but they're both the regionals they're getting attacked by are also
Mhm.
like under heavy pressure, so they can make
This
something.
is this is such a mess. Like the Netherlands are moving against Spain, but they're also supporting Spain against Aymara. Portugal is dotting the Netherlands, but they're also facing intense pressure from both the regional neighbors. Guarani is continuing to push north while actively being backfilled by Mapuche. It's such a mess. I love it.
I love how chaotic this entire region gets now with all the it's great.
I think if I think if Mapuche is able to just continue their leverage here, I think Mapuche steamrolls Guarani and is able to take position. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, but they're doing okay.
Yeah, I mean it's doable. They can work with it. The army in Buenos Aires is pretty nice too. They can just
Mhm.
keep pushing from there.
Dude, getting Buenos Aires
Um,
for free, literally just for free. Go for it.
yeah. Do you want to pan over to Europe?
Let's go to Europe first. Yeah, sure. Uh,
Yeah, that's standard. We knew that was gonna happen.
wait, where did the why are you not attacking London? Why are you not being supporting into London? Huh?
Why are you holding? Okay, this is Diplo strat. I don't know which one has his Europe position.
What?
But
What?
yeah, I don't love these holds.
What? What?
Maybe they didn't have enough time to type these orders. I want to
Normandy?
give them the benefit of the
Normandy?
doubt. I don't know.
Normandy goes to Nantes? Huh?
France, no, you are never getting into channel. What is this?
What? What is?
And Portugal's in
Yeah,
thing up on Nance. What the
Portugal goes to
hell?
Bay of Biscay? Sure,
Why?
sure.
Why?
France.
It was.
I mean, France has just
I want
decided.
to see Portugal convoy.
Okay, so last turn I was like, okay, they're throwing in America, but their European player is maneuvering themselves fairly well here in this Europe, and now I think their European player has fallen down to where their American player was and has realized, oh wait, shoot, we're not supposed to be playing well.
Poor Firebender. His Firebender on this year on Europe.
And core Ottoman core, Spain core, Poland support holds. I hate.
Okay.
I
All right. So I
seized.
do I do want to see Portugal convoy into France here. That's the only thing I care about on this map
Please do.
anymore.
Please do.
um, I yeah. All of
I
this is just
I want to be supportive of these moves here, but Ottoman's complete.
Ottomans
Ottomans has backed up.
bouncing in Naples with Austria.
We
That's
started
hilarious.
with an Ottoman's position that looked like they were going to be able to have a dominant Mediterranean, and Spain completely walked back and forth from their entire position, and now we see Spain has just leveraged Ottoman's poor planning and movements into now they're in Tunis, now they're in Sardinia. Spain's lost all their position. They keep Naples because Austria and Ottomans bounce over it for them. This is
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah,
Ottomans
and
lose Sardinia.
Spain
Yeah.
dots Tunis. Okay, you build all these armies to control Africa, and then you lose the cores to do it with.
Mm-hmm. It just
This
all right.
sucks. And you really tried.
Yeah. Okay.
You had a great year one.
Let's talk about some interesting things. First thing, Sweden. Why? Okay, no, I wanted to talk about good things. Why are you getting? Why are you?
I love the Riga convoy. Actually, that's awesome. Go Sweden.
Okay, you know what? Sure. Russia's floundering just as much as
I
Poland is. Sure.
They are okay. No, they're not losing Copenhagen, but it's not great. They're facing a Dutch pull. That. Um.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want to talk
This
about
is
some
only +1 Sweden.
like even things that I like. Like I like Austria's position right here. They get to Krakow completely for free. They're now getting themselves into Spliff, and they have a good position to continue to hold against the Ottoman line here. But they're also not really making much progress here because France, in spite of France's weird lack of coordination suddenly with the Netherlands, France is still able to hold their position and even get better position against these Austrian centers here. because Austria is not in Stuttgart.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like, why is Spain looking like the best European player again? Don't
I don't know,
I
man.
don't know.
This should Spain has no right to be this powerful at that year one.
Right? And Poland
They do
Poland
take
goes
Sardinia too.
they have gotten into Sardinia. I said they got into Sardinia, they got into Tunis, and they've gotten all of their Mediterranean
Yeah,
positions. Spain,
Corsica hold is a terrible hold though. To bounce Turanian.
like that's it. I want to be complimenting these players and tell them about like Spain is looking great, and yet in the middle of the screen there's a Corsa core, and I
Yeah,
hate that.
it's two steps forward and one step back with Spain.
Right? Like you're going to be vacating Tyrrhenian Sea, move Corsica in there, so that way the Ottomans aren't in
Yeah,
there.
yeah. This I did Italy too. Like you have Austrian Ottomans bouncing Naples, and France tries to take Rome.
That's why they
Come on, guys.
that's why they call it Corsica. Shut up. I love it. Shut up. Thank you, chat.
Do you want to move down to Africa here? It's probably gonna
Please.
be a bit better for us.
Please. Okay. More lack of communication and
Yeah, okay,
coordination here.
Ottomans, listen to me, okay? If you pass the Portuguese support to Mali in spring, Portugal is not going to be again in the fall. It's not going to happen. And you're going to tell you that so you don't dot them like they clearly worried about here, but it's not going to happen. You can't be doing this. You can't core a home center. You just can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is a whole lot of nothing. Literally nothing happens here. France is able to secure Nadakaru. That's all that happens here. Ottomans are in Agadez. Good for you. You should have been there
Abbey
already.
is working with Congo. I did not see that come.
Okay.
I thought this was a surely they were going to attack Congo with this position.
And Netherlands is supporting England into Sao Tome when you're actively
What?
dotting Jamestown and they're moving into Delaware Bay. What is going on?
What?
Whose side are you on?
What the? Oh my god, I hate this so much. Okay,
There is some
maybe
serious.
no.
I think there is some serious lack of communication happening between some of these colonial players.
Yeah, it's got to be. I hate Abby here. They should have dotted
Yeah.
Congo.
So Abby's moves are terrible, but they may not seem terrible on the surface, but these are awful, awful, awful moves. Because what happens here is that if Abia moves Sarah into Mandara and has Azande tap Bonda, they have it. Like it's theirs. They don't even need that. Darfur could have helped support into Mandara as well. Abyssinia
Yep.
could have had ground. And if you coordinated with Ogeron, which you could have if you both move in this way, one of you could have had Bonda as well. And instead, Abyssinia gets Aiden this turn and nothing else. They make they get nothing else new.
As Abby, you do need to be worried about Dutch here. So I can see why you wouldn't necessarily want Mindar because Dutch are very encouraged to like dot that for you. But you have this alliance with the Ottomans, or no, you don't. You're making weird moves in Arabia, but you had this alliance with the Ottomans. And you leverage that to like pressure Dutch and kind of secure that whole region for yourself here.
By attacking into Hassa states, you're overextending into a region that you cannot defend. Even if you successfully take the Hassa states this turn, you are not keeping those long term. That is not a center you can hold. Mandara is a center you can hold because of gerrymandered Darfur, because these lines are weird. You can hold Mandara. You cannot hold Hassa states.
Yeah, and look at Arabia too. They're stabbing Ottomans again, and they're not even as do it. God, this sucks.
I just don't understand. I'm having trouble telling who's allied with who this game.
Also, it's so much better for them to support the fleet in and not the
right, because then you can take Sanaa immediately there afterwards.
I don't know what this is.
It's terrorism. It's trolling.
And then Ageron's coring a home center, so whatever. Oh my god, what is this convoy?
Well, it's a convoy to Sokolov. Somehow they've
Okay.
okay. This
But no, they misordered the convoy. Because if the bot would like draw it like go Blitz,
oh my
that's
god,
that's a misorder.
is that act?
And that's the second time they've done that. I don't know.
Place
I don't
Ogeron
know how you
can't
do
input
that.
convoys. I'm sorry. I will say, if that worked, it would have been really nice because then they also forced Portugal out of Burundi this turn. They've shown that not. They probably got Portugal on side and said, hey, let's go fight France together. Put me in Sakalava. That would be great. And then also took Burundi back. They shouldn't have let Portugal into Burundi in the first place, but they took it back. Like that would be fine if they also
I'm getting
got it.
informed
But why?
that
But they didn't
they.
got reunion either.
It looks like Ajuron. It agitated as if the convoy did happen, but it bounced.
Oh yeah, that's a
Okay.
bounce. Whatever.
Okay. Well. All right. Sure.
Sure. Ogeron didn't bounce. Ogeron didn't dot reunion though. Why not?
Don't know. I don't know why they moved back to Raven Sea. Whatever. Let's not like. I don't want to.
Okay. I,
Let's go to Asia.
I want to figure out what's. I,
No, Congo is just like dead here.
It felt like it was just the colonial players, but now I feel like everyone is just having this weird situation of they don't know who they're allied with and not.
This is
Play some gunboat.
the weirdest game of Diff I've seen so far. It's like
All of these players need to play some gunboat. Please go play some gunboat. Learn how to do gunboat signaling so you don't have to press with people and waste 15 minutes of your time doing press with people you can't figure out if you're allied with or not. Play some gunboat. Please go play some gunboat. Let's go to Asia. Let's start Southeast Asia.
If you don't want to do press, just do tactics, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so Mapuche.
Do you think that Flores bounce is coordinated or not?
I doubt it is. I think this is Portugal got greedy and tried to take both of these centers and now is getting none of them.
Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense.
Because they could have secured Flores here, but then they saw that Mapuche only had this one unit in Gulamoragan and not anything else. They weren't in Waruk, so they thought they maybe might be able to convince. They might have been able to say, "Oh, Coral Sea can go to Waruk. Maybe they'll cover that instead." But Mapuche could have just covered that.
Matador Mapuche here.
The thing is, they don't even need the south balance. Mapuche could have just moved South Pacific to Waruk and supported that in with Morgan, and that would have been a better move set. But nickel and diamond.
I don't know why Portugal isn't supporting themselves into Gulu. Yeah. It's just objectively better, and like Batavia is right there too.
Yeah, you have both Flores and Gulamoragan for free. You have the ability to support yourself into either of them, and I think instead you got greedy, and now you're getting nothing.
Yeah, and like Batavia is a free dot too. I mean, you can't really hold Batavia that easily, but you could go for it. Like Dutch aren't having a great time in this area at all.
Dutch had to support themselves into Cocos Basin because last time Mughals bounced them out. Like the Dutch aren't having fun. You can fight the Dutch.
Yeah, and I is stabbing them. Doesn't look like friends with Spain either. Yeah, see some stuff.
This all comes out in the wash, anyways. Spain
but
vacates.
They're working with Portugal up in Asia.
Okay.
Okay. I don't get this. They're working with Portugal here.
Tokugawa looks good. Let's look at that because Tokugawa looks like they're actually managing to do things in this game where you have to do things.
Yeah, look, they did two dots. That's
Toku gets the Pyongyang and
Ryukyu.
They are positioning themselves in the Strait of Tarte.
God,
I don't like that they are putting Inuits into Kuril Sea. But sure. Qing,
why are you leaving Ikure?
Qing is trolling.
I actually no, this is terrible. I guess if Russia went to
Russia would have gotten in there anyways, but also like why are you letting Russia into this position anyways?
Why aren't you holding Navix? What is this? I guess they have 3 on it anyways, but like, come on.
They lose Ikari and they lose Nivix here. Inuit looks great
Russia
though.
is not in a good spot here. It's how are you losing to Russia?
So I do want to point out somehow Inuit has convinced both Russia and Tokugawa that they need to be the one in the region. Like, this is something I do want to harp on a little
Inuits are
bit.
doing really well.
Inuits are doing fantastic, and we saw this last turn as well. Last turn, they convinced France that, hey, France, I'm the one who needs to be in this region over here. You need to support me. Well, no, it's this turn as well. I'm the one that you need to support into this region. You need to trust me and let me have the advantage. And it's working. They're smooth talking their way into getting 4 supports into 4 dots they otherwise would not be getting this turn.
I really like this.
Well
This is a
done,
really
Inuits.
good play.
Great use of your press there. Great, fantastic use of your press.
Are you ready to look at Mughals?
They're dead. Do we need to look at them?
I just want to see like how
It's,
they
it's,
die.
it's off of it. It's off of its Matadors again.
Hex! Oh my god, I love it.
Okay.
But they do lose Kiva.
Yeah. Russia's in retreat into Kiva. I don't even know if Safavit has noticed that border exists because I certainly wouldn't have. I would have made that same mistake. That's
Yeah, I mean they can't just take it right back. It's not a huge deal, but
right.
it's gonna be annoying.
Matadoring Russia the first time, that was good. This time, I think this is just a funny. Sure, a good funny move. I don't think this was the correct move though, because you can't really hold Yarkand if Ming decides that they want Yarkand. But Ming decided they didn't, so good for you.
Yeah.
They also tried to
Portugal.
They also tried to convoy to Amandad, which didn't quite work. Portugal.
Yeah, I want to see Portugal grow more here, but like they are going to play.
Yeah,
Can't hate it.
Portugal's fine. Like they're securing Hyderabad and Ballari here, and they cover the centers that would have been taken here, like Maldives. It's not bad.
Yeah, stuff like England isn't on side here, but it's still a pretty solid colony you have going.
Is that England supporting Mughals into Rajamandari?
I think it is. I
Trolling.
have questions.
Trolling.
I can't tell. Oh no! It's Portugal doing that. I think. Yeah. Okay. So Reicher moves into Hyderabad. Raja backfills, and then Portugal supports Mughals into Raja.
Good Mughal moves, dare I say? Irrelevant at this point, but sure.
That's something. Okay. I don't hate it.
It's like what we said about Athapaska. Compared to what you've done previously, these are great moves.
Yeah, I mean, sucks that Portugal couldn't get a dot with a Delhi, but other than that, this is really good.
Yeah, I'm really, and I think we've covered just about everything here at this point. I'm really just, I'm confused at where a lot of these players think they're going. I really want to know, where does everyone think they're gaining? I can see where Inuit is gaining. I can see where Portugal is trying to make moves. For a lot of these other powers, I don't know what their plans are. I feel like they don't know.
Yeah, I think this is classic Blitz where people get really cagey and don't want to make moves, like stab people. It's you need to be decisive in Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be decisive in like any Imperial game, to be honest. Like you don't Imperial opponent games, you don't have time to really like lag around and try to figure things out turn by turn. And that's just even more true in Blitz than anywhere else. Like this Ajuran built this army and then did nothing with it. You can't do things like that in Blitz. You just can't.
Or like how Yuch shown moved a fleet tile to another tile where they could have just already had that fleet. I brought this up a little bit. I think I'm gonna harp on this point a little bit. Doing the pre-gaming. When you go into Blitz, your turn timer is too tight for you to be figuring out what your plan is on the turn of. You need to know what your plan is and how you're going to execute your plan before the game starts. Where is your opening moves? What are your 32 dots that you need in order to win the game? Where are those coming from? You need to have all of that figured out before the game starts. Because I feel like if you don't do that, you are going to end up in this position where you're unsure of what this unit should do. You're just back. You're doing the cha-cha slide because you don't really know where to attack. You're letting people tell you. You're making last minute decisions because of press, and you're letting people tell you what you should and shouldn't do when you already need to know that. In
Yeah, you
normal
really cannot spend time deciding things.
in normal Imperial diplomacy, you have the time. You have 2 days for every moveset. You could you could have NATO discussions for world peace and convince everyone to draw the game in that time frame. You cannot do that in Blitz. You have 20 minutes and you need to know what you're doing. And I don't want to harp on these players.
Absolutely.
I don't want to harp on these players because I know that a lot of these players haven't played Blitz before. For a lot of people, this isn't their experience is with Blitz. For me personally, I play normal diplomacy. I play Blitz all the time. I have the way I play diplomacy is at my university's board game club, wherein we have to finish in 3 hours. You do not fit an entire game of diplomacy in 3 hours unless
And no, you don't.
unless you know what you're doing. As soon as you know which power you have, you need to know what your plan is and how you're executing that plan. And you need to be able to do that in Imperial Diplomacy Blitz as well. Even though this is 9 hours, the same sort of thing applies.
Yeah, and it's only 9 hours because the map is so big.
Right.
Like it's still like about the same like go 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 as like classic blitzes. You need to be able to decide things, and like a backstabber makes it really easy
Mhm.
to like put in orders like in like 10 seconds flat. And diplomacy, Imperial diplomacy does not have that. You typing orders in the bot can be really annoying, and like this very spelling errors, especially how like how provinces are named sometimes. It can take a lot longer than you think to like type. You need like really know what you're going to do.
Mhm. That's it. Remember how earlier I said I wanted to say something on the subject of just Blitz as a whole? Okay.
Yeah.
Idea. So right now, the way that most two-player powers are playing is that they're just splitting up the map. They're having each person do like one half of the map. And what's happening as we're seeing that is we're seeing powers that are just not sure of what they're own doing. We're seeing the Dutch support England into dots in one area and actively move to take their dots in another area. Just a pitch. Yell at me if this is a terrible idea. But if you have 2 people doing a blitz power, what if you have one person do all of the press? Have one person do all the press and say, this is what we're doing, and have the other person purely focus on tactics. That way, you have one person making the moves so that the moves are fully coordinated across the entire area. And then the other person is there just trying to keep relationships going in order to make sure that people are on good terms.
Yeah, like I think that works, especially later on when colonies get big. The way me and King of Prussia sometimes did it was like if one of us was having to spend like a long time just typing out the full list of our moves, like the other one will like pop into a press channel to like make sure we have the right tactics going with like a specific power. Like sometimes I would spend like a while typing everything out, and King of Prussia would pop into one of those press channels and like fill in for me. And because we're in that voice chat together, I just like tell him what I want him to say, and it worked pretty well that way.
Yeah, I
I
think
want to see like more colonials like popping into all sides of the press channels.
I think that I think that's part of the reason why I want to pitch this is because the colonial player powers have a voice chat where they're saying to each other. The colonial players should be able to communicate with each other fairly effectively. It's the communication with the other players that may take some time. But instead, what we're seeing here in the game is we're seeing that these colonial powers aren't communicating with each other and they're contradicting themselves in doing so. I think that's why I want to push. I want to kind of push this idea a little bit more. Is that I feel like the colonial players are fighting themselves and they're not spending enough time on tactics. I think all of these players are pressing too much and not spending enough time on tactics. Play some gunboat. Go play some gunboat and learn how to do quick tactics. And again, maybe I am parsing on this because as soon as I said it, everyone in the chat was like, seriously, 3 hours for a game of diplomacy? Are you wild? Yeah, maybe that's just how I was raised to play diplomacy and how I learned diplomacy. But these sorts of fast tactics, knowing what you're doing, pushing your advantage, out muscling everybody. I think that is what you need to be doing in Blitz. And we're not seeing that happen. We're just seeing people stumbling over their own feet with their own tactics and leading to situations where I don't know what they're doing because I don't think they know what they're doing.
Yeah, a lot of these powers, I think this is like classic first Blitz game that we're seeing.
Mhm. Uh,
And we can look at winter builds if you want. I continue
yeah,
talking about this while we speed through
let's
those.
quickly go zoom over the winter builds map here. I know we're approaching the end of this time frame here. We're gonna coming up on break fairly soon. Commentators tier list not gonna happen. I'm sorry. I did tier list for the first Blitz game that we commented. It was fun. Don't get me wrong, and I would love to do it. There's too much to discuss. When we get later into the game, we'll talk. The late game is when we can really start talking about is this power winning? This is why they're winning. But in the early and mid game, we really just need to be talking more minute tactical decisions because those are the ones that matter more in the early and the mid game. Am I
Yeah, we get
harping?
to late game.
Am I harping
We're
on?
able to like speed through press or not press, but the map, and I talk about
Yeah,
tiers.
am I harping too much on tactics? I I feel like I'm not,
I
but I
think
feel like I am because I feel like these
I
players
think
are
it's
struggling
more
with
than we
tactics in some
usually
way.
do, but I think that the tags we've seen deserve what we're giving them.
I don't want to
So
I don't want to over harp on this because I don't want to be too negative because I know these are good strong players and I know that they're doing well, but I feel like pregame, please just pregame a little bit and know before the game even starts, look at the map and circle the 32 dots or 42 or 64, whatever it ends up being. Circle exactly which dots you're winning the game with before the game even
so
starts. Please.
you need to have experience, or you need to pregame. Choose at least one to have. You know, um, if like experienced players can get away with not pre-gaming. Like I don't think Diplo strats pre-gamed at all, and they're doing fine. But like they are extremely good players who have done a lot of these blitz games. They can get away with that. The new players, you need to pre-game this,
Look at
and without it, it's just not going to go well.
look at all dots within 3 moves. I would take this even further. In my opinion, you should have your first 3 turns planned before the game even starts. You should adjust those based on your press, and you should know exactly where you should and should not go based on your press, and it allow your plans to evolve. You should have like 2 or 3 different plans for exactly what your first 3 turns are before the game even starts, especially in Blitz.
I sort of agree. I'm more of a flexible type of player, so I typically don't make plans super far ahead. I kind of like play it turn by turn. But absolutely, if you don't know what you're doing, then you need to have some kind of plan about where your next dots are coming from. And regardless of how flexible you want to be, you want to know like the broad, like bigger picture things that you're going to be doing, like which powers you want to like get weakened, or which powers you need to be like, which powers you're okay with getting like powerful. You know,
Mm-hmm. I,
you need to do that.
and I don't mean to harp on you for saying this, but I think if you get into the mindset of, oh, I can be flexible, I'll decide later, I think that's what's happening with a lot of these players. And a lot of these players are being punished for it because they don't have a plan. I don't
Yeah,
think Yu Shishone has a plan. I'm starting to think that Ming doesn't have a plan. And you need to have
yeah,
those plans.
like being flexible works for me pretty well, but I've seen a lot of players try that and just that doesn't usually work out for newer players from what I've seen.
All right, I'm just going to
Um,
scroll over builds. I'm not even going to spend too much time on any of them. I just want to zoom over them so everyone on the VOD can see builds.
Bugle says 2 bills. I don't know how.
Lol. This is a good time to mention, by the way. I have people have said, and this was partially from the Diplostrats commentary, that recording in a higher quality, recording in literally like 4K quality, is good because then you can zoom in really far and see things even when we're not hovering over them on the map. Uh, I literally can't get my OBS to record at that high of a quality. I tried, I could not get my OBS to do it. I am stuck recording at 1080p. That's year one builds. What do you mean that's year one builds?
Wait, is it? No, it's not. There's no way.
Whatever. I'll just get it
Uh,
again.
Yeah, they built a fleet in Beirut, and that's it.
Sure,
There's
whatever.
not anything like popping out to me
I
on
pulled
this
up the wrong
build's
map.
map.
Whatever.
Um, the France and Spain, or not France, but Portugal and Spain duo is still sticking together strong. Luxon isn't going to build the army to convoy to France, which makes me sad, but
Cool.
um, looks standard to me, to be honest.
I, I don't even want to spend too much time harping on any of these builds. I just want to get to moves. I don't think they're.
We just skip right to moves.
And I'm sure as soon as I say that, we're going to find a build where, like, why did you build that? Why would you ever build that? But I don't think there are any builds that are necessarily going to be bad right now. Because.
Yeah, the most notable thing I think is Aymara getting rid of their units to on their eastern
Mhm.
border.
We can look
Other
at.
than that, everything looks fine here.
I'll go look at back at that a second. Part of the reason I say this is that I think if any of these powers right now just screwed their head on in a different way and then just turned around and tried to really outpress their neighbors, I think they could turn this around. Because I think if some good, I think that's what Inuit's doing, right? Inuit, we have seen Inuit have some really good press. They got into Nivix here when they really shouldn't have because of their good press. And I think that we're going to continue to see that sort of level from Inuits. And if some of these other powers can do that as well, like imagine if Ayutthaya is able to go to Mughals and say, "Hey, you know how Ming literally forced you out of Bamo? What if we work together? You can help support me into Bamo this turn, and I can then get you Ring Pupa." What if we saw that sort of level play? I think that Ayutthaya can really leverage this position very well if they're able to do something like that.
Yeah, we just need somebody to fight Dutch here.
Mhm.
And it looks like Dutch and Spain are having some issues, and Portugal and Dutch are having some issues. I really don't agree with Portugal not building here.
I think
Okay.
Ayutthaya can leverage their position in this area very well if they have some good, strong tactics and are able to talk to their neighbors well. I'm gonna zoom back over to Ayutthaya. Ayutthaya, not Ayutthaya. Sorry, Aymara. Aymara's not
Yeah, I
playing.
mean, these feel natural to me.
Look, Aymara's Aymara. And as soon as Guarani got introduced, I think this almost made the problem worse for Aymara. But there are some
It
games.
absolutely did.
There are some games as Aymara where you just don't get to play the game. Everyone
Yeah.
decides that they just don't want to deal with you, and you just get pummeled into the dirt. And unless you can really turn that around, you're not gonna have fun because what does Aymara doesn't offer anything as an ally most of the time.
We were applauding Aymar for with Spain like year one, and
Mhm. And then Spain
they,
realized that
they,
they
they
don't get
got
anything, so they just were
they
like,
got the +4. They got everything they could have wanted, and still it comes to this.
"Mhm,
There's just no way.
yeah, all right,
Oh,
let's go to
GG, Aymara.
let's go to moves real quick. We have spring year 3 moves, fall year 3 moves. When is the break starting? By the way,
I think it's starting early, but it's
okay,
after this year,
the break
so
the break like just started. Okay, so
okay. I need to, yeah.
here's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
For those of you in the watching the commentary, we are going to go over the spring moves. We're gonna save the fall moves for after the break. Because if we catch up completely, then we're going to spend the first like 15 minutes of after the break with nothing to talk about. But we're going to talk about the
Yeah. We just spring moves and then call it, I think.
yeah. We'll do the spring moves here, and then we'll go on the break ourselves for some lunch here. Let me just pull the spring moves up. All right, we've gotten through 3 years in the first half. That probably means that we're ending at a year 7 game.
Yeah, probably, but it's fine. I think there were some bot errors that caused plays.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as I love the Blitz I love the idea of Blitz being the area where we test a new map. I really like that, but bot problems are going to be a problem with that. Like, it sucks.
Yeah, I'm already seeing a lot of things on this map. Oh, wow. Okay. Where do you want to go first, Sports?
I want to go. Let's go look at Ayutthaya and that area first. I think that's going to be a great place to start since we were talking about there first. Uh, the
Um,
the classic here.
Dutch or
I
Hmm.
Sure, whatever. Portugal's fighting Mapuche. That was going to happen. They're going to trade centers around
I
here.
hate that hold from Dutch a lot. Actually.
This is awful and terrible. Spain is getting dotted by the Dutch. Ayutthaya is self bouncing. That's got to be a mistake. That's got to be a
Yeah,
mistake.
Spain self-bouncing too into Tunis. I don't know what this is. That's really weird to me.
Hold on, just to say real quick, because it's being brought up in the chat. What would be a better test for a new map? I think, like tactically, introducing a new map in a Blitz game is a really fun idea because that really forces you to think hard about tactics in a way you can't in a normal game. For the health of the bot, for making sure that adjacencies can be tested and there are no problems with the bot, yes, don't do this in a Blitz game.
Yeah. Okay. Dutch dot Spain too. What is going on here? But you're not backfilling all my hairs. Okay.
Yeah, I
Someone
don't.
said that some of these units they didn't get orders for all of them.
Yeah,
That's probably what's going on here. I guess
spend
like they needed to move fantasy though. That's really important.
yeah for the last time. Spend more time on tactics and less time on press. Have a dedicated person on tactics so that this doesn't happen.
I don't like that they're training these
And
units
all of
around
this
Sumatra though.
Dutch train, it feels icky
Like
to me.
you only back up Batavia if you think Portugal goes for it, but if you think Portugal
And
goes for it, you don't spend 3 units backfilling
and
each other
and you
on that.
trained to get into Java Sea, a territory which nets you nothing and has no value to you in order to advance your fronts.
Yeah, go to Benka.
Go to
Javasi
Benka, go to
and
Riau Sea,
Benka like lets you do some anti-Ayutthaya stuff.
go to Malacca
Go to
Strait.
like Malacca Strait,
Go to Malacca
yeah. That'd
Strait.
be huge.
Force Ayutthaya to make a 50-50 between Tavoy and Nakhon Sea. Force them to do that. Instead, you're not progressing.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I don't like Ayutthaya's self-bounce either. I don't like Spain's
Yeah,
self-bounce.
both of these self bounces feel awful. Like, I don't want to harp on this, but what is your plan? Where are you going? What are you doing?
I don't think they have a plan. This is not it. This is
And
something that's
Ayutthaya
not
is
it.
supporting Ming into Hainan instead. Don't do that. No.
And Ming didn't
Ew.
even take it either.
Ew, ew,
They
ew,
don't even take it.
ew. Okay. All right.
Dutch are dead, but whatever.
Uh,
They were always gonna die.
Did we think that anything else was going to happen? Let's be real.
Man, Toku's looking pretty good here, though. I
Yeah,
really like
I
this.
do like Toku being in Luzon. I think that's a great position for Toku to be in. They covered Kuroshiu straight from Spain, which is very nice for them. I would have rather they talked Ming into letting Toku have Formosa, frankly, but this is still fine. They've they've taken Pyongyang. They're getting support into Shengjing from Pyongyang from Ming. So actually, that's probably where that trade was coming from.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, Toku and Shengjing. Actually, I like that a lot.
Yeah. This is really solid to get
Toku's in
that other chain dot
yeah,
too.
Toku's in Haishin Y as well. Okay, okay.
I
Toku's
like this a
Toku's
lot.
cooking.
Yeah.
Toku's
And
cooking.
they're
Okay,
convoying too. I love this. All right.
this feels like a pretty good position for Toku to be in. They are going to lose Bonin Islands to Spain here from Cebu, but they're also dotting Spain from Manila. And if I would, which would you rather have between Manila and Bonin Islands? Manila, absolutely. You're forcing Spain to either cover Manila or take Bonin Islands, and honestly, go for Manila.
Yeah, this works. Honestly, I really like this.
This is good. This is really good positioning from Tokugawa. I like this. Yeah, and
Yeah.
this Ming fleet in Hanyang isn't doing anything. That's just a future Tokugawa dot. While you're working with Ming to stay allied with them to take dots from Qing, that's great.
Absolutely. For the sake of time, do you want to keep moving
Yeah. Sorry.
to the west here?
Uh,
No, you're fine.
sorry. I also want to cover Inuits because Inuits also seems like they're doing pretty well. They're taking sorry, Shalawa. They're also backfilling themselves to
It's a
get
Helion, I think. Free dot is free dot.
yeah, it's
Love
good.
it.
They're setting up themselves in position to hold this entire area. What all of these moves are is saying, these are my dots. No one is taking them from me. Yes, absolutely. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, Russia's backing off too. It's awesome.
Yeah, Russia's backing off instead of supporting themselves into
And
Kuikar here. But they'll do that in the
hate
fall.
that core
But
though.
that sucks.
But yeah.
This is Russia talking. I think this is really good play from both Inuit and Tokugawa. Unfortunately, now they're some of the only players on the board who I think are playing this position very well, and they have to fight each other, which kind of sucks. But
Yeah,
I think they are both taking their position very well. Inuit is setting themselves up a defensive hold to maintain all of these builds and make sure they have a stronghold to push in from. Koku is setting themselves up very nicely to position themselves. They're getting Qing dots, they're getting Spanish dots. They have the ability to turn on Ming whenever they want. Like I like both of their positioning. Very, very
I do really
solid.
like this so far. Let's look at India. Let's see what's going on there.
Does it matter? No, it doesn't.
I think it actually does.
Okay,
Somebody
okay.
told me one of the specs commented that there's a Mughals comeback. I don't know if I believe that or not, but like Portugal,
Mu-
I won't spoil it,
Mughals
but
Mughals are in
it's
Delhi again.
no, I mean Mughals are dead. England's
Yeah.
taking
England's forcing them
back.
out after helping them last turn. They self bounce over a non SC. No, no, I'm sorry. No. This is awful.
Portugal, you could
Ming
have
is
supported into
yeah.
Medibad. I don't know why.
They could have supported into uh Amenabad. Like I said, they also could have just
Mm,
support held Delhi. I understand this being a bit of a forward hold and you not really wanting to hold this. Taking Surat instead is probably still a good idea, don't get me wrong.
it's a better idea if you have Muscat being a good colony, though. Like if you can link that up, but Socrates are
Mm-hmm.
blowing that up, so it's not. And this
Yeah.
India actually probably dies long run. Like they're losing Maldives too.
Yeah, they've gotten Maldives dotted because England has been smooth talked again into losing their own centers. That should be theirs.
Yeah, I mean, I know they're at war with Azerbaijan, so it's probably just a consequence of that.
Mhm.
And like they've been at war with England like off and on the whole game. So
All right.
yeah, this sucks.
I'm gonna go to bottom of Africa and work up, mostly because I don't want to talk about these Ottoman moves. Those are terrible. We'll talk about those in a second. Let's
Yeah,
move
fair enough.
down. Portugal covers Cape Coe. France confirms Sakalava this turn. Portugal's mad
Oh,
about being
Congo and
pushed out
Azerbaijan
of.
alliance. Is that another misordered convoy, or is that actually ordered?
It's actually ordered,
Because
but
I think that's
France. It doesn't
yeah,
matter. France takes Sakalava anyways because Portugal is mad they got bopped out of Burundi, so now they're gonna take Zanzibar.
fair enough. But Eurocore is the worst. Uh,
Eurocores as Abyssinia flips again to move against Congo after getting Congo support into hot. They've got Ottoman to support them into Hottest Estates. Okay,
Whoa,
okay,
Dutch is backing off of Congo though,
okay.
like
Abyssinia. Wait,
fully.
Abyssinia is cooking. I'm sorry. I am not respecting Abyssinia's game enough if they're getting away with this. How are you getting away with this? You're cooking. I love it.
They're getting away with it, but they still don't have dots.
they're
There's
getting
on.
they're getting Haas estates. They've now surrounded Mandara. They're if they work with Ajuran, they can give Ajuran Banda and be fine. And even if they don't, guess what? They're taking Bun Euro for free this turn. Like
Yeah, okay. This is set to
they're
kind of
getting dots.
explode after the break here.
They've
All
got
right, yeah,
wait,
I like this.
not only have they gotten Ottomans to support them into Haas estates, Ottomans are supporting them into Kathiri here.
Yeah, Ottomans had a good game, but now it's kind of tanking. So the balance of power between them and
Wait, you know how
Abbey is kind of shifting a lot.
you know how I just said that if somebody like was able to just turn it around immediately and smooth talk their press, they could turn around this game. That's what Abyssinia just did. Well done.
Yeah, it's
Like,
going pretty well for them.
genuinely, genuinely, they have turned this. This is a respectable turn from Abyssinia.
Yeah, and Dutch. These Dutch moves are really interesting to me. I don't know what kind of for between them and Congo for this to happen.
Yeah, the Dutch have
I'm not sure if
completely
I hate it or not.
the Dutch have completely backed off of their position to hold. Like I think they're retreating to try and get a more
Mhm.
defensible position, but it's not really defensible
It's
because
too late. Like that army is just
yeah, Congo is getting Fernando
so.
Poe for sure.
Yeah, they pop House States too. So yeah, this colony is probably just dead for Dutch here.
Yeah, that's real bad for the Dutch. Inuit just wins. Right? I think
Yeah.
Inuit is in. I haven't said we said this for a few turns now. I think Inuit is the player who most has their head on as far as what they need to do in order to win. They've stumbled
Agreed.
they've stumbled a little bit tactically here and there, but I have seen their overall goal, and they're actually acting on it.
Yeah, like the spring turn one, not committing to killing was a little questionable, but it's worked out really well for them.
Yeah.
Part of that was this Atha cannot defend themselves at all, or doesn't know how. But like, this is a really solid game for
Poland's back in Jacob
that
Fort.
player.
No shot. Poland's back in Jacob Fort.
Okay, I would have backpedaled Jiva here
Yeah,
from
like,
Portugal, but I
yeah,
can see why.
yeah, sure, whatever. If you're gonna do that, go to Gaba, sure. Or better yet, get Poland to support you in. Because why are you letting Poland survive?
Yeah, I can see why you would core Yanni here, just that England dodges you. But at this point, you just kind of have to let England do it, just make progress in this area.
And England still has nothing in this area. They're going to Lopez Bay instead of trying to defend their own
They're losing
centers.
that fleet. It's gonna get popped.
They're losing that fleet, and Ottomans has positioned themselves so that they get Mali this turn. Like,
Yeah,
this is
it's rough. And like Ottomans, England's still trying to get Ottomans to move on Portugal.
and instead, what's going to happen is they're going to work together and take Mali.
Yeah,
This is
I
bad
like to see
for England.
Portugal gain this region, and they're dotting Spain too, so that's probably a war.
But Portugal isn't gaining in this region. They're not taking
They're
Jacob
dotting
Fort.
Spain.
They're dotting Spain, but Spain's dotting them.
And that's a trade. Yeah, never mind. Oh my god, I see the men now, and I hate it.
Oh my god.
I hate it so much.
What are you accomplishing with these? It's a French stab
Right.
that fails awfully
Before we go to
because
this-
Nantes goes to Aquitaine.
I also want to point out that Spain is coring Tangier, which is already cored. Just come on, guys. You can figure it out, I'm sure.
Okay. Let's quickly zoom over this. Let's just skip over every power who we think is just trolling here. Spain trolling. We don't. You got the med back and you started trolling. Why? Okay.
Yeah, Ottomans are trying here.
Ottomans.
Cape Core feels bad, but everything else feels kind of solid.
I would say Ottomans is trying. If they didn't core Okchavik, go to Chassis. Go to Chassis.
So at this point, the Poland player subbed out. I don't know if it's this turn or last turn, but I'm pretty sure that announcement was made by now. If you see your neighbors like ask for a sub in a Blitz game, stab them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just do it.
It's kind of hard to tell here, but Austria does get into, I believe, Chair is where they get into. They back the unit into Bavaria. Austria is going to hold their line. And I think be able to take Florence this turn, or in the fall.
Yeah, okay. This France and Austria war has gone nowhere. I hate it so much.
Yeah, and the Netherlands positions themselves to push a front against England and just still has not done anything with it.
Yeah, Portugal goes for Nance, but doesn't get it because they're at war with both Britain and France for some reason.
Because
I don't know why Portugal
because
thought
they
this
dotted
would go well for them.
They dotted Bermuda and Port Royal. No one likes them right now.
No, this was never going to end well. This is a Luxon moment, honestly. I like Sweden so far, though. Two convoys into Europe. I love that.
Okay, good news from Sweden. Sweden has convoyed both to Courland and to Jutland, and is now really starting to push their position. They have turned it around from not pushing into the Baltic Sea first. They are they're capitalizing their position against Poland. They're going to get this entire coast, and they're already starting to position themselves against these Dutch holdings here in Kiel and Bremen. They're going to have a great time in the next few turns. On the bad side,
and they got the Dutch to move on of Poland too, which is pretty solid.
On the bad side, they have stopped flipping against Russia and are back to supporting Russia. So Russia's in Iceland, when really Sweden should be the one in Iceland, which I hate.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't give Russia that thought.
Yeah, Sweden, you're doing well, but you're also not doing well. But you are doing things that are good. You are gaining position, and I can say that means you're doing more than about half of the players here. So good job. I'm going to commend you for that.
You are above the average here,
Mhm.
which isn't
And
super high, but it's something.
and Ottomans are not doing super well, but they're kind of doing the same thing. They're in Naples, but they've lost Sarajevo to a bad guess. They're coring in Okjavik for no reason, but they're also starting to push really hard against Russia and succeeding. Like it's
I
that.
hate that Krakow hold though. You took that dot and then you just don't do anything. Come on.
Agreed,
Of course, Poland is going to come back for it.
agreed. They're not doing
What do I know though?
they're not doing fantastically, but they are doing something. And again, something is what we want to see. We want to. You are making gains, and it's not all going well for you, but you are making good, solid progress in many areas. I just
Yeah,
wish you wouldn't core so much. Why does everyone in this game core so much?
I hate it. Do you want to go to the Americas real quick before
Yes,
we take a break?
let's go see how Inuit is doing, and then we will get on the break as well here. Inuit gonna take Aleuts in the fall here. Most likely,
Yeah,
they
this
actually
is really solid.
they've positioned themselves. Now they're into Chone fully. Athapaska is now going to lose Chilcotin because of it. They're
Yeah,
also they
making some moves here.
let Atha walk into Chipewon so that they can position on it. Unfortunately, Atha does backfill Winnipeg behind it, so it's not going to succeed for them to get that in the fall. France is continuing to let Inuit be the one who holds position. Oh, nope, never
I would
mind. They stab for
love to
St.
see
Anthony.
that.
Okay.
I would love to see that French army in Ojibwe move. I've seen it core, then support against Utah, and then
Mhm.
core again. Do something with that army, please. Just it's so bad.
France is trolling a bit here. They just are. They're in Plymouth
Yeah,
though.
I
They're
can
finally
tell.
succeeding in the area. They're getting dots they should have gotten a year ago, but they are getting these dots. So I'm going to give them that.
Yeah, I can tell they're trying to like matador anyone a little bit by getting their arm out of position, but it's not. They don't really have the units to really stab anyone all that
Mhm.
effectively.
Like
They should be supporting Cavot straight up to Saint Anthony here to get them a support on Nascapi, but doing it the other way around really you can't turn this into anything anymore. So it just really hurts the position.
mhm. I can see what they're going for though. I can finally see what France is trying to do. Except for Ojibwe. We're gonna nuke that tile on the map after this game. But I can see France is making moves. These are the moves that I wish they had made a year ago when they had a really dominant position over England. But they still have a somewhat dominant position here, and they are finally acting on it. They're gonna take into Plymouth here. They're trying to position themselves into Cherokee so that they can pressure this bottom territory because the Dutch aren't doing anything. They're making
Yeah.
they're going back to Inuit and being like, actually, I really want St. Anthony, and rightfully so. That should have been yours in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like too little too late for me, but I do like the moves that I am seeing from
Mm-hmm.
France here. Let's look at Utah a little bit, I think.
You shown.
Spain outguessed them here, I think.
Well, no, they get
Actually, no,
tapped.
no, we're
They
fine.
get tapped. So whole lot of
Yeah, this
nothing.
is just a whole lot of nothing.
Ute does get into
Looks like
Sonora.
they're slowly setting up, but
Actually, I
like
think
this isn't great.
this Sonora unit does get popped. Actually, so
Oh,
that's something.
that's something, yeah. Okay, I like this a lot
Yeah,
more now.
Yuchishon is doing moves here at least, and they have set up a line finally. Spain is overextending a little bit though. Like they're moving against Yuchishon, but they also have these units in like Apache and Kato that could have taken Arapaho here. That could have bounced them out of Arapaho and Kiowa to make sure that
Hmm.
Yuchishon doesn't set up this wall on your border. And now instead you're just kind of dead if they want to push into you. Like they can
Yeah,
success
they also lose Florida here. Is there a war with Britain now? And Britain's attacking for Saint
St. Augustine, yeah.
Augustine. Yeah. So this doesn't feel like a great Spain game right now.
Yeah. They do dot Belize, though. It took them a while. And
It's
somehow
taking a while.
England is supporting France again. Okay. But France is also supporting the Netherlands against England. Okay. Wait, France might actually be cooking a little bit.
Okay, if it works, it works.
Okay, you know what?
I don't hate it.
France is turning it around. I'm gonna be honest. I wish that these were the players who were playing the game 2 turns ago, but
I like the Dutch moves too. They got France to support them into that last
yeah,
British dot, that little area too.
I do like the Dutch moves in the Caribbean here. I think the Dutch moves up here in North America are way more passive.
Oh, they should have gone for Boston. Yeah.
Those are really passive moves, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean the North American colony is like the worst colony for Dutch eaters. I don't mind too much if it doesn't do well.
Yeah, and if we zoom down to scroll down to the Dutch areas down here. Oh, you did not go for Madeira. You
Oh,
did not go for Madeira. I take it back. I was about to compliment you, but you did not. You
if
get.
Spain. Oh, what? This is a spring tours. This is actually they have some free dots from Spain
Oh,
here.
it is a spring turn. You're
I
right. I keep thinking that we're
mm,
about to go into the break. This is a fall turn, but no, this is a spring. Okay, you know what? Rescinded.
yeah, they can still get Madeira and
Mhm.
fall too. So I
Yeah,
really
you
like
get Madeira
this.
in the fall. Bogota is literally free. Quito is well, Quito isn't free because of okay, but Bogota is literally a free dot. You're forcing a 50-50 between Caracas and New Courland here. You can guarantee Madeira as long as Aymara doesn't flip for some reason. Yeah. Okay, you know what? You're cooking.
Yeah, and they take Markstad back. Looks like that's a great on with Portugal,
Yeah,
but yeah.
that is them taking Martstead back. Meanwhile, Guarani is still pushing north while actively being attacked by Mapuche. Like they are actively vacating Chirua while Mapuche is pushing in. This must be some god tier press from Mapuche if they're getting Guarani
Yeah.
to do this.
Ronnie just like suiciding into Portugal and Aymara, it looks like, for no good reason. Like just you need to defend against the person attacking you. Come on, like
Yeah.
Portugal. Like you probably suicide in Portugal now. After Portugal's never going to work with you again.
Mhm.
But they are not the right here.
They're
You
not
need
the
to
ones they're not the ones who are
focus.
actively pressuring 3 of your dots right here and who are going to take them.
And this is like kind of why I think Garani is such a power play. You get stuck between Portugal and Mapuche so often.
Mhm.
Like I don't know. Like we've seen like almost every Guarani game in with a stab from a Mapuche. I don't know how these Guarani players are and not seeing that line that Mapuche has against them. I feel like it should be so obvious by now, but we still see it happen, and we still see Guarani not defend it. So I don't know what's going on.
It's the same thing that I've been harping on a lot of players. What is your plan?
Yeah,
Guarani
and
Ronnie seems to have a plan,
and
and that plan is moving north, at least. I don't think that's a good idea. And I
yeah,
really,
and
really
if you're
wish you would.
Mapuche, just dot Imara here. You're
Honestly.
already it's just a win more thing. Imara's not gonna be able to
Honestly, yeah.
do anything about it. Just go for it. But yeah, I like where this is going for
I
Mapuche. So
I think Mapuche is looking solid, but the problem is that Mapuche is looking slow. They're gonna have an explosive turn here, but they've been very slow out of the gate throughout the rest of the game. Like, what are they at right now? They're at 10 total? Yeah, 10? They're gonna be at like
yeah,
13 or 14 after this turn then. Okay, alright, you know what?
they can get going though.
I'm
You know,
I'm
I
short
I, I kind of like it.
I'm shortchanging them. They're solid. They're solid.
Yeah.
I think they're.
Do you want to call it here for the break?
I think we should call it here for the break. There are a lot of players here who I think fall into that solid category. I think there were a lot. There are a lot of players. I don't want to say I'm disappointed in them, but I really, really wish they were doing more.
Yeah, I'm hoping the break gives people time to like plan things out and
I
figure
think
out what their plan is.
I think Spain is my biggest offender in that. And this terrible, terrible, terrible Mediterranean set. You have a position. You were cooked, and you managed to push it back. Partially because Ottomans
Yeah,
threw, but you're back in this position.
Ottomans need a plan too.
You
Everyone
have
needs a plan.
You have the momentum with these fleets. Get your muscle going, push everyone out of the region, really start to harp on for your dots. Before we move into the break, powers that we think are doing very well here at the roughly halfway mark. I think I
I like.
really hope Inuit wins this game. I really, really
Mhm.
do. Someone
I
mentioned.
think Dutch has potential as well, but it is Dutch, so it can really go in a lot of different.
I think Dutch and Inuit both have the same upside and the same downside. The upside being they have a lot of good potential. They're showing that they're making strong moves. Like these Dutch South American moves, I was confused at first, but they're doing great. These Mediterranean moves are really fun. I like them. But there are also moves like over here in Southeast Asia, which are just kind of whatever. They're African colony, kind of whatever. And if we look at
Mhm.
Inuit's much the same. Inuit's a bit stronger though. Inuit's making ground, but they're also being a bit slower here. They're not going to take Chipewon this turn like they want. France is forcing them out of St. Anthony this turn, which they probably may not be able to take back before the fall turn comes back around.
Yeah,
They've just
Abbey too can do really well here.
Well, the thing that Abyssinia has that Inuits and the Dutch don't have is that Abyssinia has a lower number of centers that they need to win. Dutch need 56.
Mhm.
I'm struggling to see where Dutch are going to get 56. Inuit need 42. And while Inuit's doing well, if they can manage to get Athabasca down quickly and then start pushing further down, and if they manage to win over Tokugawa here, the Tokugawa looks like they're actually going to give them a fight. I'm struggling to see where Inuit's going to get those dots. Abyssinia, though, honestly, I can see where Abyssinia gets 32 dots. They have turned this overextension into Dutch territory into a place where they are going to thrive. They are moving
Yeah,
against Congo to start taking their piece of the pie. And since they're also taking the Dutch
none of their
dots,
neighbors are
yeah,
all that well, and nobody wants to fight them right now.
I'm going to say something that might sound crazy here. At this point in time, right now, I think Abyssinia is my lead for the person who's most likely to win this game.
Hmm.
I think
I definitely think they'll make it high, but I don't know if they're gonna take first.
I think Abyssinia has the most potential to win this game, partially because their VSC, the number of centers they need is so low, and I can see where they're going to get those centers. I can see the next 20 centers where Abyssinia can gain. They're going to get all of the Dutch and Congo dots because they're the ones positioning to take the centers from them. They're getting both of these players' dots as they collapse here. If they can turn on the if they can get Ottoman support and then turn on them, they have a lot of the Arabian dots. They can push up and take these Ottoman centers up here. They even have a position against Ajan. I can see where Abyssinia is gonna get 20-ish more centers.
Yeah, my top four, I think, is Mapuche, Toku, Abbey, and Inuit. I think that I don't know where like within the top four it'll end up, but that's who I would put my money on.
I also want to throw Sofovids into that conversation. Sofovids are playing well. They're having a bit of struggle, but I do think Sofovids are playing well.
Yeah, this is a solid Sophie game. They can definitely
Because they're
squeak
they're
their way in there. I think.
they're about to delete Muscat, and they're pushing in to take these Mughal centers that Mughal has been
Yeah, I mean,
collapsing.
Beagle can't defend any of this, so
Mhm.
it works.
They have the entirety of the Caspian Sea centers. They're going to take this Kiga dot back eventually once they're done with Mughals. Honorable mention to Ayutthaya.
Yeah,
Ayutthaya is doing fine, but I'm confused by their
it's
moves.
okay.
Like I
I
want to
don't love their movesets, but I don't hate it either.
I want to agree, but I also am very confused by their moveset. Unlike Abyssinia, unlike Sofovids, unlike Inuit, I don't see Ayutthaya's plan. I don't see that drive to get the centers from Ayutthaya that I am from those powers there.
Yeah, completely agree on all of that. To be honest, I'm hoping that they get a move on after the
Mhm.
break, but I'm not
Well, that's the
too hopeful.
well, that's the good thing about the break is that the break is the best reset point that you can ask for. A full hour of just like let me analyze where I'm at and where I need to go is really, really. I wish I could get an hour long break in the middle of a Blitz game. Like, that's great.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I really like it. I
That
think
being
we'll end there.
that being
And
said, though, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and call it for the first half. Commentators are gonna be taking a little bit shorter of a break. We're gonna break for half an hour. Be back at 45 past the hour. Everyone, please give you a big thank you to Salt, who is going to be heading out for the rest of the commentary. Do keep an eye on the map if you'd like to see how this ends, because, like I said, there are like 4 or 5 different powers who I think definitely could win this. There's not a runaway
Yeah,
winner right now.
I will probably be able to join at like the very end again. So I will be sure to check out how this is going. I'll try to be here for post game.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll see you then for sure. We will
All
be
right.
back in 30 minutes. We will be joined by the other two commentators who we have been missing as well, and we'll be back after break with that. As much as I have been harping on some of these moves here, and as much as some of that has been rightfully harped on, I will say, like, genuinely, some of these moves I am baffled by, and I would love to hear the decisions on. I am excited to see how this game ends because looking at this board and overview right now, I think that there are a few different people who have winner potential right here. And if after the break, if they're able to capitalize on that, I think we could have a very interesting late game on our hands, like we had with Blitz 5. Blitz 5 had a really good late game. Let's hope we can get one of those with here again.
I'm really hopeful. This has the potential for it, especially with the colonials being very
All over the place.
in flux.
All right.
All right.
We need
And
to
this is
stop,
point
though.
in it
Yeah,
though.
if we don't stop, we're not going to stop for the break. Thank you so much,
It's
Salt,
true.
and to everyone else
Yep.
watching. For those watching on the YouTube side, I'm gonna just pause the recording and I'll be back in literally no time at all. But for everyone else, we'll be back shortly.
See ya.
I want to know if Portugal and Ajuran are still allied.
About that. All right. That being said, though, the recording is unpaused. We are back from the break. For those of you who are just watching this on broadcast and post, you didn't miss anything. It just kind of stopped, and then it started back up again. But for everyone else, it has been 30, actually a bit closer to 40 minutes, and we're getting back into the commentary here. I'll had to step out for the rest of the commentary. However, I am joined now by Third Monkey, who has returned,
Hello.
as well as by JSE.
Hello, hello.
We're going to be getting started into the back half of the. This game's going to go for either 6 or 7 years. I hope 7. This game really needs. Imperial Diplomacy really needs at least 7. It really needs 8, to be fair, for a Blitz game, but time constraints, that just doesn't happen with bot issues as well. Hopefully we'll be getting 7 years of play here, and we'll be able to power through the rest of this. Coming in here, the map currently on the screen is for the fall moves of year 3. Before we get into that, just a small little recap of where we were at. There are a couple of players who have played really solidly, and I am very intrigued in their position. Inuit has been very solid, has been able to leverage themselves, and hopefully if they can be the ones to dominate in North America, they should be able to have a clean path to victory. Unfortunately, they're being held up by Athabasca more than they really need to be if they need to be quick. Abyssinia has overextended and made it work. I'm honestly impressed. Tokugawa also has a fairly level head and should hopefully be able to make some good news out of that. Mapuche is playing the corner power because that's what Mapuche does. Safavids are doing fun. Ottomans would be doing better if they just stopped coring, please.
That could be said for a lot of nations.
Ottomans are the ones doing well in spite of their coring. Some degree Spain as well. All of the colonials feel like they've been at each other's throats. Like there have been many times where we've seen like the Dutch supporting England in Africa while on the exact same turn trying to dot England in North America.
Duo moment.
Duo moment. We got into that fairly heftily though, so we're gonna move on. Fair skies, fresh weather for the second half here. We get into this fall maps here. Do y'all have anywhere you want to look at first as we get into this?
Do you want to start in the Med? Just
how bad is it?
Because
how bad?
Another quarantine year?
No.
You've coring
Algerian Basin.
You've cored a sea bad. I'm pinging both of the Spain players and saying bad.
This was the only area I looked at beforehand, and they did technically get the Sardinia core off. That was the only successful core. Everything else is just memes.
This is like permaban worthy. Like coring Tangier and Rabat, like And Algeria. Why do this? You built like 7 fleets in the first year. Use them. Go east.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm getting onto it again. You can't do this. Spain was nearly dead in the Mediterranean because they did this in their spring turn. They've managed to pull it back, and now that they have it back, they're just not doing anything. You have the momentum. You have the muscle. You have the ability to push Ottomans out of Sicily and Naples, which, by the way, Ottomans are in Naples, Spain. If you want to do anything about that, you can get the entirety of the Mediterranean. If you push your advantage, keep moving your fleets forward, and instead you're actively wasting your own time.
Yeah, the position was looking very solid for Spain after Ottomans built a lot of armies in the first year. I mean, Ottoman plus 10 is nothing to cough at, but like it was like a 7 to 2 or 3 fleet advantage.
Mhm.
And it feels like Spain hasn't really pressed that to any extent. They're basically at the same place. I think they got like Sardinia and Tunis, but like they could have been pushing Ionia and Sicily, like, eating the whole net at this
Yeah.
point.
And they're losing Naples for it. They're actively losing Naples in a position where they could be keeping it. Even they don't actually
Because
lose
they
it.
decided
That's a
because they
2-2
decided to
trade,
core
but
Algerian basin.
you could actively be making an effort to do something. And instead you are wasting your own time. And in a
Yeah, I guess
9-hour game of diplomacy, I certainly don't want to be wasting my own time.
Yeah, I guess my question is like, what is Spain like? Does Spain want to work with Ottomans for like other diplomatic reasons? Like, are they worried about what Ottomans could do or not do somewhere else on the board?
They move into Tunis and Tripoli, so they tap each other in Tunis and Tripoli. So I don't know if that's the case, because like, why would you? Unless that's arranged, but it feels like you just hold or something.
Yeah, that feels
In
like
that
an
case,
arranged move or whatever. Or like, I don't know, they didn't want to core Tunis. I guess I don't know.
It just feels wrong. It just feels wrong. Britain is trying to convoy to Galicia rather than make any effort into some place where they can actually make gains over here.
or Norwegian Sea.
Sweden is. I don't want to dog on Sweden because Sweden is actually doing things. If you look at Poland and even in areas like Kiel, Sweden is actually doing things. So I'm going to let the Norwegian Sea Corps slide. Do I wish it was like
Okay.
tapping Edinburgh? Yeah, absolutely. But Sweden's doing enough that I'm going to let that one slide.
Or like arrange a balance with England and North Sea, just like
Right.
make sure that you're not going to have to worry about Christiania getting sniped in the future. Even if you don't want to attack anyone or like you don't want to actively push that front with a unit, you can do something that is defensive and that like ensures your future security, because now next turn, like Sweden, because they core Norwegian Sea, is going to have to worry about, is North Sea going to go to Christiania? Is there going to be a convoy? Like all this like wacky stuff that they really didn't have to worry about if they had not cored.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all that being said, though, I do actually like what Sweden is doing on the continent. Sort of. I don't understand. I think Gulf of Riga is a bit of a misorder here, but like they're getting into Wilno for free. They're getting into Lubeck and Kiel for free. Like they're playing solidly here. Actually, no, Poland's taking back Lubeck. Never mind. It's still fine. It's still fine.
Eh. I mean, like, yeah, the firepower is just too much on Sweden's end for Poland and Netherlands to. Maybe Netherlands, if like, can kind of crush. I mean, Netherlands, England, Poland can crush them, but I'm not sure how well that'll work out. And I guess we'll see how well England and Netherlands are elsewhere to see if that could actually be a possibility.
Commentators, please consider that Athapaska, France, and half of France and half of Spain are pulling all-nighters for this. I fully understand. People are tired, and they're playing these games at unusual hours for many people. There is no clean way for this to work out nicely for everyone across the globe. This is a large time commitment. I do fully understand. I respect those people for making these commitments to play during this time frame. Absolutely. However, the tactics are still weird.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in general, I'm very willing to rag on people. Maybe rag is the wrong word, but like point out mistakes and stuff. I don't know. People can learn. It's useful for people to watch that. But also, like a lot of this is understandable from like, hey, I don't have time, or there's a lot of stuff going on, or I had to press, or It's Blitz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we mark a mistake, and that is the thing as well. We're gonna mark on mistakes, but ultimately, people are having fun with this. Not everything is. These aren't perfect conditions. We're making the most of 9 hours of street board gaming.
Yeah,
Like that's hard to do.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Like it's hard to have consistently good moves, and sometimes if you don't know what to do, it might be better to just be like, you know what, core Norwegian Sea. You know what, hold these 3 units because I don't feel like doing anything with them. And it's diplomacy is a really taxing game, so even I haven't played regular Blitz before, but I can. And that's only like what 2 hours usually, 2 hours, hour and a half. This is 9 hours with just a single hour break in the middle. There's a lot of uh, pressure that goes into that.
Indeed.
Okay, what else is going on?
Ottomans are losing Sarajevo. I don't know if this is the right way to advance here. Like you have Salonika here that you can use to support hold Sarajevo, and then this doesn't happen. But yeah, no, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Actually, you should very easily be able to defend Sarajevo here. This shouldn't be a problem for you.
Yeah, Ionian to Otranto, Salonika support hold Sarajevo,
Mhm.
and then support Banat in.
And then you're just fine. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on over here against Russia on the Ottomans front, but it definitely does look like they get in. That's what, 4? That's 4 on 4
Oh,
actually.
Safavit supported the wrong unit.
Yeah, Safed support. That means they don't get in, do they?
Wow.
Unfortunate.
I wonder if that was intentional or not.
Maybe? I don't know. Ottomans are floundering. Safavids are also kind of floundering, though. They are not making the most of these plays here. Like, some unfortunate guesses here. They're gonna take Uzgen and Kiva, but lose Turkestan and lose Yarkand. So,
They shouldn't lose Yarkand, right? Because
Oh,
Songpa
'cause-
is topping the support.
yes, you are correct.
But they're trying to support Mughals into Ming from Yarkland.
Just trying to keep your
It-
enemy focused on someone else. It's not a bad tactic.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's just interesting to me.
Mhm.
Because it feels like the better move would just support Ming into Kabul, like into Kabul, and then suddenly because you're both against Mughals either way, so it's kind of just like, let me just and suddenly Mughals can go down to Delhi, or
Yeah.
maybe not down to. That's a little far south, but you know what I mean.
I suppose this Ming being over here is definitely an overextension for them. So putting their unit in there is certainly not the brightest. Not going to hurt you in the long run.
True.
I do want to look over more in Arabia here. Safavids are going to start working on Muscat over here now. And it's a
Oh,
little...
yeah, it's a dead Muscat.
That's not lasting for much longer. And Abyssinia, both Abbey and Ottomans play some defensive taps over here. This holds, that looks all about right. I am curious what Abyssinia does elsewhere, though. Because they were looking in some solid positions. Yeah, they're going to take Mandara here. But because
Those are support arrows.
Yeah, but because they... Okay, this is interesting. Because they tap Mandara, they don't get into Nri. But they didn't really want to be in
So they
Nri
get-
anyways, so they keep Haas estates. So it works for them?
That's amazing.
Wow. Accept this. Yeah. Pro tip: accept the support in the unit you're dislodging.
They also tried to support Ajaran in, and Congo just tried to support... Okay, so Abyssinia was able to get Congo to fully believe them into moving out. I think that's what... I think Congo wasn't... Abyssinia wasn't expecting these Congo moves. I thought they were... Honestly, I would say that as well. Congo shouldn't really be throwing these supports out, considering Abyssinia's position and them just taking everything. But
Abyssinia support held Azande, so I guess they thought that there was an Ajuran Congo alliance that was going to take Azande.
well, there was one last turn move against Portugal, except now Congo flipped again.
Oh wow.
Oh,
So Congo, I'm not sure what Congo is doing. They are kind of all over the place. They're still alive because of it, though.
they pulled Sao Tome and Fernando Po in the West, which looks really good for them.
Mhm.
Sao Tome is popped.
It is.
They're going like they're actually going plus here, right? Like +2.
Well, they lose Mandara, so only +1, I think.
No, they get in
Plus
Burundi, don't
Burundi.
they?
Oh, that
Yeah,
that
they go up 3
that
and
is.
down 1.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's insanely impressive with how fickle of an alliance game Congo looks to be playing.
I talked about this before the break, but I think there are a few players here who don't even know what they are doing. Just not even sure what their goal is, and so everyone's just flipping around. Everyone's just flipping and flopping back and forth, doing big old cha-cha slide.
Yeah, I will award minus points for Kismayo to Baidoa.
And Koloff back to Hobio. Like Ajran, what are you doing?
Yeah,
You
I think
haven't
if you do want to pivot north, the way to do it is to pull a build and then build them
Mhm.
north.
This is a fall.
That's
This is
such a
just going
good
to take a long time.
This is a fall moveset here,
That's-
and I don't think Ajran's getting anything this year. Yeah, Ajran gets flat nothing.
They get Maldives.
Oh,
They were supported into Maldives last turn, but they're losing Burundi.
Oh, but also they have such a good position down south. Like
Mhm.
you support, like you can get into Makusa, you can, or support whole Burundi. You can, like go down top Slovakia. You can go down Mascara, try and go for reunion. Just straight up go to Indian Ocean and do Lord knows what there.
Mhm.
And suddenly you have another build and you have a build in Seychelles, and you just dominate that area, or at the very least do something.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of sitting still from Ajuran this game. They haven't pushed their advantage in a lot of ways. Like they were with Portugal and now they're against Portugal, but then they were back. They wanted to push against France, but now they're not making any efforts towards France at all, and then instead letting France get positioned against them. It's they're not leveraging themselves very well against these colonial powers who are plundering.
Basil says that Gulf of Guinea hold from Dutch was an NMR'd unit.
Mm-hmm. Instead of bouncing Fernando Po, that unfortunately makes sense.
Mhm.
Quickly, just want to make sure there's nothing down here to yell about. In the Thunderdome, we talked about this a little bit with England's spring moves. It just didn't look good. They're getting forced out here.
Yeah, this is looking very promising for Ottoman's Portugal.
Mm-hmm. Portugal's going to start trying to clean up the region. Portugal probably should have had all of these territories sooner, but they're being a little slow on it. They're going
Has
to land it
Union
eventually.
Nayeni not moved?
No, it is
just
not
been
moved
pouring?
all game. Just cored and then held.
Yeah. The fleet there feels very bad. It's very hard to do anything.
Well, the fleet.
But, I don't know. Cabo Verde doesn't have much of a other place to go. I feel like
The fleet could go to Mardin and then Cormonton. If it had done that, it would have actually been pressuring something and actually made progress. But not happening.
Or Cabo Verde can go north to like Canaries and Redigaba if they really want to.
Ended up going south. There is a tap on Azores, bounce on Azores here. That's fun.
Oh well.
Sorry.
Looks arranged.
Scrolling up reminded me of the Spanish Mediterranean moves, so I'm going to scroll back down.
oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go. Shall we look over at North America now to see what's been going on over here?
Okay. You didn't have enough suffering.
Oh, Inuit. No, wait. No, this is fine.
No, this looks great. This looks great.
No, that's great.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
This is wonderful.
Perfect. Fantastic read, actually. Inuit gets into Chilcotin and doesn't lose Tuchon.
Wow. Impressive.
Yeah,
Great work, fantastic.
Chilcottin is always getting tapped there, right?
And
By some unit.
and
So it's a
Atha
bit surprising.
and Atha throws and trades Kree for Chipewon rather than just defending Chipewon. I disagree with that.
What?
I disagree with that defensive set from Athapaska.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
We did see a bit of this earlier as well. Inuit has been able to pressure Athapaska as much as they have been because Athapaska has been struggling to defensively maneuver themselves very well in the area. Inuit's had
Yeah, I like having the army Chipuyan for Inuit, and Kree is not a great dot, and the two units in Anishinabek and Kree are not well positioned to defend the homeland.
Mhm.
So with like a little bit of bouncing around, the single unit in Kree with a good retreat can hold off Atha for a while from getting to Inuit's home units. Or Homoseas, sorry.
Yeah,
They looked very anti-France when it really shouldn't. But speaking of France, I've noticed a few holds.
Yeah, France took a lot of these centers and then didn't real. They took some of these back. The French tactics here have been fairly odd, but oh man, they're holding a lot more here than they really should. Than I really thought they should be. Actually,
Was that an
Four
attempted
holds?
convoy swap from Inuit and Newfoundland banks?
it kind of looks like it. It looks like it was
Very cool.
It certainly looks
Kidnapping.
like it. Try. Well, it's not a kidnap. It's it's just a roundabout little skirt. I don't know a good. There's a name for it. I can't remember it. A nice attempt. Unfortunately for them, France just decided to hold instead of being aggressive, which, sure. Inuit still is fairly plus on here. Like they're keeping St. John's, even if they're losing St. Anthony here.
They're getting they're getting a lot. And we haven't even touched on their Asian area yet.
Yeah, they're getting alley. Like Inuit,
oh,
Inuit's is looking solid. Like they're getting
wow.
+4 in just this region alone.
I noticed an arrow moving up to Brathalid.
Sorry?
Is that Inuit? I noticed a unit moving up to Brathalid. Is that Inuit? No,
That's
that's England.
It's an English dot.
Ah, bad.
Yeah, it's what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Generally, we're seeing a lot of really good tactics from Inuits here, and I really do hope that it's going to pan out well for them. They just have a lot of ground that they need to make up in order, because Inuit needs what, 42 dots in order to win? Yeah, 42 in order to reach victory margins. It's a long climb up, so I'm really hoping they're going to be able to make that climb and get a lot of centers because they've played pretty well.
Sam in the popcorn throwers chat is suggesting Tanana to Satu instead for Inuits to get Satu and then lose to Chon, which I think I kind of like. It totally wrecks Atha's defensive line.
Fair. Like yeah, sure. There could exist better I'm not going to harp on someone who has good tactics for it could be better tactics. To be fair.
Oh yeah.
I will harp on people
when half of the rest of this stream has been like us complaining about like, can you not core C provinces? It's very fine to be doing this kind of thing.
I am not going to harp on someone with good tactics for they could have great tactics. I'll harp on people with bad tactics where they can improve and show different manners and how they could actually leverage their position.
Support on a brace. Yeah, that's a good point. So Satu could have supported Chilcottin up to Chon, in which case Inuit wouldn't have made any progress.
Mm-hmm.
But if Tanana tapped Satu, it would guarantee the dot. Yeah, thank you, Sam.
Sure. So it works out. I don't mean to be dismissive of this. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be harping on the one player who we're all agreeing, yes, this player is actually doing well this game.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah. This is not an, oh man, Inuit, why did you so upset that you're getting all these dots, but you just didn't do it the perfectly guaranteed way? That's not what this is.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll call that a Blitz
Inuit's
moment.
doing insane.
What else is going on?
Scrolling down a bit here. prioritizes getting into Visciano Bay. Sure.
Do they get into
They don't.
the Vizcaya?
They do not. With the tap here, that's 2-on-2.
Ah,
So Ute shown. They even support France into Cherokee. So Ute shown does nothing and gets nothing.
highway.
Lol. Caribbean looks about how we were thinking it was going to look after break there. Britain is going to get St. Augustine but lose Bahamas. Trade Belize and Havana. A whole bunch of nothing for nothing.
Aside from Netherlands, who looks like they're, well, St. Martin's already theirs.
Excuse me. France and Netherlands both support Poland back into New Courland.
I love that.
The flip flopping. Whose side is everyone on? I just want to know.
And Poland got Jacob Fort back somehow.
Do you really need to be giving Poland dots? Poland's out of this game. They've been out of this game for a while after how badly their year one went. You don't need to be going to Poland and say, hey, I'll give you this dot. Go to Poland and say, hey, can you help me get this dot? Because France is in Barbados as well. Like, they don't need to be giving Poland this dot. They want to be kicking Poland out of New Courland in a turn. Balance of power doesn't work in a blitz environment. There is not time to balance of power. You need to win.
Especially one who's already been kicked out of their colonies.
Right? You don't have time to be propping up somebody else for it to minorly hinder someone else's progress. You need to go. You need to go and win the game because you only have 6 or 7 years. You do not have time for this.
Aymara is looking very good in the south.
Has Aymara stabilized? I guess with Spain getting attacked, but Netherlands completely denies any push that they had against Spain, which I absolutely hate. Why have you done this? Okay.
Though, yeah, it is a bit concerning that Mapuche has not walked into the free Aymara dot, and Guarani has dotted Wien-Hayek. It looks a little bad for Aymara in the long term, but they're doing well against Spain at least.
Yeah, Guarani's tactics, I don't understand what Guarani's doing. They're actively just throwing. They are literally coring on the front line and throwing away their defense against Mapuche. It's not worth discussing. They're literally just trolling.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it again. Don't let Mapuche get into Argentine Basin.
Yeah.
Wait, they walk out of Rio Grande Rise. Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead.
This looks. I feel like this position would be like discussion for top board, for Guarani, if they weren't just letting Mapuche walk into everything, because on the surface they have such a good position up north.
They're literally throwing away. Like, they're literally throwing centers to Mapuche at this point. You cannot argue otherwise.
I'm very curious what the Mapuche Guarani press looks like. I'm wondering if Mapuche is just a complete press wizard.
It must be something like that. It has to be at this point.
Those.
Also, Guarani support holding Madeira for Aymara while also dotting Aymara. This is full-blown chaos right here. Mapuche wins. The Dutch should be winning, but they're coring Japura instead. Sure. Whatever you say, buddy. Alright. What have we not covered here? Let's go over to the Asia front. Mapuche is just trying to level.
Progress.
Portugal actively leaving their Timor colony. Okay.
What?
I don't understand why you would do that, but Mapuche's trying to clean up here. Netherlands is trying to get position in order to hold Philippines, while Ayutthaya. it looks like Ayutthaya and Netherlands have kind of just pieced out a little bit, which I don't agree with as Ayutthaya. You need those centers.
Oh, Dutch misordered Javacy to Flores. That's not an adjacency.
Big rip.
But it doesn't matter since Timor Sea didn't even go in that universe.
Well, Coral has a retreat, right? So if Coral wants to take the retreat into Flores, they can.
Oh, that's true. Also, Coral Sea is actually an insane position. I ended up looking at a retreat map, and it is
Coral
about
Sea-
as big as some like high seas.
Yeah, I've talked about this a little bit before. I played a lot in the southeast region here. This area is nightmarish to defend. If you can get a stronghold here, it is nightmarish for anyone to try and defend their hold here. It is terrorist opportunities left and right to just retreat in occupied, got units everywhere. It's wild.
Yeah, Coral Sea is a great tile. 5 dots. 5 dots next to Coral Sea.
Jeez.
Shall we scroll north?
I believe so. I do just want to mention up here that Spain is, well, two things I want to mention. The first is that I was thinking before that Toku was going to dot Manila from here, because obviously you don't go for dots here, right? No, wrong. They're supporting Ayutthaya. Toku, you're throwing. What are you doing?
Why?
But it's okay because Spain has also decided not to defend the centers they can build in anyways. They tap Cebu, and that's it.
Oh my gosh.
All right, sure.
Also, Portugal thinks that
Yeah.
you're going to be on their side after you built an army and trying to support you into Hanoi.
Yeah, right? Absolutely not.
Okay.
No one likes Portugal here. Wow, this is like the worst possible set of orders for Portugal.
Pretty much. Yeah, scrolling up.
What did Portugal do to them?
Uh,
I mean, the
Don't
army
know.
Macau, I get, yeah, but like, what about the rest? Like, what did he ever do to Ayutthaya?
they existed in Macau, and Macau should not exist.
Clearly,
I played Ming, and Macau is legit one of the worst. I'm really happy with the changes down here because it makes Macau at least slightly more viable. But Macau is like the worst colony in the entire game. It is impossible. You have like as Ming, you have to kill it, otherwise you just die to something else.
Pretty much. Yeah, looking at Toku here, like they have some dots that look good. Don't get me wrong, but they also could have gotten a fair amount more this turn. I want to say, like Inuit is full juking them into Tsugaru Strait here. They're not tapping Manila. They're not trying to
That's
go for
amazing.
Formosa. Like they're getting flanked by
Yes.
Inuit here.
See the dots. Take the dots.
More of Inuit going well. Inuit has been working with Russia to try and take them. I do wish Inuit was getting Russia to support themselves in. Don't get me wrong. But if it works out, it works out. Like Inuit's going to start working on the Japanese islands here, and it's going to go well for them at this point.
Yeah, this feels like the kind of follow up you make when it's an Inuit Russia that's going to attack Toku, and that seems reasonable.
Is that Inuit supporting Spain into it? Again, I think we have seen before in the first half of the game here that Inuit absolutely can smooth talk their way into being the one that gets these supports instead of being the one supporting someone else. Spain does not need this dot. You need this dot. Get Spain to support you in. Edo's kind of
did Togo have anything adjacent to this? Oh, they just had the one fleet in NPO. I see.
Edo's kind of a throwaway dot. Well, it would be if Inuit wasn't already also in Suguru Strait. Like Inuit in Suguru and Edo is a position they can hold and develop. Inuit can take it forever, yeah, but they could have it now and already be in a good position to start contesting Aomori, start contesting Osaka, really just make the Tokugawa position crumble. And like, yeah, you
Suddenly
can.
Tokugawa does.
Sorry.
Tokugawa doesn't look like Tokugawa went from like top 4 to suddenly holding on for life in one turn.
It does not look great for them in this position anymore. They have been flanked successfully. All right.
Yeah, I wonder if this is part of some deal to get Spain on board with like a three-way coalition on Toku.
Maybe I don't know. Spain's not existing in this region for very long. I don't think it matters.
Oh, never mind. Yeah. That does not going to stay yellow for long.
It is not. I think this covers just about everything. I hate these. I wish I hadn't seen those, but I think that's everything covered over here. I think. It,
Did we cover south of it?
we did cover Sophivid. They ended up trading
Yeah, at the
over
very
here.
beginning.
I think this is about everything I wanted to cover here for this map.
Did we looked at Europe? Yeah. Okay. Next
did.
map. Let's do it.
England dotted Ceylon, which is funny. Let's quickly grab.
Oh.
Let's quickly grab the builds map just so I can scroll over it for a moment, and then we'll move on to the spring of year 4. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly zoom over builds. I don't think there's too much to discuss with builds, and we'll just move on to moves first and foremost. I will scroll over them for the sake of posterity. Do y'all have anything in particular you want to mention here while we're just in between moveset orders?
This was build 1644.
Yeah, this is builds year 3.
Okay, so I'm just looking through the scoreboard right now, and it's Inuit France on top, and Portugal just went -4.
Ooh.
Yeah, Portugal had a fair amount go wrong for them that turn, unfortunately. Congo building 3 is insane.
That's wow.
Poland still hasn't
it's looking real good.
disbanded or built anything since year 1. Okay, that's wild.
So where did Portugal disband? Biscay, Canaries.
There's some of them there. I imagine some will be coming from India.
No disbands. Oh, they disbanded Rustock. Okay, that makes sense. That guy was dead.
Yeah.
And 2 English armies in India looks great for England.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Yeah. Once England gets a foothold and yeah, if you don't take those cores, England just runs over India.
They're on track to, since Portugal has been fumbling here.
East Coast Carryax.
East Coast corrects it. It's fine. They don't need West Coast corrects either.
Over
That's true.
Chukchas?
I guess it
Like if
depends
you're
on.
going to build a fleet.
I guess. Yeah.
Right, like if your goal was to go to Karaginsky, you could have done that from Chukchas too. So
Yeah.
True. Oh well.
Mughals disband Hisar, so that seems like Safavids and Mughals are getting on the same page.
Ooh.
True.
Ming might be a little. Ming might be in trouble then.
Ming's been in trouble for a while. It's just that their neighbors have also not been coordinating against them.
Nah.
Oh, and Portugal disbanded Macau. Okay, these disbands make a lot of sense.
Spain's pulling off Cotabato. They're fully just giving up this region. It looks like. Not too much more I really want to mention there, other than just moving spring. It is a good time to look at the scoreboard, though. You are correct in that regard. Inuit's on top. I would really like to see it for them. They still have a lot of centers they need to get, but if they're able to make progress against Tokugawa here, able to close out this push against Athabasca, maybe stabilize a little bit over here in Newfoundland against France, like they absolutely could close this out and do very well. I'm hopeful for them. All of the colonials, I think I'm gonna give each and every single one of the colonials the same blanket of please get on the same page, get your plan figured out. I just don't know. For every area where a colonial seems to be doing well, it also seems like they're falling apart.
England's the only one that isn't in like top half somehow. I thought England would be doing much better. Huh.
Well, the leaderboard is also, especially this is year 3. Colonials just have a natural
Yeah.
advantage early on in the leaderboard. Like, yes, France,
Oh, yeah.
Spain, and Portugal are up here at the top of the leaderboard right now. I don't think any of those 3 have any chance of winning this game.
Oh, heck no.
And Ottomans, after going, plus 10 in the first year, are still only at 21. So it feels like a bit of a stall out.
Yeah. Ottomans had a very fantastic start and have just been fumbling around with cores and not holding the Mediterranean the whole game.
Am I seeing this right? England has no units in West Africa at all.
No. They just disbanded their unit on retreat from Mali. They just gave up.
Okay, we're going for the full India colonization RP.
Pretty
Oh,
much.
wow.
Yeah, Inuit's doing well. Mapuche's doing well. I like Safavid and Abyssinia. Ayutthaya in Sweden somewhat. I really hope they're able to turn around. Like, if Ayutthaya is eventually able to stabilize and then pivot against the Dutch, if Sweden is eventually able to realize that they need to be going after these English dots and even some of these Russian dots, I think they can do well. Like, Inuit, Mapuche, Safavids. Those are the 3 that I think you really need to look out for. And Abyssinia, sorry. Those 4.
Yeah. Sweden building 3 as well is also pretty interesting.
Sweden,
Yeah.
if you completely ignore the fact that they're just kind of sitting with Norwegian Sea and not taking Iceland, not bouncing North Sea, not going for English dots, if you ignore those things, Sweden looks fantastic.
Yeah, the not bouncing North Sea was really... It was hard. It's hard to watch.
Indeed.
If you ignore everything they're not doing, they're doing amazing.
Pretty much. Shall we move
but
on?
They are building 3, so that is quite nice. They will be able to cover for that mistake very easily.
It is. I'm gonna go ahead and move us along to the spring moves, year 4 now. Go ahead and get these covered. I think we should start with Inuit.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. Train down into North Equatorial. I mean, yeah, now you have Mawak for 3. Good job.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call. That's yours.
Core in Hawaii, by the way.
We don't want to talk about that. What are we looking at here? You're covering Alatuk successfully.
Wait, they have completely guaranteed. Inuit is completely guaranteed Miwok and Yokuts. They can choose.
Yeah. Well, Uchils just have a unit bordering Yokuts.
Yeah. Oh, bordering Yokuts? What do they have bordering Yokuts?
Viscountable.
Viscano.
Oh, I see. Yeah. They have guaranteed Miwok. My bad. But still, wonderful.
I am confused by the Inuit attack everywhere else here, though. Like, this is a successful read. Like, they successfully prevent Athapaska's moves from doing anything, but it also, like, they aren't gaining ground themselves.
They get Kree, they support France into OG Kree. Yeah, this feels like a setup where France is going to stab Inuit.
Yeah, honestly. Inuit does get St. Anthony this time, at least.
And another convoy from Newfoundland Banks.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's happening here is that these 2 are tapping, but St. John's goes around.
Ah.
And then in the fall, you just have St. Anthony support St. John's back in. Well, no, because France has moved to the Placenta Bay, so it's going to end up being a trade.
This is such a... I mean...
Maybe he's just gotten a bit too fancy with it.
France supported Inuit into Kree, so it looks balanced. So in theory, dots-wise, it looks balanced, but like Willie Marie moved north, Estrade moved north. Like, no way is that not preparing.
Yeah, certainly. Like, I feel like especially something like OG Kree, that should be Inuits here. You don't need to be giving that to France.
Yeah. The looking at the Dutch moves, putting 2 on Seneca here looks like a stab. I'm curious if there's any stabbing happening anywhere else.
Netherlands has been shifting their allegiances a little. All of the colonials have been just bouncing around one another. Like Netherlands and France were working together earlier, and now England's been supporting Netherlands in other places. I'm not sure who's working with who anymore. I'm just hoping they actually get dots. This Netherlands colony in America here has been playing defense for a long while when they could have had a lot more of these centers for a long time.
It looks like they're finally trying to get Seneca at least.
They are making an effort.
Nice.
England tries to support Spain against France when England actively took their own centers. Sure, that's definitely going to work, England. That's definitely going to work.
Oh, wow.
Core Bahamas, you're trolling. Old Jamaica, you're trolling. And in general, Spain has just not... I think it's fine. Yuchishon doesn't get much here. They're going to take Apache in the fall, and probably Nueva Vizcaya as well. So, Spain's defense here is not fantastic.
Is that Spanish move from Gulf of Mexico into Havana?
I think it's into Bahamas Channel.
Better be into Bahamas.
It might be into
But you're
Havana.
moving out of Gulf of Mexico, which is a good choice.
Yeah, it's a little risky.
Then whole bunch of bounces here. Poland somehow lives this. Like, this is what I said. You supported
That's amazing.
You supported Poland into New Courland last turn. Why? It could have just already been yours, but you supported Poland in. Why would you do that?
This is why Impdip is the greatest. Oh, wow.
Beautiful memes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm actually starting to get frustrated with this Blitz game now. Oh, please.
Oh, and look at this, scrolling a little bit south. It looks like Netherlands is positioning to eat the French South Africa colony, or South America colony.
Yeah.
They've got one in Carib, they've got Cayenne, and it's all guaranteed.
Sure. I mean, if you're not stabbing the Spanish, you need to do something with these dots. Or you can just core Japura again and waste your time.
And they've walked into Moritzstad behind Portugal, who's went to Todos os Santos Bay. So it's looking very good for the Dutch in South America.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say. I don't know if I want to say that because they haven't done anything here. Like, yes, this looks fine, but a lot of this is the year 1 dots. These are the dots the Dutch gets year 1, and we're now into year 4, and they haven't built upon their position at all.
Well, I mean, this year we're going to go +3 in South America, right? They're getting Cayenne, Kalina, Moritzstad.
They're getting Moritzstad. They should have already had Moritzstad, but they got dotted for it.
Oh, yeah, they're getting Moritzstad back, yes.
Moritzstad's a funky dot. Because it's like... I find Moritzstad such a funny dot. I don't know why.
It's interesting. It has a lot of opening options, and you have to be careful with it.
I love these Mapuche moves.
I do want to comment on the Spanish trains being awful because they are moves that literally benefit you negatively. Instead of developing against Aymara. Whatever.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a Congo.
Yep. Mapuche just keeps pushing in, just keeps guaranteeing dots because Guarani is just letting you. Might as well. Guarani is literally just letting you move in. Just do it.
At this point, all the extra provinces that Flair added are already Mapuche owned, so we're just gonna see Guarani get wiped here.
I think it's throwing. I genuinely think at this point Guarani is just throwing to Mapuche.
Yeah, I mean, calm to Chiripa, I guess, feels like a throw. I mean, you can know that they're supporting into calm, but like just wait for the retreat, you know, like.
And the thing is that
witchy.
Guarani actively has moves that will prevent this Mapuche front. Lacano can tap Rio Grande Rise, and then they don't get into Mabaya. And if they They actively have moves that can and will defend this, and they are choosing to walk out.
And there's an unfortunate misorder too. Puri and Sao Paulo. So Kaipira taps Kongag, but both Puri and Guanabara Bay support the other unit into Sao Paulo, and no one actually goes to take the dot.
Yep.
It's very unfortunate.
It just, ugh. Okay. I just got a ping, by the way, about this, that I want to bring this up. Guarani has basically said, Mapuche has done a good job pressing with me. Obviously, that was my mistake for trusting them, but they're still talking to me, even though what they've done, so I'm going to let it happen. You've been throwing for 2 years! They have been doing this to you for 2 years! You have options to defend against this! You are literally throwing!
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Mapuche must be a press god.
Apparently.
Good job, Lorato, Mapuche player.
Yeah.
Good for them. All right, transition over to Africa. Look at these. France, hate to tell you, those units are not adjacent in the slightest. Those do not touch each other at all.
No.
Like, how do you? And you get dotted in reunion. Okay.
I think France was one of the Aussie players. It's like
It must be like
super
that.
late for them.
That's unfortunate. And after taking Mandara, Abyssinia has flipped Congo to overextend into Bunyoro. Well done.
Oh.
Well,
No, I actually like this for Congo. I'm happy with this for Congo. It's a dot.
Bunyoro is also massive.
Yeah.
Is another thing.
But
they might lose it. But,
Abby can take Bunyoro whenever they want. And they can also
Yeah.
take Bonda whenever they want. Sorry.
They've also supported Abby into Nori.
Yeah. They actively have. Even after
I don't know.
dotting them for Mandara, Abyssinia is talking their way through this. They're just winning.
Popayo to what?
That's an attempted. Abyssinia thought they were going to get convoyed by Ajaran. That why you would think that would work, I don't know.
I thought that was a meme move for some reason. I was like, huh, that's a little too close to be a meme move.
It might be.
Wow.
I think it's just Abyssinia is pressing incredibly well.
It might also just be a partial NMR too. Like Abyssinia held Gondar. There's no way that's intentional.
True. Like in any case, like this just, I don't know. This just looks like Abyssinia is doing very solidly to maintain their position.
Yeah, I don't see how this Abyssinia Congo alliance works long term. Like now that Abyssinia has cut off Congo in Nri, where is Congo getting additional dots out of this alliance? Right, like Abbey is not going to be able to help with Kalaf or Baidoa or any of that.
I don't know. Abyssinia is the one who actively took Mandara away from Congo, and yet Congo is still working with them. Guarani is actively getting walked in by a Mapuche armies, and yet they're still working together. I don't know with this game anymore. I need a break.
If we scroll a little bit to the left, I'm curious about the Thunderdome. Ottoman seems to be doing very well.
Ooh. Wow.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. England's just completely walked out of the area. They're Ottoman dots for free. Portugal thought they were fine and on time, on side with Ottomans, and Ottomans decided that it was time to push in.
That's really good from all. Wow. And all of the others, and it's just, I mean, Portugal's technically getting St. Louis, but I mean, they Allah is just such a good dot because it's right next to Ijil.
Mm-hmm.
You can go north. Yeah.
Nice from Ottomans in this region. I can't wait to see some cores when I scroll up.
You just want to not scroll up. Oh, no cores.
No.
What?
No, those are Spanish cores, but
they're cores. Canaries is free. Lisbon is free. Please save us from our suffering.
Sure. Bro, I'm gonna be
What is
real.
this convoy? That's very interesting.
It's from Tripoli to Rome, supported by Spain, so it succeeds.
Oh, Spain supported this thing with
From
with Ligurian.
the Bulgarian Sea, even though they also.
So this is what they were cooking.
Wow.
As Spain, I don't know why you would ever support this, but sure, go Ottomans.
Especially because that Rome is East Coast, not West Coast. Like, that's obviously so much better for Ottomans.
Right? Then again,
yeah, especially Rome is popped here too.
It is important to note, though, that
shoot.
this is just an army that Ottomans are taking away from Tripoli and Tunis. So they're just giving up and trying to defend this area should Spain actually decide to push in. But they're not, so it works for Ottomans.
Yeah, from the Ottomans, I'm not complaining one bit here.
Yeah, it works out for them.
I'm noticing some interesting moves with Ottomans in Poland up north. Like that's
well, Ottomans know that they need to fight Austria more than they need to fight Poland, so they might as well just support Poland in.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? It's Poland.
Dot jazzy.
They should. They're not going to, but they should.
Safavids is not helping Ottomans into the Kharkov dot again, so it's just one massive hold.
Yep.
And that is a convoy. Caspian Sea convoy. Wait, we haven't talked about Northern Europe yet.
Let's stick with Europe for a second here. Sweden finally realizes that they definitely needed to be in North Sea this whole time. Whoops, bit too late now.
Yeah, they've made it in and they've blocked the convoy, so that's
Well, no, because Norwegian Sea gets tapped, so they're not in North Sea now, so they just have to keep doing this the whole game now.
Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. Portugal's in Greenland Sea. Portugal's just seen that Sweden isn't doing anything against Russia here, and they're like, fine, I'll do it myself
then. They get the guaranteed Spitsbergen here.
Mm-hmm.
Just great rat gameplay.
It'll be a different shade of green.
Yeah. That's Gothenburg. Is Gothenburg next to Christian? Oh, it is. Okay. Oh, Netherlands supports. Netherlands getting into Kiel with an army. Oh shoot.
Because Sweden walks out of Kiel, go to Copenhagen.
Oh wow. Anything else interesting?
Not here. We're seeing a big old Russian wall. Somehow this is stalemating. The Safavids is just developing their own board state first, which they should be at this point. Ottomans are more of a liability at this point than they are.
We have an entertaining ping from KOP on Portugal who says, 2 people were having a showdown at high noon, then a bear ran out of the forest and began mauling Guarani. Instead of turning around to fight the bear, Guarani keeps shooting at Portugal and lets the bear maul him.
Yep.
At commentators, yes.
If I was in their position, I would be frustrated. I would be frustrated too, for sure.
It's very understandable to be frustrated in the Portuguese position there. That does not look enjoyable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I need to step back for a second. I'm getting a bit of a headache here. Can I get one of y'all to take over streaming the map real quick?
I am on my phone. I can't. I don't know how good it would be for me to do that.
Oh, good.
I can try to stream the map. Give me a second.
Yeah. If you could stream the map, and then I'll just flip over the recording view to what you have.
Okay. Yeah. Do we have to do anything to keep the recording going, or are you just going to leave it here for a bit?
No. If you flip over the screen share, over, I'll change the recording so that the recording's following what you're seeing. I can.
Okay. Do you see my Chrome tab with the map now?
Yes, I do. Why
Okay,
isn't
great.
it letting me full screen it, though? Why can I not full screen this? There it is. Okay. All right, and then I'll just flip the OBS window so it's capturing your POV there. And then
Is there a nice way to make this tab full screen so that people don't have to see my Chrome bar?
yeah, if you hit the three dots there should be a full screen option that you can pull there. So what I've been doing is I set zoom to 90%. You see where it says zoom? Hit that to 90%, and then there's the four corners on the right side of that right there.
Oh, that looks really nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, that looks good.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay.
For some reason, though, your broadcast is not showing that in full screen for me. I don't know if that's just a me thing.
It's not showing in full screen for you. Are you seeing like Chrome on the outside?
I'm seeing a bunch of black bars on the outside of your screen share.
Black bars might be because I'm using a laptop monitor. Like I don't know what your. Oh no, that is a bit weird. Why would it be showing black bars?
I don't know. Maybe set the zoom back to 100. You just hit escape. It'll undo the full screen.
Whoops, sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, it's still doing
How
it.
does it look now?
It's still doing it. Whatever. I just need a second anyway.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
I would just prefer to continue. Anyways,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter too much.
Oh, please go on. I just need to
Yeah,
step out
no
for a
worries.
second. I'm sorry.
Yeah, hope you feel better soon, and we will continue trucking through this spring 1645.
Certainly.
All right. We looked at Africa. We looked at South America, North America. Did we look at Europe yet? We did,
Yes,
right?
we just looked at Europe. So
So
the only
we've
place we
got
haven't looked at is
Asia?
Asia. Yeah.
All right. Let's start with Safavid since you wanted to look at that convoy in Caspian.
Yeah, that's super fascinating. I always love those sort of convoys with fleets that just don't have anything else to do aside from convoy another unit extremely far, a la Black Sea and regular diplomacy. And that's exactly what that's doing here to run up to that would take 2 years to get normally, but yeah, just one.
Yeah. It looks like a very nice setup for a stab on Ottomans here. There's this little sneaky move from Isfahan to Khuzestan that's ready to snipe Baghdad, though it seems like Ottomans were wise to the game a little bit. And
Oh yeah.
it looks like Safavid-Russia cooperation here, right? There's no support from Astrakhan into Kharkov. These guys are just support holding and letting Russia do their thing, right? Like they could have attacked Turkestan, but they didn't.
Yeah. Russia and Safavid are just working together super well. Wait, yeah, sorry, I just noticed the Yarkland move. It looks extremely good for them, all things considered.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna push like Turfan maybe, and okay, well, Safavids is supporting Mughals into Sangpa while going to Multan. Very cheeky. Very cheeky.
Wow. So that's really good. Hey, I'm gonna ally with you. I'm gonna support you into Spunga. Pinky promise? Okay. And then just walk into there.
Yeah, the
And have
question
an
is,
almost guaranteed, not really guaranteed, but a pretty nice chance on Kabul.
yeah, the question is if they can take Kabul without losing Yarkand.
Hold Uzgan, support hold with Uzgan, and
Yeah, they can support Multan to Kabul, right? But then like Ming is tapping Yarkand, right? Let's be real.
yeah, 100%.
Okay, well, we'll see how it goes, I guess. I'm very curious how the
Yeah.
Ottoman stab goes. It seems like both of them are a little wise to the game, so it's not going to be a total surprise, but
Oh yeah.
maybe India? What's going on there?
Ooh, India. Hold in Maldives. England doing worse than I expected. Somehow, what? England doing worse than I expected because they are just not holding as much as I thought they would.
Yeah, it's all holds, and then Masulipatam gets into Rajmahendri, so it's +1, but they're going to lose the unit in the south, Madurai, to the Portuguese fleet. So it feels like kind of a wash here.
Yeah. This-
Ajuran holding in Maldives is
Here,
not it.
I have political influence here. Let me just not use it. What? You
Yeah,
can you can um swap the game. You can help England here. Like even just supporting like Ceylon into Gulf of Mannar, which I mean, not my favorite move, but it works. Would signal to England and to Portugal, hey, I'm doing something.
yeah. I think you want to bounce one of them, or you want to go to Somali Basin or something. Like you can always go back to Maldives in the fall if you're worried about losing it. So
Yeah, because there's no
yeah,
way they're supporting each other into Maldives.
yeah, exactly. Looking at the rest of the board, I feel like we have enough context. Are Ajuran and Portugal fighting here?
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, right. Like the support in Kismayo is not friendly.
Oh yeah. Like, hello, I'm next to your cores now. Like there's no way that's Congo is just fully anti-Ajuran. Actually, that's Congo's goal right now. From the looks
Yeah,
of things, not
yeah,
even.
yeah. Right, because of the Banuro thing. It's a bit
Yeah.
surprising to see Makua go to Kismayo instead of Bemba if this is like a real, quote unquote, real Congo Portugal alliance, right? Because it feels like they're not really set up to take Zanzibar off Ajuran. It feels like I'm going to take Burundi next angle to me.
Oh yeah. Uh, Honestly, looks more like Portugal and Abyssinia are working together to stab Congo really hard.
Yeah, I would believe that. We talked about the
Um,
Seychelles misorder, so maybe we want to go to Indonesia?
yeah, I don't think we talked about into this area yet. Morgan Kulu Morgan and this okay. What in the world?
Are we looking at the right map? We are, right?
Um
Because that was the map
yeah.
where, yeah.
Zamboanga's colored orange. This looks funky. But Netherlands making progress, I guess.
Oh, right, right. Because we were looking last phase and we saw Java C try to move to Flores.
Oh yeah. Oh, that might have been a misorder. That was probably a misorder because Flores. They probably meant to move to Flores C.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Wow, unfortunate.
Oh, I didn't realize that until you said it. That's so sad.
Oh no, I feel really bad for Netherlands in that
Yeah.
case because these moves are overall really good.
Guaranteed Donnie for Mapuche as well. So Mapuche stay winning. What does this move to Antarctic Basin? That's also Mapuche. What is Mapuche doing down here?
Indian Ocean maybe because to get a better eye on like Sambas.
Yeah, they're trying to pull like Timor from the other side. That's interesting.
Okay,
Okay, Spain. Okay, now Toku does see the Manila dot. That's great.
nice.
It is spring
Uh,
though, so we're gonna have to wait a bit.
yeah. Although it looks like what is Ayutthaya doing? Ayutthaya is supporting against Spain and supporting against and is no, that's going into Netherlands. Never mind. Who is Ayutthaya aligned with?
Yeah,
Uh,
they're supporting Toku into Spanish dots, taking the Spanish support into Netherlands dots, and supporting themselves into Spanish dots.
so overall Netherlands, but that looks
They're definitely
funky.
not pro Netherlands, right? You never have Sulusita Zamboanga with Cebu support if you're pro Netherlands.
So are they just fully anti-colonial?
Maybe they're
Uh,
just like mad at the Netherlands or something, or they're like, hey, like Spain is mad at the Netherlands, and they're like, yeah, I'll just support you into Zamboanga. Like, I'd rather you be in there than the Dutch.
oh yeah. Um, also
I missed
Radaman
like a year or
Island.
two of context, so I don't quite know whether there was anything that would invite enmity between them.
Yeah, for popcorn people, if you have context that we missed, because I was only in spectator for like the final final like phase before the break. I don't think either of us were here for 1643.
Speaking of which, I should just pull up popcorn on my phone so that I can see what's going on while I am scrolling through the map.
Uh,
Okay. It's big enough anyway. Okay, thank you. Sorry about the black bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ayutthaya is doing well. I mean, what can I say? +2.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have supported Toku into Manila, but I mean, who am I to complain when they're going +2, you know?
Yeah, because they're getting bone in. Although we haven't seen Inuit stuff up north because remember Inuit's in Zaguro Strait and Spain is in Edo, so that could change our trajectory
what happened
a lot.
here?
And that changes our trajectory a lot. Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So Inuit into Aomori. Everything's bouncing. It is a Russia Inuit.
What?
Russia Inuit Spain against Toku.
Not and Ming is just sitting there. Okay. It's getting Macau and that's it. Okay, this is really interesting because yeah, at this point Toku is a really sink or swim power. So even with the buffs they got like objectively got, if the second they don't, or the second something happens to them, they just completely collapse. Although because they have so much of Ching, it might be a bit slower, or they might be able to recover. But Tokyo has such a hard time recovering, even in normal, even with this context that they have good portion of Ching.
Yeah, it's very much on a knife's edge for Toku here. If they get some builds and they can put down like a unit or two in Kyoto or Osaka, then maybe they're saved. But if Inuit and Spain are just going to push this, that looks really good for the two of them and really bad for Toku. Toku just won't have a line.
Yeah. But Inuit absolutely has a line through Tokyo at this point.
Oh, for sure.
Because they probably get Huanshui here.
What is
Oh,
the point
wow.
of Hailan Pao supporting Nivix to Heilongjiang? That looks just like a Blitz moment, right? Like you always have Hailan Pao do a tap on Haishenwai. Because Toku doesn't have anything that can go to Heilongjiang, right? Haishenwai's a fleet.
Yeah.
And then Sahelian would have gotten in.
So you just do you like bounce Cheching or something? I mean that wouldn't have worked, but hindsight. Yeah. Double bounce.
Yeah, I think you just need to tap. You need to tap Haishenwai here.
Because then Inuit gets into Tartary.
Yeah. I mean, it's not 100% guaranteed because Ainu could have been tapping something as well, but it's better in this set in every situation.
Yeah. But
Blitz
moment happens sometimes.
Shadow Guy says Ayutthaya is actually +3 because of Andaman. Wow.
Yeah. Oh wow, they even got British support. England and Ayutthaya tend to like each other a lot, and I'm not entirely sure why, but it seems to be a pretty common alliance.
Anti-Mughal, anti-Dutch, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, Andaman is pop now, which is great, and I know. I suppose there's the possibility of Sasaram for Ayutthaya. I mean, Guangxi going to Kunming looks a little sus to my eye. Like, I guess Ming can say, "Hey, that's a defensive move," because I'm worried about getting stabbed. But now Ayutthaya has some games to play. Ming and Ayutthaya have some games to play. I don't know how long that alliance is going to last.
Let's play. What are we bouncing over here? And I guess we'll play that game next turn.
Yeah. But it's looking like a very, very good year for Ayutthaya.
Anything we've
let's
missed?
let's look north maybe. So
Oh,
we talked about these Russian and Safavid moves, so maybe Inuit. Is Inuit doing anything interesting? We talked about this.
uh,
Yeah,
well,
Karaginsky should have been Chukchas.
oh yeah. I think that's it.
That's it for
On the
this year. Cool. So fall.
yeah.
Now we're gonna watch me fumble my way through opening a new map.
um, it's okay. Well, while you're doing that, maybe we already did power rankings. Biggest shifts overall. Um, Abyssinia is definitely a much better. Is definitely in a massively better situation. And because Congo is just fully anti-Ajuron, and this okay. And
Sorry, I'm struggling at the moment.
no, you're fine. I'm just trying to keep commentary going. Best. Oh, there we go. Okay. So,
Okay.
do you want to just start with North America, or where did we start last time?
We've been starting with Inuit.
Yeah, let's start with Inuit.
What do we see here? Support holds. Support holds. Oh no.
This is fall. A
Yep.
convoy, supported convoy into a non-center. Okay, that's something.
And it gets in, and Chipuyan holds because Michif P is dislodged.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, yeah, there's worse moves out there.
Yeah, the fleet to Chone is like the fleet to Chone move in spring is kind of hamstringing them here. Like it's kind of hard for Inuit to make progress into the home Athabasca dots. I think they just kind of need to
Yeah.
wait for some Atha disbands and see what progress they can make there, or like come in from the east. Yeah.
Yeah. Suna army. If Shishong was an army, then oh my gosh, this would be an insane position. But it's just a little unfortunate that Shishong is a fleet right now. But yeah, and maybe you could have moved that out to Kata Basin or not Kata Basin, Cascadia Basin if you're sort of tickling Shishong.
Yeah, this feels like a very defensive set.
Yeah.
What else is going on? What's going on in like Quebec? Oh, there's a bounce in Greenland. Sure, I'm not that interested in that. We
Greenland's
have
a
some
funny.
Ipsy Doodle in Quebec between St. Anthony, St. John's. Wait, is this? This feels like a
What?
partial NMR from France, right? France didn't support hold themselves.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 holds in this region alone.
And yeah,
Do we want to go over
colonoscopy,
to?
awful.
Do we want to go over to France and see if like this is like homeland France and see if this is just everywhere? If this is no, it's not everywhere. So probably just the NA player.
Yeah, the rest of it looks fine. I think they might just not have gotten all their orders in on time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Noscopy not taking Enticos. Neither of these units taking the other is kind of a bit rough.
Okay.
Yeah. Like at the worst, you can have St. Anthony's get supported into St. John's and backfill. I mean, there's things you can do to try to pull an extra dot with this unit instead of having everything hold.
Yeah, I mean, assuming it's a partial NMR, this is probably one of the better reasons to have it in because you're already standing in dots.
For sure, yeah. The Dutch colony, they do take Seneca finally, but France is bearing down.
Mohawk and Connecticut. Yeah, I don't know how much longer, and plus they still have Cherokee. I don't know how much longer, although Spain is attacking them, so I don't know if you want to move Cherokee. Yeah, this seems very much like a, yeah, I know what you're doing. Netherlands are not going to be here for much longer.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very curious. Like, I think if Dutch gets builds here and they can drop a couple in New Amsterdam and Philadelphia, then they have some odds. Even one unit would stall this out a lot. But I also don't know who's coming to save Netherlands from the other side, right? It would have to be Inuit, I guess, and that feels very slow.
France is already gearing. I mean, I guess this suddenly turns into a really good Inuit stab because now France can't, like we discussed last turn, France can't actually stab Inuit that hard anymore.
Yeah, for sure. This is definitely coming up Inuit.
Yeah.
There's a big train of moves here, and Apache
Mirawak,
gets taken. Oh, sorry.
Apache. Oh no, there's no arrow to Mirawak.
To where? Sorry.
There's no arrow to Miawak, meaning Inuit didn't take
Oh,
it.
what did they do? They took Ute support into Hawaii. Wow.
Wow. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Sorry,
Okay.
continue.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Inuit being a press god, apparently. Yeah.
Oh.
How much is Ute going up or down this phase? So, they gain Nueva, right? Because Nueva can't tap Sea of Cortez.
Yeah.
And they gain Apache as well. Wow.
+2.
Solid phase for them.
They don't even lose any ground. Wow.
Yeah.
And France isn't an issue. The Pasca is definitely not an issue. Inuit's not an issue right now. This is great.
Yeah, they have a very solid front. It's going to be very hard to push Ute back at all. Like it's looking good. I mean, this position is a little slow. So what are they at? They're at 10 dots now. So I don't know if this is a winning position, but it's a comfortable position for sure. And I think they're going to end up at a comfortable finish.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, what else is happening? England is moving south.
Okay.
It does look like they're in Havana from here, right? There's no way this is in Bahamas Channel.
Oh, you're right. Oh, well, that answers the question. Bahamas moving into Bahamas Channel with support from Havana. So that answers that question.
Okay, I don't know. Like, I guess England was giving Spain a dot as part of some trade. I'm not sure what England got elsewhere for it, but it doesn't seem like Spain has been super pro England with these moves.
Yeah, Antilles Current, Honduras. Yeah, this is Spain is trying to get some English dots in the Caribbean right now, and that's a fair goal.
And look at this, Dutch guessing right. They the English dot tried for Guadeloupe, but they could only cover 2 out of the 3 of Guadeloupe, St. Martin, and Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And
so I suppose Mona could have gotten supported into Puerto Rico, and that was a guaranteed dot that England did not take.
Yeah. But Blitz stuff happens.
Yep. Blitz stuff. Okay, Sports says, sorry to step out, everyone. I'm starting to get a mad headache, and you can feel yourself getting frustrated past the point of it being entertaining. Okay, you'll be back in a bit. Sorry, everyone. No worries, Sports. I appreciate you coming by. It was great to have you hold down the commentary for as long as you did.
Oh yeah,
and I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, hope you feel better, Sports Wells. Yeah, we did the he did the entirety of the first half, which is and a good portion of this part. Like he was here for like an hour. Like he has been here the most time, and I really respect him being here for so long.
Yeah, it's much appreciated, and Sports is a great guy. So yeah, I hope you feel better. Yeah. Okay, so what is going on in this New Courland stuff? There's a lot of supports that were not taken. So Spain gets offered New Courland by France, and instead Spain gives it to the Dutch.
Spain and Dutch look to be working together at this point, considering what's going on in... Yeah.
These moves last phase seemed like very anti-Dutch, right? Like the reason you would move away from Aymara was so that you could put units on the Dutch front, right? And Orinoco is not friendly to the Dutch.
Oh yeah, never mind.
Was this an accepted support actually, or is Gulf of Paria like tapping Barbados?
What arrow is going into? Oh no, it's Corlin going to Barbados.
No, I think it's Corlin getting supporting Paria into Barbados, and Caracas supporting Paria into New Courland, which was not accepted.
Okay, that's really funky. Caribbean arrows are weird sometimes, and
Yeah, if anyone in Popcorn Throwers can pull up the orders log and confirm.
shoot.
That I guess Spain offered this in Dutch was like, I don't trust it. I'm taking the Polish support.
Yeah.
Oh, this is very confusing. I don't understand.
I think it's a better. Okay, let's just go down south. To
Yeah.
so simpler situation of Guarani and of like of the South American regionals.
Dutch took Barbados. Okay, great. Thank you, Stealthy. Yeah, so this is what we expected. Dutch taking these 3 dots. Cayenne, Kalina, Moritstad. Very nice.
Yeah.
Dutch and Guarani holding Nakugo. Okay.
And Guarani still throwing. Oh my
gosh.
I am not the type of person to like be upset at like other people's games. Oh, they're playing bad. But this is a little too consistent, so I'm just like, okay.
Yeah,
I like stuff.
I haven't read the press, so I don't want to make judgments like prematurely, but this feels like Guarani must have been very, very upset with something that Portugal said. I don't know what it could possibly have been.
For it to be this excessive.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think excessive is the right word here. Like, this is just like fully giving away your position to Mapuche here, which
they're accepting this of support from Mapuche into Bay of Paraguay.
Yeah, I mean, this is fully coordinated throwing, right?
Yeah.
Hey there, Madison has a link to Guarani Portugal Press. Okay. If my internet will open the Guarani Portugal Press channel, we can find out what they said to each other. Luxon says, quote, I'm happy getting my country ransacked as long as the person doing it does it with a smile. Fair enough, mate. If you don't want to play, you don't want to play. It is what it is. Clearly, nothing I could have said or done would have changed your mind here.
Wow.
Okay.
And this was an hour ago.
Yeah,
so they made up their mind a while ago.
They just haven't been pressing at all. Yeah.
Jeez.
Oof. Yeah, you hate to see it.
And sometimes emotions happen in diplomacy. That's a thing that happens, and throwing because of emotions is definitely a thing that I'm not really. I bet that happens semi-regularly, but and I feel like this is just one of those scenarios. So I don't know how much. I think this is. Is it okay if this is like the final phase we talk in depth about this?
Yeah, we don't need to harp on this situation over and over again.
Yeah.
I would like to insert the meme that someone posted in the main server the other day of like a guy looking at a clock where every hour of the clock was discuss throws.
Yeah. So let's discuss not throws.
Okay, what's going on in Africa? France takes Mapondo.
And Congo takes St. Helena. France gets back in Reunion. Yeah.
Portugal gets Port Dauphin, which means France isn't building in the area anymore.
Oh, you're right.
At least for the year.
Yeah. Well, they have your reunion, which is still an area. Which is still something.
But they won't build in it this year. I mean.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, and it is what we said, right? So this support from Makua to Kismayo was a preparation to go flip on Congo instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
And Congo also gets Benguela taken off them. Very sneaky.
Yeah. Oh, they're just fully anti. Netherlands. Although, because they take Benin up north, and hang on, Congo and not there's so many A names. Uh, I'm rotating through all the A names in my head. Abyssinia. They're um Abyssinia doesn't take the support from the Dutch into Fernando Po. Super interesting. Looks like they're an actual alliance now.
Yeah. Okay. I was wrong about that. Yeah, and they're on like Congo was honestly working with both Abyssinia and Portugal against Acheron, right? They put these supports in for Portugal to go to to Turkana.
Yeah. Also, someone quoted me in popcorn. Or shoot, sorry, my mind is. Oh, hi, sports balls. Or wait, is he? Never
Is he
mind.
here? I see him in the commentary, but I don't know if he's around.
Continue.
Sam notes, gonna note that the Guarani player threw to Sam in a previous game. Yeah, I think that they were Ching in B1.2F.
Wow. I don't. Fuchsia. Shoot.
Yeah, that was the
Sorry,
game where Sam like soloed it very fast and got like +5 for each of the +4 years. The first like 3 or 4 years, it was a really
oh, that
spectacular
was
game.
Sam's Mingwin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense then.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, we don't have to talk about that one, like you said. So I think that okay. So Gondar did move out of Gondar this time. Good.
yeah. Into anti-Ottomans.
Yeah.
Uh, although they're retreating with a convoy into anti-Ogeron.
Retreating with a convoy. Yeah. So what does going to Warsangali mean? Like what is to do to Warsangali supposed to signal?
What? I feel like it's better to just hold, even, and that's a weird thing to say in diplomacy because usually moving is better. But if you, I feel like there's a lot more options from Gulf, than from Warsangali, especially
Yeah.
with fleet. Like you can't do anything in Warsangali with a fleet.
You were never losing this dot, right? You could have supported Michele down into Ausa, and then you would have gotten in instead of
Oh,
tapping Warsangali.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a blitz moment, maybe.
Yeah,
But
I think a
but
lot of this.
Abyssinia is setting up big time to take these Ajuran home dots, and with Congo getting
Oh yeah.
stabbed, it looks pretty decent for them. And it's Abyssinia who's getting the gains in West Africa at this point, right? They've got House Estates, they've got Mandara. Like they've taken a lot of the traditional dots that Congo would take if they were heading in that direction, and Congo is still working with them. So very
I
happy for
mean,
Abyssinia here.
yeah, and it looks like Ageron is the sacrificial goat in Africa.
It does look like that.
Uh, Buffs can't save you now.
Coring and Agadez, fine.
Oh,
It's okay. I did whatever.
Ottomans have been a victim of coring, but Agadez is. If you trust Abyssinia, Abyssinia is already stabbing you, so it's kind of just a mute core because there's no way you're coring again and it working. Um, yeah, but they're getting Ogadagu and Nyani.
Yeah, yeah. They're losing a lot again, but they're still +2 locally, and it's fine. Like, and Agadez couldn't really leave because they were worried about House Sid Agadez, I suppose. Um, so
So
I guess it's fine. They could have tapped Hausa or something as well. I'm a little worried about the Ottomans' long-term positionally here because, like, Congo and Abyssinia are working very closely together, and there's a lot of Abyssinian units moving west, and just, you know, the fact that this is a Dutch unit that they're attacking right now doesn't really change the fact that behind it are pure Ottoman lands, right? Like,
yeah,
If I'm Ottomans, I am scared.
Yeah, it looks like Abyssinian Ottomans. If this was a full length game, this would have been a death war. But I guess we'll just see how many dots happen from this region. Or I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
With
I am.
this upcoming
I'm
war.
very curious how this goes. Anything else of note? Oh my god, why did I scroll up? This is something else I want deleted from like in the commentary. Can we edit out like the parts where we look at Morocco coring? That would be great.
Okay. Let's do what we did with Durrani and not speak of that again.
Okay.
But I do.
What is
I
this squiggly
do like
convoy?
this-
I actually do like that.
Yeah, it's a fun convoy to Florence from Tunis with help from Ottoman. Even though Corsica's tapping Tyrrhenian Sea.
Wait, this is actually a crazy cook. So, Spain and Ottomans convoyed the Ottoman army from Tunis to Rome last phase, right? Or Tripoli to Rome, was it? And this phase, they convoy the Spanish army from Tunis to Florence. And I guess this is like an anti-Austria play where they get rid of their armies in West Africa. This is actually really sick.
That is actually okay. Props to both of these players for doing that. We were dissing on Spain because it's like, what in the world? But we did not see this insane tactical, because it is a little insane to see so again a Spanish army in Rome, Spanish army in Florence. But that looks like that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call this like the most efficient use of units or whatever, but like still, like this is like very cool to see. I've never seen anything like this before, and yeah, very good on both these players for figuring out how to piece here. I feel like this requires some very careful pressing from both players.
Oh yeah, this is no matter what we said about these two players individually, this relationship is insane.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Really good on both ends.
What else is happening? It seems like Austria is getting just the short end of the stick here, right? Like France is anti-Austria as well. They went for Venice.
Yeah.
And what is this mess over in Freiburg? I can't read this.
Oh, I hate reading storylines. Okay. What is even happening? I'm changing locations, by the way, if that's
I can't hear anything from your background. So it looks like Austria supported themselves into Strasbourg, and that went in. And Stuttgart supported themselves into Freiburg, and that bounced.
Yeah. And then Hesse is doing Lord knows what.
And Hesse is supporting Freiburg into Strasbourg, right? And Nuremberg is tapping, and then Bavaria is backfilling. So it's +1 for Austria here. They get into Strasbourg, and this French unit in Stuttgart is surrounded by 4 Austrian armies. So it looks like Austria is making progress on this front. It's just that in the south they're losing. They lost Rome, and I guess
it's France that's really getting the worst of it, not Austria.
Yeah, France is losing Florence.
Austria has a chance to recover. France, I don't see how they can. Just simply, Army Marseille, Army Florence is just too much. Army Rome, yeah. I mean, Army Rome is pretty anti-Austrian, but that's just a lot of French, or that's a lot of armies that France has to deal with on their homeland, which with the Aquitaine nerf is, or with the Aquitaine combined with Bordeaux is definitely a lot scarier.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe we can take a look at the rest of Europe?
Yeah. Let's see. And Portugal does make it to Spitsbergen.
This is the zoom level that we were supposed to use. Great. Spitsbergen? Oh, yes, they do snipe Spitsbergen. Yes, lovely rat gameplay.
Yep.
Holding in Norwegian. Okay, yeah.
With support from Iceland, support into Christiana. That's a core in Copenhagen.
That's a core in Copenhagen? No.
Okay.
No.
What?
Sweden gets minus points for this.
That's
I don't think they're losing anything because Kiel is getting tapped. There's a whole convoy of just like Poland and Netherlands running into each other's dots, ending at the support into Copenhagen, which is beautifully entertaining, but none of it works.
That's
Oh, what
amazing.
is this? Baltic Sea supports. No.
Oh,
They
that's
messed with
highly
the
unfortunate.
convoy.
Ah, no. Okay, that's unfortunate. But okay,
Wow.
ignoring the elephant in the room, Sweden tried.
Sweden tried, and I do appreciate that. If they had gotten the army into Gdansk, like without the misorder, this position is looking amazing.
Oh yeah.
Right, you've got armies in Gdansk and Königsberg, so you're not going to be one of those Swedes who's just stuck with fleets in the Baltic and can't get past like 15 centers, you know? Like
Yeah.
this is a Sweden that
They
can
have too
push.
little. If anything, they have too little defenses. They have too little fleets in their homeland, which is not because Russia can just go hello and snipe
Oh,
them.
I think it's perfectly fine, right? Like Russia has nothing in the area too. Portugal is sniping Spitsbergen. Like, where is
Yeah.
Russia's attack? Like, they have nothing.
That's true. But I mean, they still have nothing. They still have like Novgorod, and if they really want to commit it, they kind of have to stab in winter, which is not the greatest look for anybody. But
Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, Fleet Archangelsk is going to be like a very clear story about what's happening, right? So, yeah, but Sweden does lose Kiel and Wilno, so it's -1 on the year from them. So,
yeah,
kind of rough, kind of rough.
eh,
What
all
else is
right.
happening? Poland is dying. Yeah, Poland is dying. The standard Kharkov. Oh, Safavid finally supports the men. They don't stab.
Hey, what? That's.
Um,
Oh wait, no, they're stabbing Russia.
they're
'Cause
stabbing Russia.
oh, okay, I see you. That's a really nice stab on Russia.
I hate this.
Why?
Because like Safavids is spending a bunch of units support holding on Astrakhan and Kalmykia, etc., right? And
Yeah,
they're giving Ottomans Kharkov. Like, what dot is Safavids going to get from Ottomans in exchange for this?
they're not getting Moscow. That's
Right?
Ottoman. Ottoman's getting Moscow. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel like
Pol-
this is Safavids doing their buddy Ottomans a good turn, but I don't know what Ottomans is doing for Safavids in exchange. Maybe if we look a little bit south, bounce Baghdad, they're just sitting on Rostock. No, I'm not seeing it.
Oh wow. I mean, Cairo to Tripoli technically, but like Cairo is Fleet Cairo is never anti-Safavid. So like,
Yeah. Um, yeah, so Evolution, we in the commentary booth will run behind the actual stream. And we will probably be a phase or two behind for most of the game. It's just how it is. Sorry. What else is happening?
uh,
Okay. What?
funky.
Why is Safavids getting Turkestan, and why is Russia filling up Siberian tundra?
Just options. What? Yeah, why are you filling up Siberian tundra? Hang on. I was like, oh, Turkestan moved out to Siberian. That's fine, I guess. They support held unit that they are moving.
Yeah, this feels like a
Into
Blitz moment for sure. Yeah, this
Blitz
feels like a
moment.
half-entered move set or something like that. I don't know. Like you should be support holding Turkestan or something here.
Yeah, this is a mess, but it's fine. I don't know if there's too much to talk about aside from Blitz moment.
Yeah, and coring players. This is why you don't core Kiva. You can just get dots. Even if you think that you're not going to get dots, just take the chance.
Yeah.
What happened to
Portu-
Mughals? So there was this like
Portugal
Multan
gets back
stab.
into Delhi.
Oh my god! No, because Multan is support holding it.
What? Okay, that's funky.
Oh, so okay, so they disbanded Hisar. Mughals disbanded Hisar, and then um they were supporting Mughals into Yarkand while walking into Multan, and I guess we thought that was a stab, but I guess that was arranged.
Yeah. I I guess that would. I mean, if you're Mughals, you kind of just need any little help you can get. If that was a stab, then you're just dead anyways. So might as well take the chance.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's hard to even comment on such a lost position because of what happened earlier to the Mughals. Like, just grasping at anything. Like, if anyone's offering you support, you're like, don't question it. Like, yeah, you're gonna come to Multan and support me, sure. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna complain about that at this point.
yeah.
What happened here? What was supposed to be getting supported into Orissa? It looks like there was a convoy
Coast.
attempt. Right, it looks like there was a
Madra-
convoy attempt because Andra is convoying, but it doesn't seem like the
Madra-
convoy was taken.
Madras.
Ah. Oh, okay,
Um,
okay.
So, but they changed their mind last second and forgot to change those orders. And it looks like
Yeah.
Ayutthaya knew about it because their support holding Andra Coast. So they were
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
Right,
mean-
and because they didn't do either thing, they misorder. They don't get the support into Palyakar either, right? So
Yeah, that's
the area is looking
Yeah.
pretty good for Portugal.
Oh yeah. Rarely do you see the bottom of India green, but here we are.
Yeah, good on them. And Ajaran is working with Portugal again, supporting him into Gulf of Manar.
Wow. See, this is what I meant earlier about use your political power to like in India to help you. Like, oh, okay, no, I can do this. Do something else for me in the region where I'm actually where I have more dots.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this. I am curious, like Portugal is going to have to give Ajaran Bunyoro back, or there will have been some promise of that kind. So I'm curious to see whether and how that gets fulfilled.
Oh yeah.
What else did we look at? We looked at Africa already.
Ceylon dot. We haven't checked Southeast. We haven't checked Oceania and Asia yet, or
Okay.
Full core
Yeah,
Gula Morgan.
This is fine. I feel like this is a good core.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of tempo relative to what else Mapuche has, but I guess they were supporting it to Danny to guarantee it. Okay, understandable. I think that we're going to have a Mapuche Dutch war on our hands very soon.
Yeah. Mapuche always tends to get into a war with the player who has successfully gotten this area, and it tends to either be Netherlands or Ayutthaya, and it's Netherlands this time, so we'll see how that works.
Yep, standard stuff if you've played enough games.
Yeah.
This like second follow-up move into INO5 is pretty interesting. Like to me, it signals that they're pretty committed to fighting the Dutch here.
Oh, that's
right?
what I said they were going to do. Because there's no other reason to move into Argentine basin as Mapuche.
Yeah, right. I guess in theory you could have gone to Crozet, or you could have gone like for an angle on Cape Co if you had something in South Atlantic. Like,
but in that case, you would just rather go from east.
South Atlantic. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like we've got a war coming. Ayutthaya tapping Manila. What is happening here?
Oh no. What? Blitz moment with Spain.
Yeah.
Ming stabs for Ryukyu Islands and Fusan. Whoa, that's just a full
Love
Ming
it.
stab.
And Pyongyang.
Wow.
Yeah, Toku is cooked.
Jeez, okay. Wow. Ming was like, ooh, free dots, and I don't blame him.
And what happened to Edo? So Amori is taken back, and Toku beleaguered garrison. It looks like beleaguered garrison.
What?
And Spain is going to hold on to Edo because there were 2 attacks on it with strength 2.
Is that what it's called? Beleaguered garrison?
Beleaguered garrison? Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
Oh, the spectators, can you confirm?
Spectators, please tell me I'm not making stuff up. But yeah, okay. It seems like Toku's holding one side, right? Yeah, I think it's that. Yep, it's correct. Okay, thank you. Yeah, poor Toku is getting just absolutely annihilated here. They're losing
Yeah.
Shangjing as well. So they're
Oof.
-4,
You
minus
know,
four,
yeah,
-3 because they've got Amori back.
that's insane.
But this is the kind of position where your score just goes down from now on. It's a really rough
Free
time.
falling.
Yeah. Okay, and Karaginski into NPO. Is there anything else that we haven't covered on this phase? We can move to builds and we can look at the scoreboard.
Yeah. I'm yeah, I don't really care about where it built that much because I don't feel like there's too many important builds in this phase of the game.
Sure, maybe we can do a very quick scan.
Yeah. I'm more interested in the scoreboard.
This is 1640. What year are we in? This is 1645.
Yeah.
So, okay, winter build 1645. Inuit is atop the scoreboard. I guess we should move to the
Oh,
winter
Shadow Guy
build
mentioned
map.
that. Shadow Guy mentioned that Toku got Bonin Islands.
Okay, so -2.
Yeah, but Bonin Islands is not staying.
Okay, do you see the 1645 builds?
This is 1640. Yeah, this looks right.
Poland builds? Okay, France gives up the Caribbean, sure.
That's totally understandable. They need to keep their
France gives
homeland.
up. No way. I would not have believed for 1 second that France died in Africa faster than Poland did after that opening. That is incredible.
Wow, I wasn't here for the opening, but Poland hasn't built anything this entire build. This is the first time Poland's building this entire game in 1945 or 1645.
That is incredible. Yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, so the opening JC is France went from St. Louis to Ndakaru and dotted Jacob Fort, while Jacob Fort went to Geba and got bounced out of Mali by England. So
jeez,
just the worst.
that is like disband that is like disband instantly levels of I'm getting out of here. I need my homeland.
Yeah.
Look at where we are now.
I'm impressed. Yeah, they never had a disband year. They were even every year. People were memeing and supporting them into Caribbean dots, and they held on to the Jacob Fort dot because of it. Very cool. Very, very cool. The forward retreat. So Portugal supported into Ulata, and Ottomans went to Tichet. So
that's fun.
Fun mess going to happen there. Yeah, so let's look at the scoreboard. So Inuit and Mapuche on top. That makes sense. Ottomans at 25. Oh, that's very nice. And Dutch at 31. Where did Dutch gain? They ate the South America colony, right? They ate all of this.
Yeah, they ate. We didn't talk about it. But yeah, Netherlands took both France dots, which is very, very good on their part.
Who else? Netherlands went +7. Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah. Cool. And Ming is +5 as well. Just how did we miss that?
No, we didn't. Because we saw them go stabby on Toku.
Yes, they took 3 off of Toku, and we're like, wow, they took 3 off of Toku. And oh my god, poor Ming only has 2 build centers open. And
Qing is still in Nanjing.
Yeah, because Qing is still in Nanking. That's crazy. And yeah, they're gonna have 3 waves. So this is one where I wouldn't mind a little bit of coring action.
Although, where are they coring? Is the question.
Where are they coring? I don't think they have a great place to core, honestly. Maybe it is just a wait moment.
Yeah, Rinpoonga or Zing are probably the best, are like 2 of the best coring situations, honestly, in the entire map, just because of how centralized they are to Ming, and also how rarely, or like, if you're coring there, you're either safe there, or you're doing a Hail Mary. And
right.
Yeah, I was like Zing or Rinpoonga would be good.
Yeah, I feel like those cores would just take 2 years. So maybe you just try to force Nanking and get some build centers open, and then you get your waves out next year.
Oh, yeah.
and just
'Cause
try
even
to
with-
push tempo on IU or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toku disbanding in front of Inuit. Interesting.
Ew. Edo disband.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Like, that's never getting held this year. I mean, that was a
That's-
total fluke that it got held last
Yeah.
year. Exciting. I think it's looking good for Inuit. Just gonna scroll around real quick and see. Oh yes, the two army builds from Netherlands here, and France is disbanding like 6, right? So this is looking pretty promising for the Dutch player to pull a dot or two off of France here.
Suddenly, Dutch is like top 3 in terms of viability.
Yeah, Dutch is looking very good. Building in St. Martin as well. Yeah, and like all of Dutch's opponents are disbanding around them in the Caribbean. It's looking very good for Diplostrats.
Yeah. Good job. I'm seeing Dutch
Anything
builds
else to note?
everywhere. Imara build.
Aymara build?
How?
Yes, solid. And these Mapuche builds look like they're meant for a war on Aymara now. So
Yeah. And Girani, unfortunate disbanding.
Yeah.
Although they're not doing the most anti disbands, but sorry, I said we wouldn't talk about them.
Yeah. Yep, and Timbuktu, everything very normal. I don't think that there's much to talk about in builds, unless anyone in popcorn throwers sees anything crazy. Not disbanding Gili is interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I would have disbanded Gili here. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That unit is just sitting there to get popped, or be annoying. It's not doing anything.
Surrounded by literally everywhere, even like, and obviously they're building in Peking. Weird one.
Maybe the point here is that Gili gets supported into Shengjing, and Haishenwai can't do that for you. So if you're Toku and you're upset with Russia, or you would prefer to give Inuit dots over Russia, maybe this is a set that you enter.
Oh, that's true. We've been on
Okay.
for hot.
Shall we do spring?
Yeah.
Spring 1646. Shall we start with Inuit again?
Yes. Core, that's whatever.
Yeah. Okay, they're just taking position.
Yeah.
I like this a lot from Inuit, right? They're getting into Palutuk, they're getting their backfill army into Chipuyan. They're going to have a bunch of units in place to... They're going to have 3 on Satu here, and they're going to have 3 on Tlicho as well. So Atha is very cooked. It's a little slower than we would hope for, but I think they're going to make good progress.
Yeah, it's not that slow, all things considered. I mean, it is Inuit, meaning they have a lot of VSCC ground to catch up on, but they're already doing that. They're already doing so well in Asia, and they're already killing out the past. They're already top of the board, and it doesn't look like they can be coalitioned anytime soon.
It's looking really great. Yeah, I mean, who would even coalition them? It would be France, Utah, and France and Utah are just chilling. They have no problems with Inuit. There's like not even units on the border. I guess there was a fleet Yokuts build, and they're losing Aludes. They're losing Aludes.
Dotting Alouette is like the most common Shoshone thing ever.
Yeah, for sure. Why is Portugal and Spitsbergen sightseeing? Yeah, exactly.
Portugal and
this color just looks so off to me. Like it's the wrong green. It's the wrong green, guy. Yeah, there was a unit in NPO NAO that snuck into Greenland in spring, and no one was around to stop Portugal from getting into Spitsbergen in fall assault.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, going back to North America. What are we saying here? Cores, no.
I was fine with that to core with the fleet because we were talking about how that's kind of a useless fleet anyways, like on the west side. But 2 cores right there is something, especially when you're trying to walk like Saint Anthony support Newfoundland banks into St. John's is good. Is like just a good move, and instead you core while you're attacking the person who can just disrupt your coring. Like, okay,
Yeah.
that's funky.
Or get into White Bay, get Naskapi into Newfoundland banks. You can break this. Or you can get
Yeah.
Naskapi into Anticosti, right? I think this Fleet Kujak build was very telling in that regard. Like, I think if France wanted to go, or Inuit wanted to go for France, or if they wanted to push south, they should have built an army here. But maybe they want them on side for Athabasca reasons. I don't quite know.
You don't need France on side for Athabasca reasons.
Yeah, I pedal to the metal. Like I think this has kind of been sitting here for a couple years where Inuit could have pulled an extra dot or two off France.
But it's fine. There's worse areas we could be talking about.
Yep. As we say, every time we're like, I don't quite like this Inuit move. It's not perfect. And then we look at their position on the scoreboard and they're like, okay, you're forgiven.
There's like a solid 5 other nations where we would be like, wow, this is like, not again, not slightly unoptimal.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens here? So Dutch do get into Connecticut, and they get this Philadelphia to Tutello is a misorder. Those two provinces are not adjacent.
No, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. But it is nice to be able to support Hold Seneca in fall, I suppose. It looks like Ute Dutch cooperation against France here, right? Ojibwe is probably going to get pressured at least.
That move is weird, but Blitz moment.
At commentators from Safavid Void, I think that they're a little bit ahead of us in the phase. They might be pressing or sending something from fall.
Oh yeah,
we can look
that's
at them
something. They're sending something. I saw slight spoilers, but I'm not. I saw slight spoilers in India.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I guess we can look at Caribbean stuff and Ute stuff.
Yeah. It is killing.
Yeah,
Spain.
it's Ute making progress, right? They're getting into Zacatecas here. Forgive my horrifying American pronunciation.
We're both American. Oh, we're both American? Yeah, we're back in Spain is back in Gulf of Mexico, which is nice. Why did you move to Bahamas Channel in the first place? Okay, whatever.
Wait, why not take Baracoa? Just go for it. You're taking Jamaica, right? 3 dots. Take dots. I guess you have to worry about the retreat. That is a little annoying.
This is spring, so it's not like you can. It really depends.
Yeah. Dutch are losing. Okay, so it is Spain England here. So maybe this is arranged somehow. Like Spain is getting Jamaica. Either it's arranged or it's Spain stabbing England, right? Taking the support into Puerto Rico and dotting Jamaica.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a coin toss of.
But I see what's happening. So Florida current goes to Sargasso Sea and has Bahamas guaranteed. So this seems like a trade of Jamaica for Bahamas.
Wait, but Florida current could have already gone into Bahamas.
Oh, why didn't they just do it in spring? Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know. I'm confused.
So that definitely looks a bit more anti-Dutch with that context.
Yeah, that does look anti-Dutch. So England is anti-Dutch at least, and Spain is possibly stabbing England while taking a Dutch dot. I don't quite know.
Colonial stabbing each other.
My gosh, I got another spoiler, and it's incredible. We'll have to look when we get to winter.
Okay.
So what's happening in South America? Okay, so this French colony is dead. It's just Dutch consolidating, moving up. So okay, maybe this is the play, right? Like it's Spain and England being like, oh my god, like Dutch have this giant consolidated colony, which is just like it's going to blow up. Like this is what you really want on a colonial, like this kind of agglomeration of like 10 dots, and you don't really need 10 units to defend 10 dots, or like you can press with the 10 units. As opposed to having like little tiny outposts everywhere. Like killing this French colony consolidated a lot of their stuff. So maybe this is hey, we're very scared of Dutch South America. Like, where are these fleets going? We need to work together in the Caribbean or something like that.
Oh yeah. Also, I saw the spoiler as well. Get ready for India, commentators.
Yes,
Or not.
yes.
Get ready for India, spectators. Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
and then is there anything interesting happening at all here, or do we just not talk about it? I think we just don't talk about it.
Don't talk about it. Portugal is moving away. I,
Sorry, did you want to say something?
about Portugal, yeah, it looks interesting. They're actually going after. They're moving away, and they're going. It looks like they're just full committing to Netherlands, and yeah, that's pretty good overall.
This might be an admission that Sao Paulo is lost, so they're just taking the position and making sure that they get into Rio. I don't quite know.
Yeah, it looks funky, but there's definitely strategy. It looks like in there.
I trust KOP and Luxon tactics like more than I trust my own. So
Yeah. Okay, let's go to Africa. Sorry.
yep. I don't think there's a ton to see. It's the war between Portugal, Ageron, and France that just continues. France does get into Crozet Basin, and
Foreign
Portugal gets
reunion.
into Bara. Corin
Okay.
reunion. Come on.
Okay.
The support
Moving on.
into Crozet would have done something, guys.
Okay. Moving on. Yeah, this looks very much just France is dead. France is dead, not just here, but everywhere.
France is dead globally, yeah.
So might as well just take their dots.
Yep. Okay, so everyone's support holding here. What is the meaning of this?
We're all friends. Nobody is against each other.
We're all friends, and Congo and Abyssinia are taking Sidamo, and it feels like Abyssinia is just going to get everything from this.
I mean, Kwalafa, Marig, maybe not Mogadishu. I can't see that under the army, but that southernmost Ajuran might be decently positioned to. Oh, hang on. They could try for Brynro. I don't know how to pronounce that.
This guy?
Yeah, with Burundi and.
Oh, they have 4
Burundi's-
units adjacent. Yeah, this is not it.
No. You're allied with Portugal. Like you have leverage.
So
And-
this is KOP and Luxon press, right? Like they're talking to Ageron, like, oh man, we're so scared that they're going to put 3 on Burundi. You need to support us from Turkana.
Yeah, this is
like they're not
from
putting 3 in
Portugal.
Burundi in no world.
This is really good press from Portugal. This is not it for Ageron.
Yeah, or even if they are putting 3 on Burundi, right? Like just have Turkana go into Bunyoro, or have one of these units go into Bunyoro with support, right? And that'll tap from Bunyoro.
Yeah.
And the worst case, you get kicked out of Burundi, and you're just like, oh well, I guess I'll take Zanzibar as my consolation prize or something. I don't know. Like this does not feel like the set that you enter. Baidoa not tapping Bunyoro in particular feels
weird.
Feels very bad.
But
yeah, it's also like 6 or 7 hours into an endurance game, and you've been getting killed and all that by all your neighbors. So
yeah, well, I mean, you talk about ally now, but yeah. Speaking of funky stuff, let's move west. Oh my gosh!
Right before we move west, that Warsangali unit, the best thing it had to do was go back.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. A blitz moment is what I'm going to call it.
Blitz moment. Agadas is successfully cored.
Well done. Yeah, and no. Yeah, look at this. This is all like Abyssinia moving their armies up. We're stabbing Dutch, guys. You don't need to worry about us. And Ottomans is moving their units away. Yeah, I don't
trust this because Abyssinia is allied with Congo now.
They have been consistently allied. Yeah.
Even after they explicitly stab. I mean, there's a bouncer that looks the most arranged bounce of all time.
Maybe Fernando Podenri is not quite arranged. I can't see.
That's not arranged, but the Loangom, the bounce in Shanghai is definitely arranged.
Yeah. But like, yeah, here, like you've just taken the last relevant Dutch dot, and the Abyssinian units are still coming forward. They're going to keep coming forward. Like, this is not looking super hot
Yeah.
for the Ottomans here. It might be that Congo stabs Abyssinia at this point, in which case the Ottomans are bailed out. But we shall see.
That's definitely best case scenario for Ottomans in this region.
For sure.
Second best is Portugal just walking away.
Yeah. This is wait. We didn't miss any builds in Iberia, right? This is, I guess they're just going for Marrakesh. They have guaranteed Marrakesh, I suppose. That's nice.
Yeah,
But they're going to lose Ijil again unless they support hold it. So
yeah,
it's kind of a watch. What happened in Geba, Nyani, and Jacob Fort? Is that Poland supporting Ottomans into Geba?
Is Ottoman support? Oh shoot! No shot. I am looking at that currently. What?
And it's also Portugal accidentally misordering and self-bouncing themselves in Endikaru.
That's unfortunate.
I assume they meant to support.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't stab for 1 dot. Yeah. I mean, the question then... Oh, so the reason to do this, I guess, is if you're worried about Ottomans sending Tichet to Rejabat, right? Otherwise, you always have Ijil support hold Ualata.
Yeah. Hold on, I need to get water.
That's not a misorder? Isn't this both units going into Endikaru and bouncing? Or maybe Portugal and France have worked out some arrangement. It didn't seem like it because they were fighting over here. Am I reading the board wrong? Is this Senegal estuary to Jacob Fort, actually? Is that what that is?
Sorry, just filling my water bottle up.
Fleet to Jacob Fort. Okay, I see. That makes sense.
Okay, that funky moves all around.
And I guess they meant to brace or something, or just have Geba get supported into Jacob Fort or something like that, because self-bouncing in Jacob Fort doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, does not make any sense unless you really want to screw with Poland, but like, no.
I mean, if you want to screw with Poland, support Geba into Jacob Fort, right? Like, just pop the unit.
Yeah, just finally lay rest to Poland and West Africa.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, well, Rabat did the same thing, but Rabat and Tangier are doing moves.
To Madeira.
Yeah, well, okay, Rabat doing that, but
oh my god, they meant to go to Madeira Plain.
Oh. So they weren't actually trying to make moves against
They were
Portugal.
making a real move, and the game sent them to Madeira instead of Madeira Plain.
Rip.
Flair, we need a name change for this province. Oh no. Poor Spain. Okay, and now sure, coring, fine. Bounce Tripoli, it's okay.
Nah, I mean, I don't know how much Ottomans like that, but oh well. You already traded Naples, so...
Yeah, I don't really see a good reason for Ottomans to have an army Tripoli, unless it's to send another unit south, which is very slow. Just like, I don't know. You can bounce and just say, let's please bounce. Like,
yeah.
What else is happening to Austria? Austria is getting mopped up by the Ottomans here. They're losing Split and Sarajevo this phase.
Kill Austria mode.
Yeah, everyone is in kill Austria mode, apparently.
Including France?
Strasbourg gets taken back?
Including France.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, France has always been in kill Austria mode, right? They just lost Strasbourg to Austria.
Yeah. But, I mean, how much can they really dedicate to that, seeing as they're not doing the greatest everywhere else?
Yeah. Poland, no, you annoyed Ottomans. Oh, no. The convoy, the beautiful convoy into Ochakiv, and Jassy is going to get taken this year, too. It's really looking good for the Ottomans here.
Yeah, Ottomans with all their shenanigans at the start, and like, if you can double year 1 as Ottomans, you have the potential to win the game, and they are showing that.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for the Ottomans. Also here, very interesting, these Safavid moves, actually, maybe we should talk about Sweden first. We should finish Europe and finish and all this.
Copenhagen core, oh my gosh.
No.
What? Wait, they're still in Copenhagen. Okay, that
What
ignoring
happened?
that.
So Pskov is lost to Russia, Poland. So it's a Russia, Poland, and Russia did build Army Arkhangelsk and is stabbing in Kola. Oh, we missed that in the winter builds. We missed the
Oh,
Army Arkhangelsk.
well, yeah, I said that Russia could easily stab, and look what happened.
Yeah, Umea guaranteed. Sweden's backline is in shambles.
Oh
And what else is
yeah,
happening?
Sweden's dying. Which is this is the first time I've seen a Sweden die where I'm like, oh, this board just absolutely sucks for them. No, this is just straight up the fault of the Sweden player.
Yeah, they
To
don't
some
lose any
extent.
dots, but they get kicked out of Skagerrak this phase.
This is fall, or this is spring, so they're definitely losing dots.
And the Dutch built two armies in Europe, which is so pro England.
Ooh.
And I guess they're
England,
fine with being England, right? Like England is not gonna fight the Dutch anywhere at all.
England's near
And
Tokugawa on the scoreboard. Yeah.
there was this stab, they just wait. England is not pro Dutch,
But Dutch
but
is pro
I'll
England.
do my buddy England a good turn and support them into Skagerrak and build two armies.
This is probably
Okay.
just different players talking to each other.
Oh,
Because
that's possible, yeah.
there's no way that these two move sets are put out by the same player.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, meme controls
So-
both the Caribbean and Europe. There's a surrender vote being held right now. Okay.
Oh, shoot.
Surrender vote. Is that a meme or is that serious?
Could you? I haven't actually. I know what draw stuff is. I don't know what the surrender vote fully means.
I assume this is a meme. I don't have access to the Council of Nations channel as a commentator, so I can't actually see what's being said there.
I have access to Council of Nations. Am I not
Serious
supposed
from what I
to?
can tell. Okay. I don't know. I have no idea. There's no way that goes through. Yeah, it has to be unanimous. And yeah, it's these things are generally memes, but it's interesting to see like who says yes and who says no.
Because yeses are not usually because yeses are at least half serious sometimes.
Right.
Unless you're like top boarding. If you're Inuit, then obviously you're memeing. But if you're like Ajuron, then you're probably not memeing if you say yes.
For sure. Maybe we should try to speed up a little bit. I'm not sure how far behind are we at this point. There's spring 1647 moves available, so we're about a year behind. Maybe we can try to speed up so we're like a phase behind.
Yeah, face behind seems good.
So yeah, we talked about this beautiful Ottoman convoy. Yeah, so this is what I was saying about Kharkov.
What?
Like Sweden, like Safed is not getting anything. They're convoying back to Tehran for whatever reason. I don't understand this.
Okay, that's funky.
This is really not the set that you want to enter as Safavids here. Like something messed up if you feel like your press is doesn't give you any angles other than this. Like you can go to Bayuli, you can go to Astrakhan. You should try to position to like eat Verkoturia, get into Saib.
And Siberian
Central
Tundra.
Asia.
We know the answer to the Siberian Tundra, and that is forcing the heck out of Turkestan.
Well, they walked out of Turkestan to make the Death Star, right? And they just Death Starred back. And they gave Safavids a forward retreat, which is very entertaining. They might not take it because of needing to defend their dots in the back line, but yeah.
Against Ming.
The same Dipsy like support hold brace in Yarkand and Sangpa and Kabul since like the beginning of time. 4 different players doing this brace. Very entertaining.
I love it when that happens. Again, that I seen that happen in West Africa early on in a 1.3 game, and it was so entertaining to be like, oh shoot.
It's beautiful. The Death Star and this, it's like they're making art.
Yeah.
We just have to ignore the western part of the Safavid moves, and it looks good. Oh, they both agree. Ottomans and Safavids both agree not to do Baghdad.
Although they tap right,
Safavids. They don't want the core to go through.
Yeah, which is absolutely fair because that is like the most frontline core and frontline coring.
Yeah, what is Khalidi doing though? I don't understand what the meaning of this move is. Like, if your goal is to get position on Rustak, then you should move to like Duthar or something and then backfill Riyadh. Like, Khalidi
Uh,
doesn't do anything. It's just a worse place to be than Najd.
yeah, it's an army.
Yeah,
Okay,
Fleet would have been
that's a
different,
fleet.
right? But
That's a good place for a fleet. I mean, if you're anti-SAF, but that's just like a. Gee,
and
I'm gonna.
it's not even like that offensive as Ottomans to go back to Baghdad here. Just be like, I just wanted to cover like, what's Safavid gonna do? Like, oh, I'm so mad that you're in Baghdad as Ottomans. Like,
Yeah. Like, oh no, why are you in your own core? Grr. Like, no.
yeah.
Uh,
Mughal is supporting Saf into Ahmedabad. Mughal is supporting, yeah. So Saf and
uh,
Mughals have just been working together this whole time. Multan has been support holding Delhi. This gets in despite the tap, right? Because no one's contesting Ahmedabad. Uh,
what? Wait, but you're Mughals. You're gonna be losing the dot.
yeah, Mughals is just dead here. Look at this convoy. There's three, no, there's two on Delhi this phase. They've also got Herat to Gore and they've got Yarkand. It's looking
Oh,
very, very bad for
Mughal
Mughals.
is just throwing. Mughal is just throwing assassins because they gave them an inch.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a full throw. Like, this is not really Gorani territory, but it's definitely like, I mean, Mughals did, Safavids did support whole Delhi, right? And they helped Mughals keep a dot. So this feels like everyone's trying to kill me, and Safavids is the only player who isn't trying to kill me now. I'll just hold on for a little bit, and like, if Safavids is the one who gets my dots, like, so be it.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Well, there's a difference between throwing because you're on your last legs and you really, really, really don't want you only want one person to get your dots, and throwing because you feel like it.
yeah,
I think there's a major difference between those two, and
but hey,
that's
like, look what the time is. It's time to talk about throws again. So maybe let's move on. Sorry. This is another convoy misorder, right? It looks like Madras is supposed to get convoy to Orissa again, and
but that's a core.
they cored, never core, kids.
Mm.
Yeah, you would have checked out of that game year one. Yeah, it's very understandable. Mughals, everyone around Mughals just decided that Mughals needed to die.
If you're
Wait,
Mughals,
when did Portugal core Surat? Yes, so this was the spoiler that we got in winter. Oh, we missed that in the winter phase. Um, Portugal finished coring Surat and they built an army there, which is just beautiful. It's not even an English core; it's a Portuguese core Surat. Just art,
that
beautiful.
is just making South India greener, one core at a time.
I'm a fan. Portugal got to use
Honestly,
Surat before England did. Yes, exactly, Jamie. Okay. Yeah, Ajuran, Portugal getting England into Ceylon here. Getting English Ceylon here.
ooh, hey, Ajuran and Portugal still working together quite
What is
nicely.
Ajuran getting here? I feel like Ajuran is helping
Not dying.
Portugal a lot, right? They're like, yeah, we can give you Ceylon, we can give you Sakalava, but yeah, I guess they're just getting you will not kill me along with
Everyone else.
Abyssinia Congo. Like, you haven't been a jerk to me this whole time, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I feel like if you're in this position and Blitz, you're kind of checked out, and you're just like, I'll just help the people who are nice.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so maybe we go further east to Indonesia.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, so it is. Oh, it's Dutch going to New Holland,
Oh.
and it's Mapuche forcing Timor and losing Coral.
Oh. Coral is like the best. Was like top 10 non-SCs in the entire board. But
Yeah.
you know what? You're in Timor Sea. It's probably fine.
Yeah, they can retreat into Timor. They can retreat back into Wurk to defend it. But it does look like Dutch are going to make a mess out of this for the Aitai players, or for the Mapuche players.
Yeah. Speaking of Ayutthaya, that is a lot of supports.
Not a support. Where are you looking?
Just a lot. Aden Island supports into Sumatra.
That's entertaining. That's very
Oh,
entertaining.
English Sumatra. You get to see some with a dead Indian, with a dead English Indian English, or you know what I mean. Words.
Yeah.
Um.
Yep. Words hard.
Oh
What else? Ah, yes.
wow.
Ayutthaya continuing the trend of supporting other people into Manila. So Spain is getting back the Philippines here, which is kind of crazy given that we thought that they just written this area totally off.
Yeah. They like. I mean, they were never keeping Edo, but them getting back in Manila is certainly a sight to behold.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of these Ayutthaya builds. I feel they built what? Fleet Nakhon Sea, Fleet Savoy, Fleet Ayutthaya. I feel like they could have gone for an army or two and started pushing Ming. I mean, if you're gonna push Ming, now is the time before they get their waves out.
Oh
Um,
yeah, because they only got 2 builds, even though they went plus even though they went way plus.
yeah. So like I think this is their last opportunity to fight Ming, which maybe it's fine. Like Ayutthaya is saying like I'm gonna be friends with Ming the whole game. It remains to see whether Ming will be friends with Ayutthaya the whole game.
That yeah. Uh, Although I don't know if Ming has enough fleets to do that. Uh, Period. Because
Yeah, I think
in order to fight Ayutthaya, you need fleets as Ming. Um, you need fleets as anyone really. Like the only one that can really get away with fighting Ayutthaya with as pure army is like Mughals.
yeah, I suppose they've been a bit hamstrung by losing Nanking, which is like the spot you want to put fleets down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even like a little Huguang action, right? Get in, start taking position.
So be like, hey, I like Ava. I'm gonna yank that from you.
Yeah, yeah,
That's...
just get Ava, start pushing down.
Wait, Inuit supporting. Oh, Inuit's going against Ming. Oh,
Is Inuit going against Ming here?
yeah,
They're still taking Haishanwai and they're taking Tartary. So maybe this is sort of like semi-arranged, not quite throwing, somewhat throwing from Toku here, right? They disbanded in front of Inuit last phase and they kept Jilly. They didn't
yeah.
do what I thought they would. They just took Pyongyang instead, which is
Inuit's been a
fine.
Inuit's been a press god. Oh my goodness, how in the world?
Yeah, Inuit
How
is
did you...
clearly like really, really outpressing, a lot of their neighbors. They're doing real well.
Yeah, especially. But I guess 3 dots is just way too many for you to ally with someone. That's so many. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a great Inuit Asia. Is the surrender going to succeed? Um, I don't know. Oh, I can't see the surrender vote, so there's not much for us to say about it. Qing getting supported into Kyushu is interesting.
Ooh, Ching is going to live technically.
Yeah, they're going to live
Asterisk.
on one by the grace of Tokugawa supporting them into a dot instead of supporting them into Ming's dot. Um,
Yeah. Although they probably get supported into Rikyu Islands, it's just safer to do it this way first.
oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you don't want to deal with the hostile retreat up from Ming.
Yeah.
Anything else to talk about? This all looks very yes. Chukchi's to Karajinsky Gulf. This is what you want, Inuit. Yes,
Yeah.
good. We
Yeah.
like it.
Thumbs up. Russia. We haven't talked about Russia's involvement yet, but or aside from south of it specifically, Russia's doing really well in Asia as well.
Yeah,
Um,
they really are. They've profited a lot from the coalition on Qing. They've been working solidly with Inuit. They've got a very solid demilitarized border here going on with Inuit.
yeah,
I don't know where's Russia's next few dots going to come from.
Ming. They already up Turfan.
Ming, they're supporting Ming into Yarkand.
Oh, then Death Star.
Death Star. I guess it has to be Safavids. Like the tempo feels very slow. And
But
the West is not gaining them any. Oh, Sweden. That's what.
oh yeah. I forgot about that stab. There's 25 people. A lot to keep track of.
So the surrender vote. So there's Sam posted a picture of the surrender vote. It's 54% yes and 46% no. But don't these surrender votes have to be unanimous to succeed?
Yeah. That looks
Okay.
most likely is heck of a understatement, considering it's 50-50, basically.
A lot of people would have to change their mind. I'm gonna go look at the fall moves here.
Yeah. We are
Unless there's
currently
anything else that you wanted to talk about in spring.
no maps. We are at spring 47 start.
The map
We
starts
are-
spring 47. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, we're just doing fall 46 now. So
Yeah.
Inuit again.
Anyway, again.
Chone Cord
Cord.
finished. Lovely. They take Satu.
Yay.
Yeah.
Yay.
Good progress. And they got OG Cree as well.
Stabbing! Yes, stabbing France. Let's go.
Stabbing
Okay.
France. Yes. Yes. I'm a fan. We love this for Inuit. And they took Anticosti. And they took St. John.
Oh my gosh. Is a bot playing
Thank
this?
you.
This is perfect.
Yeah, this is Christmas. Thank you, Inuit. We love you. Oh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful.
Oh my gosh. This is incredible.
What happened? Ojibwe lost for France as well. Yeah.
Mm.
We can look at Asia in a bit, and we can look at the scoreboard in a bit, but it's gonna look real Inuit. It's looking real Inuit.
And nobody can do anything about it.
It looks like everything in the Dutch area is just a support hold, except this unit gets into Erie.
That's whatever.
Yeah, this is all a wash. Ute takes Ojibwe. Lovely. Love to see it.
Core Missouri, whatever. Not the best.
Core Missouri is minus points. This is criminal.
It's not the worst, especially because it is guaranteed. And
but take Cherokee. You're doing the dot on Ojibwe. Just take Cherokee. I mean, like.
Oh, that's true. Oh yeah, I didn't even see that. Oh geez, yeah, no.
Right, take the dot. I don't know, like. Yeah, or Illinois. Illinois would have been fine too. I mean, you probably don't want to do Illinois just in case Cherokee sneaks in behind. But like, take the chance at a dot, right? And like, you're going to be building. It's not that far to get to Missouri, right? Like, you move an army or two, and you don't need a ton more armies in the east. France is already collapsing; they're not going to be able to build against you. England's on like 20; they're not building against you. You have a bunch of units here south in Mexico that are not doing anything, that are not going to like. Like these units are going to get freed up. You don't need more armies in the east, so like, I don't think you need this Missouri Corps.
Okay, yeah, no, I see your argument. That is 100% criminal.
Yeah. This is
Although Shoshone's definitely been one of the less meaty players.
For sure. Shoshone has played a great game.
Yeah.
Okay, Shoshone going back to Yokuts though, that is
what? That's
okay,
also
minus points. Not dotting Hawaii, incredible minus points. Minus like 5, honestly.
Yeah. What in the world? You have Aleutians or Hawaii as options, and you just go. Inuit's a good talker.
Okay. Yeah, Inuit has done a great job keeping Ute on side, right? So Ute didn't or Inuit didn't dot Miwok when they had the chance. Ute didn't dot Aleutians or Hawaii when they had the chance. But Yokuts, like, you don't need to go to Yokuts. Like, even if you're not going to stab your buddy Inuit, you can walk past, walk into NPO, walk into Viscano, right? Like, you have options.
Oh yeah. Should we go?
They do not get Karankawa, but do they get Mexico City? They put 3 into Mexico City and they tap Guatemala Basin. Yeah, so they do get into Mexico City. Inuit taps Guatemala Basin for them.
Yeah. Okay. So that is insane press. Like, that is like, wow. Inuit is just playing insanely well. Oh my gosh, that is like.
I mean, yeah.
Gold.
Mad respect to both these players for keeping this alliance together. As Ute, I feel like if you see Inuit taking a stab and going +7, you ask for Hawaii. But also, like, this is still like solid. Like, they're making good progress.
Yeah. Like, yeah. So do we want to talk about South America or Caribbean?
We can look at Caribbean first. Okay, it looks like a trade. Okay, so Spain is getting Baracoa instead of Jamaica, and they're losing Bahamas, which is what we sort of thought was happening, but this was like a very roundabout way of doing it. And Bahamas channel does not at all look agreed. So this looks like
that is very anti-Spanish. Oh geez.
Yeah. Did England stab last phase with No, England supported Spain in and got stabbed by Spain last phase, right? So this makes some sense.
Yeah. Caribbean has just been stabby, stabby, stabby.
Yeah, for
like,
sure.
The colonials have been really fickle with each other, but Caribbean is just the most tacit place for that, where it's just, oh boy, nobody likes each other right now over here, units wise, you know what I mean.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Netherlands has finally gotten a solid core of units, though. So I'm very interested to see how that proceeds for them. I feel like if it's looking anyone, it's looking mildly Netherlands.
Dutch Caribbean, I never really seen that.
Yeah, very cool. 1.colony, and they're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
And they're
that's
merging it with
insane.
their South American holdings, which is like this is great. This is great Dutch gameplay.
Yeah, in which they're also stabbing Spain, or in which they're
Yeah.
also going against Spain and South America.
What is this? So Dutch has support held New Courland, and Poland supports Spain into Avis Ridge. I don't know how Poland is ratting this out, but they are doing a great job at ratting.
Poland is like,
This is entertaining.
Yeah.
Do we have anything to talk about here?
We might now.
Oh, oops, all holds.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk about this. Nope.
We don't talk about that.
We're moving on. We're moving on.
That part of the map doesn't exist.
Yeah. What is? I only know North America and Northeast America.
Indeed. Okay, so what is this? There's like some support. Okay, Dutch are support holding Portugal, and Congo did not accept the support into Cape Co, which would not have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Congo just got dotted by France. I don't know why Congo would take the support from France. I feel like I wouldn't trust France in that situation.
Nobody. You shouldn't. So, like, who would? Oh, let me just dot you and trust me, please. What?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. I'll put you into a dot. I definitely didn't take your dot last year.
Yeah. And then
Walvis Ridge. I think Benguela to Walvis Ridge is fine. Where else would you have gone, PLC Trooper? I mean, it's not like that unit's great, but I feel like Walvis Ridge is where you want to go, regardless of where you're going next.
Yeah, because that's technically more anti-Congo if you than if you go to Kalahari, but
yeah, you could try to go for Cape Co.
Middle.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, Kalahari could go back. Yeah, Kalahari is very reasonable. I agree. This is more anti-Congo, right? This is like Benguela de Walvis is like giving you a chance at dotting Soyo. But yeah, that doesn't feel super coherent with the support into Cape Co.
Oh well, it's a move. Oh, it's a move. Oh, I forgot about Madagascar.
Yes, the stab. Yes, Portugal was like, Ajuran, help us into all these dots. And Ajuran was like, yes, I will help you into all these dots. And then Portugal came for Zanzibar. Yes, good.
Oh. Wait, how did Abyssinia get into what? Mayabo.
Wait, when did Abyssinia get Mandara? Did we miss that? Has that always been?
Oh no, Abyssinia has always been in Mandaro. I'm not referring to Mandaro. I'm referring to.
Are we looking at the wrong phase? Are we looking at fall instead of spring? I'm confused.
Okay.
We looked at spring before, right? We already looked at spring.
We already looked at spring. We are looking at fall currently. We are looking at. This is correct. Abyssinia has always had Mandara. I'm looking to the east and wondering how the heck Abyssinia got there.
Okay,
oh my gosh, Warsangali. Not the Warsangali.
No, the meme. They're going back.
Okay. Blitz okay, fine. This is a meme we can laugh at, not laugh. That's actually really
This
funny.
one is much more reasonable because Habio is giving Asa support into Gala, and they don't want the retreat into Warsangali here.
Yeah.
So the last one was a total meme. This one is real, but it's still funny.
Yeah. That's so good. Oh boy. Okay, yeah. Ajuran's dead.
But it is war between Abyssinia and Congo now, so that alliance did break. Everything is bouncing, except Congo did get into Azande. Yeah, Congo full stab, exactly.
Oh, why? Abyssinia played a really, really good game, just a super alliance heavy game, which Congo was playing a very much more balanced game. So I'm not surprised they stabbed here.
Yeah. And look at this. So they got the core off in Agadez, and they're moving out. They're going to be able to build Timbuktu and Agadez. Ottomans are. And Ottomans got the perfect break that they needed, right? All these Abyssinia units moved up, and then Congo stabbed Abyssinia. So now all these units have something to do that's not Ottomans. So that looks great for Ottomans.
Abyssinia is actually looking... The big winner of Africa might actually be Congo? Wow.
Is Congo the winner?
Congo or Portugal? Actually, Portugal's probably the winner. It's Congo and Portugal, probably.
Yeah, Portugal is looking like, okay, France is clearly a loser, right? Which means Portugal is looking good. Portugal is getting Zanzibar. Portugal is getting Sakalava. They're losing Fort Dauphin. But like, I think in general, this is looking positive for the Portuguese players, you know? And it's Abyssinia and Congo. And Congo is the one getting Azande here, right? So
yeah.
What is getting gained this phase? It's Congo +1, Congo +2 on Great Ardra. They lose Sao Tome. So Congo is +1, and they cover everything else. And what is Abyssinia up to? Abyssinia is +1, and they're losing this. So they're neutral.
Wow. No, they're losing Mandara as well.
They're losing Mandara? No, because Oyo is tapping the support.
Oh.
And they get bounced out of they get bounced in Mongo and Mandara.
I didn't notice that tap. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, predicted the Congo stab. Yeah, this does feel like defend against Congo stab moves. So very well done by Abyssinia. And like, yeah, Aja to Notse is definitely not a move. Like, this is an anti-Congo move for sure. Or maybe somewhat of an anti-Dutch move, right? But it's yeah. Looking good. What's happening here? So in West Africa, the Thunderdome seems to be resolving in Ottoman's favor at last. Ualada's getting taken.
Yeah. This Ottomans is the Ottomans being the winner is not surprising in my eyes.
Yeah, I mean,
and also the Agadez core is doing something which I am fully shocked at, but
hey, it was a good core. Like when he did it, it was like, yeah, you have to hold there anyway, so might as well core it. And like, now it's going to be useful. This is a good frontline core. I didn't think I was going to be saying that today. Like, I didn't think that was a word that was or a phrase that I was ever going to utter. But I liked this frontline core.
But with Ottoman cores, Ottomans cored so often that it's kind of like a broken clock is right twice a day situation.
Yeah,
but
that's
that core is so good that it's like, whoa, okay. I'm fine.
Yes, and poor Poland has finally lost Jacob Fort. 07.
Sayonara. Core and Strait of Gibraltar. Are you kidding?
Okay, you're trolling. Spain is trolling. They cored Tunis, okay. That's actually an okay thing to do if you're going to go anti-Ottomans afterwards, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, whatever. It's an extra core. I don't really care about that.
It's not that offensive.
Yeah.
Gibraltar is offensive.
Strait of Gibraltar. That's okay. Continuing on the Austria dead train.
The Austria dead train. In new news, Austria is dead. Actually, that's not new news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ottomans gets in? Oh my god. What? Spain has helped Ottomans so much. It's so good for Ottomans.
Yeah. Wait. Iberian current snipe Porto.
Yeah. Nice. The convoy to Ireland, I don't understand why you would do this, but it's entertaining.
Okay, that's funky. Oh, what else?
I guess they want to leave Iceland Basin in place. It feels like a kind of Tunis 01 convoy move.
Yeah.
France. Oh, so our buddy Spain is actually getting help from Austria into Dijon at this point, while supporting Ottomans into Venice.
So Spain is kind of playing both sides. That's fine. Spain is playing both sides is a thing in diplomacy.
Yeah, it's very solid. I don't know if Ottomans needs the help anymore, but
They don't. That's the simple.
yeah,
That's the simple
Ottomans
answer.
are doing very well. Yeah, and oh yeah, France is also taking Strasbourg back.
Yeah. So France and Austria
Oh
are
wait, no,
just
we're not, right? Because so this support in Dijon gets tapped by Marseille taking it. So Rem does support Strasbourg into Paris, right? So Austria
okay.
gets Paris here. Am I reading that right?
No way. Austria has a chance of. Wait, Austria might have a better chance than we thought because France is so dead.
Yeah,
I
France
think
was.
we underestimated how strong the convoys were.
Yeah, this kind of thing. I don't know. There's two dying powers next to each other, which doesn't happen that often. But because France's losses are happening abroad, right? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
this is pretty cool. But yeah, France does get Strasbourg, so it's not like it's looking like roses for the Austria player here. But yeah, France is not on the good end of this.
Speaking of
France is
not on the good end of,
firebender, right?
I don't know. Speaking of the not good end of this, let's jump north to Sweden.
Oh my God, no, sweet no, my God, they didn't cover either. Oh, they couldn't cover either.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Oh, Russia is so
Yeah.
good. This Russia is so good, and they support Sweden into Wilno while they're doing it.
What? That's insane. Are there three dying nations next to each other? Is what I'm reading. Austria, France, or Poland?
Maybe.
Four?
I
That's
think this is
insane.
another misorder. Look at this convoy from Sweden. So Scania gets convoyed into Brandenburg, but
Yeah.
Königsberg supports into Gdansk. Gdansk.
Oh no. Uh, I can't tell if that made it because mines in this area are a mess.
Yeah,
Because
there are too many small provinces. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah, especially with
I mean,
this many powers trying to court. This many powers. It's like what?
I love this for
Poland.
Russia. Oh, sorry, go
Russia's.
ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just yapping about something random.
A fun fact from the Poland player is that the previous Poland player is that they wanted to fight France before country reveals even happened. The instinct is just too strong to coalition firebender. Oh man.
Wow. Ooh, commentator ping.
But you gave them Endikaru. You gave them Endikaru, Poland.
That's the heck of. Wow. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So this is the natural outcome. Oh my God. If there's anything else you want to talk about in Europe, we can talk about it. I don't think the Dutch moves are particularly interesting. It's just like take Lubeck, I guess, right?
I don't find much of this interesting.
Yeah, we're playing out the tactics at this point.
Yeah.
Safavid's here. We have the convoy again back to Bayuli.
Ooh.
And they're
okay,
losing
good
Derbent
convoy.
and Astrakhan this time. So Ottomans have solidified their hold on Kharkov. I guess Russia gave up, and now it's time to put the hammers in.
Yeah. That
I
is.
love this from Ottomans.
Wow. Ottomans is like, hey, I'm gonna take a slice of this as well. And the Ottoman players just doing that for every Ottoman players are just doing that for every single region.
Yeah, I mean Ottomans is Megas and Somber. I don't know Somber, but Megas is a great player. He just soloed as Portugal in B1.2Z. Like if you give him a bunch of help, right? He'll accept the help, right? But like a great player like Megas isn't gonna just sit there and be like, oh yeah, you can keep your dot that you're not defending. It's fine. Like he's gonna take your shit.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like what Safavid had coming, right? They supported Ottomans into Kharkov and didn't get anything for it, and they spent too long just convoying back and forth in the Caspian and holding, right? And eventually the Ottomans are going to consolidate and they're going to come after you. And this is just great play from Ottomans.
Oh, this is amazing player from Ottomans.
Oh, there's an at for us.
Oh, England at or.
Something about the bot. Sorry, I saw a little like toast, but I
no!
lost what it was.
Portugal's is a funnier one. Okay, I'm not going to comment on it here because I know this is going on YouTube. Oh my gosh! But look at Portugal's void.
Oh, that's fine to say on YouTube.
No, I'm just not comfortable with outing, with not outing, but like you can say it. I don't care, but
Sure. Go look at Portugal's void people in the thing. It's fun. It's funny.
anyways, we should probably go to the east. Yeah, east.
So what happened with the Death Star? And what's Russia doing? They're moving west. They're holding Turkestan. They're losing Lanzhou because they're walking out. Dude,
Bro,
this
they
whole
were
game
never.
is coming up Ming, man. This whole game is coming up Ming.
Yeah, Ming Inuit Ottomans.
Yeah, I'm excited
Like,
to look at the scoreboard after this. Russia is also pulling.
hell of a
They're
bounce
getting
in hot
Pyongyang
hot.
here. They're getting Pyongyang here. They're holding everything. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go.
And Inuit being king, being
Yeah.
monarch status as usual.
Yeah, I mean, we can forgive this for. Actually, this is offensively bad. Never mind. I'm not going to forgive this, but this is great. Yeah, Inuit getting Haishinwai, Inuit getting Ainu, Inuit getting Aomori, Inuit getting Kyoto. Inuit gets supported into Kyoto by Tokugawa. It bounces though, but that is
Yeah.
incredible. That is
That-
absolutely incredible. That is a work
Oh
of art
my.
in press.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. Oh, who's moving to Edo? Is it Inuit as well? It might be Inuit as well.
It's Inuit.
It is Inuit.
Inuit.
What? Oh my gosh.
There's no way.
Oh,
This is so good.
Inuit Tokugawa, Inuit Japan is really rare, but for it to be this dominant is just wow.
This makes up for a whole game of frontline cores. I just have to look at we can look at a bunch of frontline cores and we can look at what happened in South America and then we can come here and it's like all canceled out. It's like so refreshing. Like look at this position. This is so beautiful. This is absolute art.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like Tokugawa doing their best to not die. They still have Bonin Islands, and they're trying for Ryukyu.
Yeah, but by the way, this Ming move, not taking Nanking, I do not like this one bit. Right? Qing doesn't have any builds. They're not going to be able to use the unit. Just take Nanking, get a build in Peking. You have too many waves.
Yeah, you're holding in a core when your whole issue earlier was that you don't have enough cores.
Right, and self-bouncing Guangxi, that didn't need to happen. I mean, I guess you wanted to hold Kunming or whatever, but like, yeah, I feel like Ming is not going to get these units out fast enough for the end of the game. Like, we're running out of time.
Yeah, and look who's going to capitalize on it.
Yeah, for sure.
Either
Inuit's coming.
Russia and Inuit most likely, but star of the show here is Inuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, Ayutthaya finally getting their chance at Manila after so long supporting people into Manila.
They supported. Wait, no. The funny part is they supported Spain into Manila, and then they get out, kicking Tokugawa out. Then they get Tokugawa to support them into Manila after kicking.
Yeah. It's been a wild set of Dipsy Doodle.
Yeah, but Manila is finally the Ayutthaya's.
Beautiful. At last, as it should have been from the very beginning, Ayutthaya and Manila. What else is happening here? Ayutthaya gets Banjarmasin. Ayutthaya gets Makassar? Wow.
What? So
they lose Andaman? No, they don't lose Andaman because Malacca taps.
Oh, wow. Wow, they get Sumatra?
This is great.
Oh my gosh, how plus are they going? 1, 2, 3, 4?
Plus Manila?
That's incredible.
Plus Banjarmasin, plus Makassar, and this is not a plus. They're going plus 3, right?
Manila, Banjarmasin, Sumatra. They're losing Audubon?
They're not getting Sumatra because the convoy taps Andaman.
Okay, that's just a bug in the. Okay. Bot issues. Bot. We love bots.
Oh, they do? The convoy was misordered. Oh yeah, look at this. This convoy, the convoy should be like going through the center of this unit if it was convoying the correct thing, right? So it looks like another English convoy misorder, which is so bad. The convoy was ordered right? Okay.
Okay. Bot is just messy. Yeah, Basil's confirming that it was right. Okay. So
Okay.
+3. That's still insane.
Yeah, and look at this Portuguese India, man. This has been an amazing story. Like it was looking so bad for Portugal. There was that turn that England got 2 army builds in Masulipatam and Madras, and Portugal had nothing. Right? They went
Oh,
-7, and they brought it back so well.
half of it walk out of Mahabad.
Oh no!
What? Oh my gosh.
And they
After
supported
getting
into Delhi with the fleet, and support held.
what is no?
No.
Okay.
I
So
know. I think they meant to support Ahmedabad, send down into Ahmedabad, and then they like go this way and just backfill it with the support. But they went to Delhi instead. I
I
think that's what
really
they meant
hope
to do.
that's. I really hope that's a misorder
Oh my
because it
gosh.
looks bad. My Yarklings.
Yeah, I don't. I really want Safavids and Ming to get on the same page here. You know, you can give Ming Yarkand, go into Kabul, start pushing, take Delhi. Instead, it feels like Safavids aren't really getting any gains here. It's kind of sitting on Kabul and Delhi support holding Mughals, but like you need to have a front where you get dots, right? And if you're not fighting Ottomans, you're not pushing Russia. Like,
Yeah. I need to go for like literally 2 seconds, but I'll be back.
yeah, I can hold down the fort for a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, that it does look like a misorder. Yeah, folks in the popcorn throwers chat. But yeah, very brutal, very brutal. It's not been a super great game for the misorders. So many convoy misorders. This misorder, yeah, it's rough. Okay, so now Ottomans is slowly making progress here, going to Mara. They can try to get into Sanaa or something like that. But yeah, this would have been faster if this unit in Khalidi had just done it from Nash, right? So that is a thing. We talked about the stab and all this already, so maybe we can go to Indonesia. We talked about Indonesia actually. We talked about Inuit as well. So I think we might just be done with this phase. So why don't we go look at the scoreboard real quick? Inuit is going to be the real story.
I'm just double checking. Is my audio worse now? Or is
Yeah,
it
I can
fine?
hear your audio fine.
Okay. Has it changed?
You're a little fainter now, but it's still fine, I think.
Okay. I'll just speak a little louder to compensate. Or firmer.
30 dots.
30? Incredible.
Inuit is +8. Ottomans are +7.
Wow.
It's incredible. It's amazing.
Oh my goodness. And Mapuche, we haven't really talked about Mapuche. Well, okay, there's a reason we haven't talked about Mapuche much, but they're still top 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they should be top 3. Like their position is like they're getting free dots. They're pushing Aymara. They're going to have to fight the Diplostrats folks in the Netherlands soon, but Ayutthaya seems to be helping with that. Like, it's a good game from Mapuche, right? Like, I don't think you should blame Mapuche for the situation, capital S situation. But
no.
you really can't say what they're not capitalizing on it. They're doing well.
Yeah, like you have a good situation for you, even if it's a bit iffy, with other context, you still go for it.
Absolutely. Okay, so what are they building? Fleets Nomen Yupik for Inuit.
Wow.
Yeah, armies in Quacktak and Kujak. Yeah, Spain is getting France is getting the knife. Fleet Noscopy. They got the Fleet Noscopy because they cored Noscopy because they were sitting there not taking dots from France for so long. Yes. Okay. Yeah, these are great builds. The disband Papina Schwa and Placentia Bay. That's so pro Inuit. That's amazing.
Jeez. So France was not expecting us in the slightest. Like, oh, we're gonna stay allied forever. Nope.
I mean, I think France must just be like, yeah, well played, Inuit. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, the core was not punished. The core was good, apparently.
Yeah. There's been a lot of surprisingly good cores.
Yeah.
I mean, this Missouri half core is not, but there's a lot of like really good ones.
Yeah,
All
for
things
sure.
considered.
That was a very useful core. And the core in Agadez was also great. Yeah, there have been a lot of terrible cores. We don't have to talk about anything that happened in any province with Gibraltar in the name.
Yeah. But Gibraltar, that one movie.
Oh yeah, yeah, Casablanca.
Yeah.
Great movie. I
Exactly.
watched it in college. I guess these Ute builds feel anti-Inuit, or at least that's what I would be doing with them, right? Like Atha is
Yeah.
not a threat. Atha is going to spend the remainder of their life fighting Inuit. So building Shoshone Gosyute says to me like I need to worry about my north and what's going to happen when Athabasca is fully gone.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't need to talk too much about it. I mean, like Army Jamestown's anti-New Netherlands.
Yep.
Okay,
I'm just
like
going to scroll. I think the Inuit builds are the most interesting. We can look at the Ottoman builds too because they're +7.
yeah, Agadez and Timbuktu. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Abyssinia War incoming. This is looking so good.
Yeah.
So good.
Oh my gosh.
Fleet Tripoli.
What do you think the odds are that Ottomans and Inuit interact at any point?
Oh man, that would be really hard. It would have to be through now somehow. And I don't know if there's enough time for Spain to get killed this game. I think that the game
That's
goes
true.
long, then that kind of thing might happen. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But this feels like a great Spain stab incoming. And what else? Army Constan disbands in front of Ottomans in the European front.
Wow.
It looks great for Ottomans.
Are there no Swedish disbands? Oh, it's
They disbanded
Norwegian.
Norwegian. Yeah.
Also in British Copenhagen. That's uncommon.
This feels like the beginning of an EU4 MP where England just goes and takes Copenhagen off the bat.
Oh wow.
Very cool.
And then Novgorod, Auskara. Oh no.
Yeah. Sweden is getting the knife. Sweden is getting knifed. And yep, Safovitz disbands on the Russian front. The first thing they do is like, oh, I'm really sorry, Russia. Fleet Baghdad. Wow.
What? Oh my gosh, that's so good.
That's so aggro. I love it.
Oh my gosh. Get into Persian Gulf. Silently, that army in Qatar, I don't know the actual province name, is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, there's convoy potential now. You can support a unit into Riyadh and get Rustak. Actually, Rustak is close to guaranteed. Persia, like Safavid's disbanding Tabriz. Look at that. That's amazing for Ottomans.
Yeah. Like, hello, free dots.
Safavid's kept Caspian Sea. That is true.
Nothing. What can Caspian Sea do?
Yeah, this might have been a moment to disband Caspian Sea. You're not going anti-Russia anymore, but it's like not in the cards for you this game. And like you would rather have the army Tabriz, right? Because it can go forward, right? It can bounce stuff. It can tap stuff.
And it's also a dot.
It's also a dot. That's true. I mean, it's not like the Caspian Sea fleet is bad by any means, but it's not as active.
Yeah.
But think of Narnia, Basil. I'm sorry, I don't get the reference. What else is happening? Is there anything else interesting happening on the builds front? Mughals built in Ahmedabad. Mughals went +1.
What?
Off of the Safavid misorder?
Oh my! Also built in Surat, Portuguese build in Surat. Also, wow.
Yes, Prince Caspian, of course. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I missed the reference. Yeah, this is looking so good for Portugal. Portuguese India, incredible. After the -7 year, another set of 3 fleets from Ayutthaya. Okay, so Ayutthaya Ming has been just a rock solid alliance all game.
This is the first time I've seen both of them do well, like ever. One of them usually ends up killing the other, but it turns out like there's so many. I guess the new map layout sort of allows Ming to go way more north and way more east because of the sort of because now Hokkien is technically connected to the Japanese islands. So like I don't know where I'm going. I don't really know where I'm going with this, but Yeah, it looks like Ayutthaya and Ming alliances are something a lot more stable.
I don't know. I, for one, have been screaming for Army Chiang Mai for years. You fall asleep one time and KB Coors Surratt and builds there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think this has been working out great for both of them. Like, both of them have plenty to do on other fronts. But yeah. Maybe this year, like Fleet Neck on Sea, like, what is that doing?
Reality.
Yeah, it's like backfilling stuff for ages, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. I still think like one more Army Chiang Mai couldn't hurt. Or like sending a unit or two west to go, muck with Portugal or England or something.
Yeah, or just even a convoy into Bay of Bengal, convoy from Bay of Bengal, and like
yeah, that's true. Yeah, or a convoy into the Philippines, maybe. Like there's options. I'm not gonna harp on that because we're talking about a player who's doing very well and going +3 and is in a very solid alliance. So maybe this is more of a statement about me as a player than it is about Ayutthaya. Like they're doing very well for themselves. Any other builds in this area? Toku disband Luzon, that makes a lot of sense. Ming getting their 2 builds out. Zhili disband, yep, makes sense. Inuit just rolling, right? So,
I would rather just talk about spring. But is there anything else you want to say?
I think it's just spring. Maybe we can talk about who's a contender for the win here.
Ottoman and
me, it's
Inuit.
Between Ottomans and Inuit, right? Does Mapuche Ayutthaya, do they ever come into the conversation?
Ayutthaya, yes. Mapuche, I don't know.
Someone asks, does Ming still have builds in their pocket? Great.
They're 14.
Ming does not. Netherlands had 2 waves.
Sorry?
Oh, I heard you say hello.
Oh, what did you say before that? Sorry.
Oh, someone was asking if Ming had waves.
I don't know, but
they don't. Is this the last year of the game? We should try to speed up a little bit so that we can catch up to the players when they finish the game.
Yeah.
This one and another. Okay, so there's going to be 1647, 1648 is going to be the last year.
4 more move phases.
Yep. Okay. So do you see 1647 moves on the shared screen?
Yes, spring moves 1647.
Beautiful. Let's start with Inuit.
Okay. That's fine.
All looking very normal. Yeah. NMR from Atha, but it wasn't going to matter.
That's rough. That's rough. Yeah. Oh, and Shoshone moving north. Kind of.
Yeah.
No, never mind.
I mean, one dot, right? They went to Gross Ventures.
Yeah.
This is like the start of like, hey, maybe don't touch me, please. There's 4 phases left. So I don't know if that's enough time for Inuit to make a serious push into Ute stuff. It depends on how many builds Ute gets this year.
Yeah, it really depends. And hey, they're still working to get Shoshone. What are you supporting? Why are you supporting Kree into a center that borders your own?
They're supporting Kree into Anishinaabe. Yeah, I don't.
What? That is 100% your territory.
Yeah, this should not be a thing. Inuit you should be telling Inuit like, hey, go south, take the French dots. The French dots are free. They disbanded in front of you. Just go take them. Like they don't. Inuit doesn't need Anishinaabe. You can have Anishinaabe. You can take Ville-Marie, right? You can push Fort Detroit. You can do all this stuff. You don't need. You don't need Inuit in there.
That's just a full. I'm going to get into OBG. That might actually be a stab.
I mean, it's a supported move, right? It's clearly arranged, but leading into a stab possibly. What else is happening? The forever war between France and England over Falmouth and Plymouth. Falmouth and Boston, sorry.
And that's a core. Whatever. Seneca.
We don't talk about that. Seneca got taken.
Yeah. Okay. France is actually making progress on Netherlands.
Yeah, it's very expensive progress though, because they're losing Illinois and Cherokee to Ute in the back. Ute is looking real good with these moves.
Yeah.
It seems like they've pieced out Spain as well. There was a bunch of support holding going on before, but it looks like they're going to pop Saltillo. Or not quite pop, right? Saltillo can retreat to Carancabo, but they're getting Saltillo.
Because there was a unit there, so Saltillo is popped.
No, because Carancabo is leaving, right? And Chirimacha is also leaving, and they get into Muskogee.
That's not how. Okay. My bad.
Oh, isn't that a year forward? Yes. So it might be that we're looking at the scoreboard for too late. I don't know if Ming has any more waves. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, let's check out the Netherlands Caribbean. Wait, no, hold up. Katawaba's out of the game, right? Or Catawaba and St. Augustine is probably going to be Spain's or Utes.
It looks like they're setting up to take St. Augustine back in fall. And Catawba might last a little longer, but it's not going to be long for this world at this rate. If Ute and Spain are working together.
Somehow.
Yeah. I mean, at a certain point, like when Ute gets this position, like it's just lost for Spain anyway. Like there's not really like.
Yeah.
Like you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units defending 2 dots, but like you could also just be like, yeah, you can have one of those, and I'll just go do other things.
Like take Cherokee.
Like take Cherokee.
Or
St. Augustine, yeah. So you want to look at the Caribbean?
Yes, absolutely. That is a lot of moves. I don't usually see this many moves going from Caribbean. It's usually supports.
Poland lost New Courland. They disbanded New Courland in winter. We missed it.
Wow. Oh, geez. Poland's dead in Europe as well. But we're not... Okay, Caribbean.
Yep.
It's just Spain, England, and Netherlands left.
It seems like it. And it looks like it's England versus Spain, Netherlands.
Yeah, right? It looks like England's against Spain. England and Spain are beefing. And
it might be a 3-way war here because Parmurbo is going to Gulf of Paria here, right? That has to be aimed at taking New Courland back.
Yeah, this is just a massive, massive Thunderdome.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, cool to see it consolidate. Fun Caribbean mid-game stuff.
We have... hi, Natalie. Hi.
Oh, I guess JC's got someone in his background. Oh, Natalie's here in the commentary booth. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. My hands really hurt, but like I can talk.
Awesome. Yeah, welcome in. We're talking through spring of 1647 at this point.
Yeah. The spring where I am marred. Because not coming in long quickly enough.
Oh wait, you're a player, right? You're out of the game now?
Yes, I subbed out because my hands really fucking were hurting.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Because I was literally doing this on my phone.
Oh no, that's not it. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, I think I did really well for that, but I just couldn't go on anymore.
That's really incredible. What player were you playing?
I was Sweden.
What position? You were Sweden?
Yeah.
You were forgiven for every convoy misorder and crazy thing with small provinces here. Okay.
Yeah, it's insane, and also like Russia.
Like, I had actually managed to actually get that convoy off. That would have been so good. But oh yeah, no, this is South America's a thing.
We've been mostly skipping over South America.
Speaking of South America, we can
talk about it now.
Yeah. It looks like it's just a lot of support holds. Like Netherlands is not pushing Portugal here. They could have pushed for Bahia very reasonably. Netherlands
pushing Mapuche.
Oh, they're pushing Mapuche. Okay, so maybe this is like a hey, I'm worried about Mapuche here. So let's just send them. Let's send Aymara south. I'm not going to bother you. You have enough to deal with the Guarani situation.
Yeah.
Aymara's gaining Wien Hayek there, so that's nice. And yeah, it's actually not looking that great for Mapuche. they're getting Likatanai, but they're not getting Wienhayek. They're losing Chiquitano. Chirpa is free if they want it, but yeah.
It just looks like Netherlands is pushing south, which is, really nice to see.
It's their prerogative. Shall we
I
do
like the
Africa
contrast
next?
between the Netherlands in South America and the rest of the world, and like just Africa.
Yeah, Africa has not been kind to the Netherlands. Yeah, let's start with this situation. It looks like it's all arranged, this giant train of stuff.
Oh, what? Yeah, that's that's
No,
arranged.
because France is getting supported. They're supporting themselves in Tabara, and Portugal is tapping Fort Dauphin.
Uh,
Right?
Sounds
Is
just a
that?
whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, it's all nothing, right?
yeah. Doesn't look like there's much to talk. Why does Acheron not disband that unit in Madagascar?
Great question. Did they even lose? Oh, they lost Habio,
They
right? They lost
lost.
Habio last year.
And Zanzibar.
And Zanzibar. Yeah, they should be disbanding that. Yeah, so it's in mainland Africa, it seems like what we thought was happening is happening, right? Abyssinia is just getting is eating all the dots off of Ajuran, and no one else is really getting anything. Is this an Ajuran stab on Portugal going to Kismayo?
Maybe? Didn't Acheron stab Portugal a while ago?
I think Portugal stabbed Ajuran by taking Zanzibar last phase, so maybe this is a reaction to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What else? Oh, I
let's
love
look at
this
this-
move.
Oh,
That's so cheeky. That's so cheeky.
sweet.
It's just now you lose. Wait, Abyssinia loses their capital. That's like
Gondar is guaranteed.
Insane. Speaking of guaranteed, let's look at the not Ottoman stab on Abyssinia, because what?
I mean, what it looks like is it's setting up for a future much better stab, and
Maybe?
also potentially taking Cormonton as well.
Oh, that's true. Oh, yeah, because Cormonton probably goes to Abyssinia if. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, there's no way Abyssinia is happy with this set, right? Because like Hogarth to Agadez, like that unit is not doing anything other than fighting Abyssinia this game. There's not enough time.
Yeah.
It just looks like, hey, I have the opportunity to make this stab better.
The other thing that might be happening is this unit coming west, this Busa unit going west, so that Geba can get supported into Fulani with the backfill, and then they can make more progress against Portugal. Right now, Portugal and Ottomans are kind of stalemated here. Though, I don't know, that's very slow.
You can't be slow this late in the game.
Yeah.
The geography of that part of West Africa, like that was the last part of West Africa to be conquered by Starcat and her solo. Portugal was there for forever.
Yeah, it feels pretty hard to break past this part, especially with as many units as Portugal has around here. Slow going. Anything else folks want to talk about here in Africa, or shall we go to Europe?
Ooh, Middle East.
Ottomans moving towards Safavids? That's all I see.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. I thought that was more interesting stuff because I saw Restock go to Reda.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is kind of what we expected would be happening. Oh, Ottomans have guaranteed Rostock this season.
Huh.
Sweet.
I like that. Oh, wait, with how much little time is left, I'm betting Ottomans. I think Ottomans might be board at the end.
I think we're thinking it's either Ottomans or Inuit.
Yeah.
Inuit's on 30.
Inuit's taking over Japan. Like,
yeah. Oh, it's
Europe,
just like
man.
1.2, 1.3.
Yeah.
What else is happening here?
Oh, this is okay. I think this is the last phase I was playing.
Okay.
It's just because I see me getting it trying to take Warsaw.
Yup. And then he gets tapped, so you get in, right? Oh, looks really
Yeah.
great.
Except for the fact that Russia moved into Youngflund. God.
Okay, we're seeing some spoilers in the popcorn throwers chat. We're gonna have to look in a bit.
Yeah, y'all are big for when I subbed out. Like I subbed out the phase after this one.
Gotcha. Yeah. It looks like okay. France is getting Paris back.
Ooh.
It's the Great War of Mostly Holds between Spain and Ottomans. I mean, this is arranged, right? Like you don't triple support here and then convoy Florence out, right? You try to take Rome if you're doing that.
If you're fighting Ottomans, yeah.
So this just all feels very arranged.
The only reason the army is in Florence is because it was convoyed by Ottomans.
True. Yeah.
Which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, the crazy convoys between Spain and Ottomans here to get armies out of North Africa was super interesting.
Yeah. Also, the Army Corps in Ireland.
Yeah. God, I should have attacked England way earlier. I had the opportunity. There was an opportunity for me to convoy into Jutland and get into North Sea, and I didn't take it, and I should have.
Is that the turn your
That would have been interesting.
Is that the turn your core Norwegian Sea?
Yeah, that's the turn. I should not have poured Norwegian Sea. I should have tapped North Sea that turn. But,
Yeah.
We talked about that a bit in the commentary when that happened.
That was a big mistake. That was me being like, I don't see what anything else to do with this unit. Tap North Sea.
Yep. Live and learn.
Wow.
Live and learn. And in the meanwhile, it looks like well, I don't know. Spitsbergen might get taken by Russia eventually here. But in the meanwhile, it's just, oops, Sweden is getting killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rip.
Incredible to be doing all those convoys on mobile. That's actually incredible.
Yeah.
It's such a good early game.
What else is happening here? We talked about this situation. I think we've covered Europe. Is there anything else that people have found interesting in Europe?
All I think I see is just Ottomans doing really well.
Ottomans doing really well. Yeah, that's the story of it, I think. No one else is... Everything else is a giant mess. Like, look at all these dots.
Yeah.
Europe has been border gore for so long.
I mean, Dutch and Austria seem to have gotten it sorted out, right? Dutch is taking Lux. They're supporting Austrian to Strasbourg.
Yeah, and then, like the switch between Lubeck and Brandenburg earlier, like the borders are being fixed.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about we talked about the Middle East already? We could talk about Asia, or like what Russia is doing.
And
Russia went
murder
from being horrible in this region to doing really, really well, or at least doing not terribly.
Good, murder Safavids.
Yeah, the fact that Russia was doing poorly, and that was.
Russia's on 19, so I don't know. That's
for
an A to C country, it's kind of mid.
They're doing mid, but like the fact that they're doing mid and not poorly. I wanted them to do poorly. I just didn't have time to do the rest I wanted to do.
Yeah.
My goal was to get them coalitioned by everyone else while working with me against Poland.
Yeah, considering how bad the opening was too, right? They full committed against Poland while Safavids Ottomans were just not having it, right? They sent the army Trebizond north, and the army Baghdad north too, and it was looking so bad for Russia. So it's been pretty interesting to see them pull it back from the brink and hold on.
Yeah. Although they're neighbored by people who are doing much better than them.
Oh,
also,
for sure.
I
probably
remember seeing that, like, the fact that I loved looking at Japan here because it's like Tokugawa was doing okay earlier. Was at 10 centers.
Yeah, we even took before the break. I think Sports Walls was talking about like how amazing Tokugawa was doing, and then boop. This is I don't think I would classify this as amazing.
Russia, Inuit, Spain,
They
coalition.
got coalition.
And Ming piled on too. Yeah.
I think it's basically kind of similar to what happened with me, where it's just like doing kind of well for a regional, and then just not no a lot of people just going no.
Yeah.
Kind of tactical mistakes.
You remember hearing that commentary, already knowing what happened, Basil? Yep. Okay, so I guess it's just more Inuit winning here. Anything else in
Yeah.
particular that people want to talk about? We can look at Mughals for a bit.
Sure.
I think the Toku changes were just win more for Inuit.
Possibly. Though Inuit did get a lot of friendly disbands from Toku. Like, Toku had a choice about who to defend from, and they did not choose Inuit.
Yeah.
That's true. That's very true.
Okay, what's going on here? So, Sapphids finally do get a Metabod.
Oh, it's the one
Finally.
region where Portugal's doing well.
Yeah. Ming, Portugal is offering to put Ming in Delhi and put them on the front with Sapphids, which I like a lot. But
Yeah.
they didn't take that. They just let everyone's letting Mughals live somehow. Mughals on 2 is just incredible at this point.
That's like me and B1.323, where I ended on Kathmandu and Hyderabad.
We were in, oh my gosh, I think we were neighbors in, yeah. Right. Oh my gosh. No,
Yeah,
that was
that's
insane.
what I did.
Seeing you just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, that Mughal, my Bugles. That's a tell that's been happening for a while.
Ajuran is going to lose Maldives finally, and there's another convoy through Andhra Coast, which does not go through, right?
Yeah, no, it got tapped.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also the adjacencies this game have just not been working.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been hearing about a lot of crazy bot stuff.
Like Pskov being adjacent to everything except its neighbors.
Wait, really?
Yeah, like
wow.
Pskov, like multiple times. It's like trying to go from ABO to Avo to Avo to Pskov, not working. Or going from Novgorod to Pskov. It just always doesn't work.
Wild. Okay, do you want to talk about Indonesia? It looks like it's just Mapuche Dutch War.
Mapuche Io War. Oh no, Mapuche Dutch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because Mapuche Dutch and IU seems the main thing IU seems to be doing is trying to just get rid of the last remains of the Dutch in the north.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty clean split here. Like IU is getting Monado, and then I assume these units that Mapuche is moving up are going to go for Flores or Timor, and that might just be good enough for the end of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want an actual Blitz win. Yeah, let's try to speed up so we can catch it. We talked a little bit about what Inuit was doing. Do we care that much? Shall we go to the next phase?
I mean, Inuit's just winning. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Inuits are winning. Yeah.
Is this the phase where the sub was late? So there's a Sweden NMR.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. So there's Winter 1647 start. So we're almost caught up to the game.
Nice.
Okay. Do you see Fall 1647?
Yes.
Yep.
Let's start with Inuit.
Moving to Chakshi Sea.
Yep.
This all looks very normal and fine and good. They get both of the dots from Atha.
Yeah.
And
rest in peace, Atha.
07
that
Atha.
is so weird discussion. I mean, this doesn't help at all.
Yeah, I think you needs a little bit more vision about what comes next. Maybe they're like, this is the final year. I don't have to worry about it too much. But like, support hold Sutina maybe is the move. Though also it's hard to say this stuff. Like they've been in a tight alliance this whole game, right?
Yeah.
Like, one dotting a neighbor like that.
Like, I think in the blitzes I've only seen I've never actually seen I don't think I've seen an athlete do well in the Blitz, but it's usually like either you attacks Inuit or they're bet buds for the entire game. Blitz.
Yeah. What else is
North
Inuit
America?
up to? Convoy. What's this convoy?
Whoa. Oh, Greenland. It looks like. Yep.
Oh, and they got Broadalid. Oh.
Wow.
Wow. I just want to look at the East Coast because, like, the fact that England is in the East Coast when they were basically gone earlier is absurd.
They have been making like a pretty solid recovery. I mean, I don't know. It's
They
and
lost,
of course
I think
Inuit
they
gets
lose,
Port
like,
Royal.
all but Jamestown. Like they
Oh my
lose
God.
literally every dot in the East Coast except Jamestown.
They did, yeah.
Really?
That's
Wow.
absurd.
I don't think I was there for that.
This is unreal.
I mean, because like we had Portuguese. I think I don't know. They might have still had Falmouth, but I think that was French.
Whoa.
When I last checked, looked at North America, just a while ago.
Okay, so what happened here? I think Dutch are still not making any progress. They lose Philadelphia. That's unfortunate.
I mean, they also lost Seneca last phase, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not looking
this is-
great.
Dutch
And they covered their
finally
own-
losing North America. That North America held on for so long.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of insane how resilient the Dutch were. Because like they built like the second they built two armies, I was just like, oh shoot, they're gonna actually get something in North America, and then nope.
Jamie says Inuit are +6 in North America. So +2 Atha, Convoy to Port Royal, Broadalid, +2 off France. Yeah. Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Just from
That is
NA.
insane. That is insane. Just from NA. Yeah, forget Asia where they're getting dots from Toku.
While Toku supporting them into their own dots.
Yeah, look at this too. This is great play from Ute, right? They're taking Fort Detroit. They're supporting Spain into Catawba, so Catawba's going to get St. Augustine as well. It's looking really good.
Yeah.
They're also getting Karankawa. They're getting Saltillo, right? So this whole area is like perfectly cleaned up.
Wow, Ute's doing so well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they can like push Spain into St. Augustine and take Chirimacha behind them too. Like this is really, really great for Ute. This is a great Ute game.
Yeah.
The Caribbean is still the Caribbean. Wait, is anyone moving out of Bermuda? What are they doing with
They
Bermuda?
tried.
Oh,
They tried to move to Gulf of Maine, but they got supported out.
Oh, they got
Yeah.
supported. Oh, they almost got Bermuda. That's awesome.
And now
They tried.
they can either mess with the Caribbean, go back to East Coast, or go to North Atlantic.
I mean,
Just-
I bet North Atlantic.
Insane.
They have great
Caribbean-
options.
Caribbean, the Dutch are still doing surprisingly well.
07 to the last Polish dot.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also just like I thought the Dutch were almost dead earlier, but then like England stabbed France and not the Dutch, and it was like, huh?
I love this. Bay of Panama stabbing for Panama.
Yep.
Just the cheeky one dot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you do when you're dying,
Yep.
which is what the English have been doing all game.
Dying.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Spain getting punished for the self bounce here.
Oh wow.
And I assume this is agreed. Like, I assume this is Spain giving New Courland to the Netherlands.
Basically, Spain being like, I can't
Probably.
defend this, but now Spain's gonna lose at Caracas, guaranteed.
Oh no, yeah. This is just an I don't want to lose Caracas and New Courland on the same turn thing. I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, it's just I like the fact that the Caribbean and Dutch South America are the same thing now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
also the only area where the Dutch. Actually the Dutch are doing okay in Europe, but it's the only area where the Dutch are doing actually proper well, or at least not terribly.
Yeah, this region's looking great for the Dutch.
I think it's still.
South-
I think I remember meme telling me that Ezio took over North America. So I regularly want to make the joke that as soon as Ezio, that all the things that Ezio touches with this Dutch just die,
Oh no.
because that's what happened.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Funny
Stuff
meme
poor
core.
Ezio onto the old thing. Where's the meme core? Oh, Moritz dot.
Moritz.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
get me out of here. Okay, the rest of this is fine. Like, actually, Guarani is now stopping Mapuche from getting more dots.
Finally.
So, the thing that was not to be spoken of is no longer happening. And it's Aymara and Dutch who are pulling Mapuche dots here as well.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's definitely too little too late for Girani, but at least they're finally doing something about it.
I remember
Yeah.
earlier, I like pretty early in the game, I thought Guarani were doing super well. And then apparently they just went hard focus north for no reason.
We have an at from the public square. Banheiro, adjacent provinces, Amazonia, Bogota, Guanabara Bay. Yes, I do like this adjacency shitposting, Basil. That is
What?
insane.
Yeah, the adjacencies, like, would be hilarious to play a game with like that looks like Imp Dip, but all the provinces have secret adjacencies. You're not allowed to know what's adjacent to what. You just have to figure it out.
Oh my
Just
god.
people doing the most random moves to figure out, is this adjacent? Is this?
Yeah, like
How do you
each
make a
one has
line?
enough adjacencies that it's actually like possible, but stupid.
Let's look at Africa real quick and try to speed through so that we're caught up with the game by the time it ends. Portugal is consolidating down here. What is happening here? Can anyone read the?
That's a support into Fort Dauphin while tapping Barra.
So that does go through, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's double support.
That is what it looks like, is a support into Fort Dauphin. Yeah, Onalali Bay does border Fort Dauphin. Fort Dauphin is like a miniature province.
Yeah. Good on France for holding it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they lost it so long ago. I'm a little surprised they got it back.
And Congo taking back Benguela. I guess France disbanded this unit, and then Congo just pulling it back with the build. What else is happening?
Oh, the only
Ooh.
bit of Dutch, the Dutch are only in Sao Tome and nothing else.
Yep. Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
It's the stab. It's the stab. It's the Ottoman stab.
Finally, yay.
Yeah. Finally.
Wait, let's look at Congo real quick. Banda and Mandara traded.
Wait,
Banheiro.
that's the Beleaguered garrison in Banheiro, I think.
No, because Ajuran is tapped Burundi, right? So Mongo doesn't have any support into Banheiro.
Oh, so there's no support. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They lose Banheiro because of their... Oh, wow, that's hilarious.
Wow.
That is brutal.
Rip.
Yep. Ajuran stopping themselves from getting the Congo dot. And meanwhile, Congolese Mogadishu. Just cinema.
I love the fact that this has shown that that Ajuran is not completely overpowered, so it might just be misplays, but it's not completely overpowered with the fight.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how that develops. Also, yes, of course, Congolese Gondar.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So it's not like I think it was gonna win. Oh, I mean, Abyssinia did really good mid game, but yeah.
Yeah.
This Abyssinia looks a lot like the Abyssinia in 1.2U, where Abyssinia basically hard supported the Ottomans until they got stabbed in the late game from West Africa.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like people are like Portugal was never really in a position to pressure Congo this game, so it seemed like it was just Congo waiting for whenever they wanted to stab Abyssinia.
If you're Abyssinia, you need to make sure that Ottomans doesn't get West Africa, because this happens.
For sure.
Where is West Africa going after they take all the colonial dots?
But I guess they were trying. They had a bunch of units on the line against Ottomans in West Africa, but they turned them around when Congo stabbed. So I think the problem was they couldn't defend both, or they couldn't hold both.
Yeah.
they can't defend against both, and they decided they rather their ally for the game than the one who's win than the other one.
Yeah.
It would be a throw either way. It's just who do you throw to when you're being stabbed on two sides?
Yep.
Anything else of interest here?
Not supporting themselves into Angel. What? I mean, that wouldn't is
They're forcing Sarawi.
yeah.
Oh,
I guess they're going for
that's
position this phase.
Yeah, that's just going for position, which makes sense.
It's good. It seems fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if they need more than 5 units to clean up this Portuguese stuff.
Yeah.
Defender's still French towards stuff down there.
You scrolled up. Oh my gosh, no. We did not see the Mediterranean.
Did we scroll
What's
past
that?
the Mediterranean?
No, you scrolled the Mediterranean.
No.
Of course.
No.
Ottoman
Also, the
is like
support, not the input to go with the support in Mediterranean Sea. Yep.
This is how we're talking about Europe.
This is the year where the sub didn't come in until after the NMR in Sweden.
oh shoot.
Oh no. All right, so this is how I would like to discuss Europe, if that's okay with you.
Enter orders, but the sub was just super slow.
Yeah, Blitz.
What's on?
And yeah, Narva and Stockholm were both gone either way, so I don't think it made a ton of difference. Königsberg loss is awful.
Yes.
And Wilno lost. Oh no.
Fun.
Yeah, like
Sweden is so cooked. It's really crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait. This is how we talk about Europe. Okay. Anything else interesting going on that people want to talk about? This all feels pretty
I think the only
normal.
thing is, Ottomans get into Pressburg and they don't lose Innsbruck. So Ottomans are still doing ridiculously well in Europe.
It looks great, yeah.
And with Spain doing all the cores, they're gonna get builds enough to stab and to actually push into Med.
Dutch are stabbing France here as well, just fair weather friends for a phase. They've got Strasbourg and Lux, and they've given Nantes to Spain.
Yeah.
But France will get Paris back.
Which, I mean...
Oh, sweet.
The Middle East is another convoy by the Ottomans.
Gotta love it.
Southbound to Ochakiv.
And then the southbound to Ochakiv.
That I don't love. Just go
kill
Russia.
It keeps the build open.
Yeah, go kill Russia. That's what you do here. Russia. Oh, it would be.
They could have supported themselves into Kiev and convoyed back out, right? Like.
Oh yeah, that would have been so good.
It seems like what they're trying to do here is get Ochakiv open so that they can build there, right? But they can do that. They can just support Ochakiv into Kiev.
Yeah.
And they still have the build, and they have another build because they got Kiev.
Yeah.
Yep.
But again, like, super duper uber nitpicks.
Yep. They.
Oh.
I have no clue.
Mughals. No.
Oh, I was looking at the Ottoman moves. Look at this. They got Rustak and they got Keshem with the convoy.
Oh, what?
Look at that guessing.
Wow.
They do lose the dot in Arabia, but that's not that bad. They could just take that back pretty easy.
Yeah, that one's not a big deal.
Oh my gosh, Gulf of Todora doesn't move to Warsangali.
Gulf of Todora doesn't. Yes! Oh, they did something else. Woo!
That unit was just going back and forth for like years.
Yeah.
Okay, what's happening in India? Kabul finally falls. Oh, Safavid misorder. Safavid misorder is what makes Kabul get lost. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It should have been beleaguered garrison.
Yeah.
Safavid's been doing a lot of misinputs. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, there was a bunch of misinputs around Kabul and Ahmedabad.
Wait. Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. You have attempted support into Delhi, Mughal supporting into Surat. What?
Well, there goes Portuguese Surat.
Yep.
Rip.
Wait, Portugal had time to core Surat?
Yep,
They had
a
core
build-
and they built there twice.
Oh, wow. I hope they get it back. I think they get it back.
Yeah, they'll probably get it back. But yeah, that was that's a high point of this game for sure. That was very entertaining.
Yeah.
I
Uh,
mean, the Eagles did such a poor year one, and also England did also did. I mean, England didn't like. England tried to support Mughals into Hyderabad. Like, there were two dots that Mughals didn't go for year one. That I was like, not just that you lost Delhi, it's that you didn't go for the support into Hyderabad or bouncing Andaman.
Yeah, the opening was not super tight for Mughals. England finally died in Asia. Oh, they lost the last dot and they lost Rajamahendri as well. And did they lose Sumatra? Wow. Yeah, finally.
yeah.
They've been clutching for a while.
Yeah. And England Sumatra is definitely a weird one. Like if you England getting into anything even remotely Ayutthaya wise, then you're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot easier now since there's say Sumatra's a lot less defensible than it used to be. If other people hold it.
Yeah. And they died as they lived, convoying it to Andaman. 07.
I think
we can look at.
This the end of Dutch? Is this the end of Dutch Indonesia?
Is it? Bavaria, Monado, Timor.
Flores?
That's a misorder from Mapuche. They should have supported themselves into Flores.
The Dutch still have Flores? What the fuck?
And because Flores taps, they don't lose Timor either, right?
Oh, wow.
They tap the support.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What? So, not dead, somehow.
Yeah, holding on for another year. Looking real good. And Timor Sea is dislodged. Let's go.
No, because no, right, because you can't tap a support into your own dot.
Yeah, Timor Sea can't. Yeah. So really, really great tactics from the Dutch.
And unfortunate ones from Mapuche.
I think Ezio's still in charge of that area.
Okay. Back to popcorn throwers. Okay, cool. What's going on here? So it's just more of the same story, right? Ayutthaya pushing east, pushing south. It's all coming up Ayutthaya.
The Spanish are still in Cebu and Zamboanga is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. It should be gone next year, right? It should be. They should take Cebu in spring and then Zamboanga in fall.
Yeah, I mean,
hopefully.
The fact is they at one point had Edo and the Bonin Islands, and we're doing reasonably well in this area.
Yeah, it was super interesting to watch. We wrote them off for dead earlier, and it's been cool that they've held on for so long.
I mean, they're still kind of dead.
The Bonin Islands, they're really good.
They're still kind of dead, but this is not nearly as they should not be even close to alive here.
Also, I think from the Formosa being connected to the mainland is actually a buff for the Dutch and for the Portuguese if they work together.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. They built two armies early on, and Ming. I didn't look too much at the earlier maps, but I noticed that both Macau and Formosa were armies, so that was really rough on Ming early on.
Yeah, I mean Ming's doing pretty well now, but I love the fact that that's now an option for Formosa and Macau to work together.
Yeah, Inuit stabbed Russia.
Let's go.
Oh
They got
my
Bonin
gosh.
as well. They got
Phone
Bonin.
in.
Did they get Kyoto? They didn't get Kyoto. Did they get Pyongyang? They got Pyongyang.
Yo.
And Russia
And they-
walks out of Highland Pao?
What?
No
So-
way.
And they're walking into Ishkari. Funky. What? So oh my gosh.
I have no clue what Russia's doing in this
Russia.
area.
Russia just walked out of Turfan last year. They're walking out of Highland Pao this year. I mean, I feel like they had a solid position, but like, oh no, walking out of dots. Someone is asking,
They
can they watch?
No. I think Nifix was tapping Highland Pal with the intention of breaking a support hold. Like
Yeah. But they just got in.
Yeah.
Oh, Salt, you're back. If you want to join the commentary, please do. No pressure, obviously, but would love to have you back if you are around and have a bit of spare time.
Yeah.
Okay, and the rest of this is all normal stuff. Chuck just held in spring for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe they just ran out of time to enter an order.
I mean, they have a lot of orders.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
This IU move set, I don't know about. Coring Hainan.
That's a really good core from Ayutthaya, I feel like.
But it's the last year of the game. They're not going to be able to use it.
I think that if this is a fall or spring, if this is spring, they're probably coring it now and then they're going to tap Macau.
No, it's fall 1647, and the last phase is going to be fall 1648. So this is a pure hold.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
I've been screaming for this. I really want IU to stab Ming here. I want IU to be taking Sasaram. I want IU to be bouncing Kunming and taking Macau. Just start building armies and going, because these armies, these fleets that you built this year, in Malay or whatever, they're not doing anything, right? Like, you don't need this fleet Cambodia. It's not going to do anything this game.
Yeah, it's just going to be back, like those fleets backfilled for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yep. And like Army Orisa is not getting you any dots, right?
Army Ava might.
Yeah, Army Ava is good. I like Army Ava.
This is such a. I wonder if Ming stabs.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
They've been rock solid all game. Okay, so Spring 1648 moves just came out. So, is there anything else we want to talk about? Otherwise, we can go look at winter and then spring.
This is going to be the first phase with the sub in Sweden.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go look at the builds and let's see how those went, I guess.
Yeah. See if there's any really terrible ones. I don't know whether I built my builds were good. I built a lot of armies for Sweden.
You built, yeah. You did. I think your builds are probably one of the better Sweden builds I've seen. And
my strategy going in was like the one thing I knew like every Sweden fails to do is get armies on the continent. And so my number one goal was armies on the continent.
Yeah, I like your Sweden builds, Natalie.
Like, it was just like, I want to fight Poland. I want armies. Fleets are bad.
Just builds everywhere from Inuit as far as the eye can see. Love it.
Yep.
3 armies from Ute. I love this. This is a gauntlet. This is like, you will not get any of my dots this game.
Yeah. They're North Equatorial. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's just very little way for. Oh wow. Still
just
surprised that
makes
really
sense.
big Dutch in the Caribbean and reasonably big Dutch in South America. If you look at just this section, you'd even almost think that the Dutch were having a decent game.
Yeah.
Grani got a build.
Grani got a build. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, so what was the scoreboard like for this phase? 1647. Inuit plus 10.
10?
How many? Wait, what's their score? Do they? What's their total?
They're at 40.
40.
They can win. They can
They
just
have
win.
a
It's just gonna
23% gap with Ottomans right now, so they might not win, but they might get to 100% VSCC.
Is this going to be the first? I mean, there's still a chance this could be the first win on a Blitz game.
Very possible. Yeah, we'll have to see how Ottomans do. No one else is even close. Ayutthaya on 18 is the next closest one.
What I
That's
want to
like-
see is Ottomans somehow go plus 11.
Russia's 5th, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, Ayutthaya is 3rd and Ming is 5th, right? They're all tied. Well, I guess Ming starts on 5 SCs, but they're not stabbing each other. They're not fighting. It doesn't seem like a game where they're at 50% VSCC. They're not catching up. So this is like a can Ottoman stop Inuits kind of game.
Yeah.
I just think it'd be funny for this to be a duo impunity. I've seen Ottomans in positions similar to this go plus 10, so let's see.
Yeah, very possible.
Tokugawa and Athapaska are both dead, by the way.
Oh. Yeah, the Atha's dead. Makes sense.
And Toku, which is, I'm surprised, 10-0 that quickly is really fascinating. I goes to show how tense the Toku position really is.
For sure. I'm excited to see how it plays.
Looking at what remains of my Sweden.
Oh,
Oh no.
although
More
those
Dutch
are,
army builds. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. Dutch
I don't think they matter
Strasbourg.
much.
Also,
This is-
I love the fact that the Dutch built so many armies in Europe. Look at Dutch Europe. That's a really good Dutch Europe.
Yeah, wow.
It's great.
I don't think I've ever seen that good of a Dutch Europe in a while.
There's actually a pretty decent Dutch Europe in B12U. Like in a lot of ways, this game resembles B1.2U. Just in like how Ottomans are doing and a lot of other little things. Like Ottomans aren't doing as well in the Eastern Med, but they're doing pretty damn well out most places.
Abyssinia +3 despite losing Gondar. Love that. Ajuran on 1.
I wonder if Abyssinia actually goes after Ottomans, or if they just try to kill the Congo.
I mean,
So
I'll be selfish. Like, selfish. Whatever gets you more dots is the answer.
Yeah.
Not whatever stops the win.
Oh, goodbye to everything next to Portugal. Okay, we love that for Portugal.
Wow.
I mean, I love the fact that they still have Delhi, which is kind of hilarious.
And yeah, goodbye to Tokugawa, of course.
But yeah, no,
well fought.
I think Bonin Islands, like I think if a Inuit can get into Tokugawa like this, it's win more. Wow, I love that.
For sure. Okay. Any other interesting builds? I think let's go to spring.
Oh, there's an army in Ayutthaya. There's an army. Ayutthaya army.
Let's go. It's Tavoy though, but I'll take it.
I mean, that's obviously getting convoyed somewhere, but it's an army.
Yeah. Let's look at spring.
My only hope is that my sub manages to make Sweden live.
Spring 1648. Let's go. Inuit. Yeah,
Attack
full bore. Anti-Ute.
I mean, they're trying to go for the impunity. They have to do this.
Yeah.
They're
Yep.
trying to go solo. They're trying to solo. Oh, and he does the counter stab.
Yeah, I mean they just have to at this point. I don't think there's anything else. I don't think any of it really matters all that much, to be honest.
Yeah, I think you can get into Tsutina.
Probably.
Yeah, without
Maybe.
Yeah,
because they can tap. Yeah.
Winnipeg, they can support themselves in.
Yeah.
That's one dot. That's one of two dots that. So that now Inuit needs 3 dots to get to 100%.
Solid. What else is
I mean,
happening?
that might not be enough. I don't think they're losing any other dots.
Okay, it's like we were thinking. Spain is getting St. Augustine. Ute is going to get Chitimacha. This is going to be a great finish for Ute.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
It's like-
Ute's going and Spain's going to support Ute into Jamestown.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or the other
wow.
way around. Who knows?
There's no way. Shoshone is just making Spain their vassal. It's always fun when a colonial vassal situation happens.
Yeah. Wait. France course.
Yeah,
Boston.
we don't talk about the France scoring Boston on and off all over and over again this game.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Ute is going. Wait, why would you move to St. Lawrence? Huh.
St. Lawrence.
Where?
Are they trying to?
I think they're
No, I
trying
don't
to
know.
guarantee they get Quebec, but France didn't tap Quebec.
Yeah, maybe they were worried they would get bounced out this phase and that they would have to support themselves in, but they also have a Tikameku, which can do nothing else other than support that. I don't think the moves are that meaningful. Like, I don't think that unit had anything good to do.
Yeah, the only other it doesn't have any other dots it can go and get. Actually, no.
Yeah.
If Port Royal, no, there's no dots it can move. Get it.
Look, England
Yep,
walked out of
Bermuda.
Bermuda.
Wait, I think that might be a mild throw.
Yeah, I mean, mild throw, sure.
Might be England going. You should be soloing this.
Or like, actually, wait. England has guaranteed Port Royal this phase.
Do you think there's a chance that it could be a Ottoman Inuit impunity?
Ottomans has to go plus 11, right?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry,
Ottomans
go
would
ahead.
have to go plus 11, but that isn't completely unreasonable. It's just unreasonable.
It's only plus 1 here on this side.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know if they can actually get the plus 11.
Plus
So
2 from
Ottoman-
Hawara, plus 3
Weird
from
throw.
Andara.
Oh yeah, no, and
Plus
they're
4
not-
here.
and also Abyssinia aren't throwing, so that they're gonna be tapping Cairo.
Plus 5, plus 6, plus 7.
Wait, okay, hold up. We might be onto something here. This might actually be
Vienna's plus 8. Vienna's plus 9. I think it's close, but I don't think it's quite there. Unless
I think it's there if Ottomans stab Spain.
I don't think they have the stab though. And look, they're going to lose one here because Tangier is going to Chamba. They're going to take Tripoli, or well, they're going to support hold. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could happen with some throws. Like if anyone throws a dot or two, then it's over. They could get Kiev and they could get Krakow depending on what Poland does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
Spain, I love Sweden going for North Sea here.
Oh, that's cute.
It's just like may as well end with Swedish trying to get into Edinburgh, maybe.
Maybe. I mean, they have the retreat. I mean, England has the retreat, so I don't think Sweden is getting anything here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely not.
Sweden's also walking out of Copenhagen. I feel like they're sort of checked out. Lubeck is getting support into Brandenburg. Sweden's walking out of that as well.
A lot of dead nations, you can kind of just say, oh, they're like, oh, why are these moves happening? They're checked out. Is pretty accurate for like.
Actually,
it doesn't seem like Austria is throwing the Ottomans.
Like they might be trying to go take some of the Russian dots, Russian Swedish dots, but it's like that's not happening. If you want to end at more dots, you need to be trying to gain dots south. You can't. Fighting Russia is not going to work.
Yeah. The dot maximization game is fun, but I think it's not a game that most of these players are playing at this point. Can we look at the Inuit Asia? I feel like that's the other relevant bit.
I really like the new sea layout in the Baltics. The new sea layout is amazing.
Oh yeah,
it makes getting armies into the Baltics so much easier than old Sweden, because now you have 2 different convoy routes in Gulf of Riga or Baltic Sea.
And also, it doesn't make holding Baltic. It also doesn't make Baltic Sea the single most important province for Sweden ever, which is pretty important. Instead of one of the most important
my
countries.
convoy from Abo to Cortland, I think, was really good.
Yeah.
Oh, we have fall maps out. So, oh wait, no, we just have fall start out. I see. So when are we going to get fall maps? We're going to get in like 15 minutes. So we can like look through. We can look through the Inuit Asia and then like do a quick scan. I think we mostly just care about Inuit and Ottomans, right?
Yeah, Inuit and Ottomans. If Ottomans can get that plus, I want this to be a duo impunity.
Yeah.
Inuit's going to get Yakuts as well.
Russia is trying, but that's not going to be enough. Not even close. Because Russia is losing Yakutsk, I think.
Yeah.
Russia's definitely, like, if you look up, like, I think Inuit gets a unit into the sea up there. So that's
yeah, they are going to lose Yakutsk. I was just looking at whether there are any guesses if they do take it with 3. Because Tartary can cover Nivix, but then I think that there is a chance of Hamyong tap Haishenwai and Shengjing take Highland Pao with support. So there's some guessing involved, I think, if you try to take Yakutsk with 3.
Okay, so probably take it with 2 and hope to hold up everywhere else. I think do they get Kyoto?
They do not. Tsushima support holds.
They can force Ryukyu Islands.
No, because they have 2, right? Formosa is going to support hold it.
Oh.
So it's a guess of whether Kyoto gets support held and this gets support held and they can take Kyushu, or whether they will try to go like up and then risk the support into Kyushu. Ryukyu, sorry.
So it is a 50-50. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. Wow, that's...
Oh, wait. Ming's going... Is that a stab on Ayutthaya?
No, they're just defending
No.
What was this army doing in Orissa? Going back to Kolkata? Yeah.
So they're...
it's just being defensive. And it's also being defensive. That's why they tapped Hanoi instead of Macau.
Yeah. This is purely defensive moves from Ayutthaya. They're not going to stab each other this game, I don't think.
This is just them being wary of a last-second stab.
Look at this. This is actually a good core. Everyone support holding Delhi, and Mughals will live. And for some reason, Gore going to Herat.
Surviving on Delhi. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So this Ottoman front, it looks like convoy with support. So they get Isfahan, and the Herat is going to cover... Can they take it back?
Maybe.
I don't think they can take it back.
Probably not.
And I want to see whether this autos manages to get plus 11 this year, because they're so close.
Yeah. It looks so possible. I'm just not sure if anybody throws to either Ottomans or Inuit, then it probably happens. But I don't know if the throw will happen.
You want to just count these dots? I mean, we can scan through the rest real quick. I don't think it's super exciting, but I feel like the real show is what's happening with Ottomans here.
And we could look at the false start map and count from there, because it should be...
Yeah, sure.
It should be a little easier to tell what dots they took.
Yeah.
And then we can make a guess as to what dots they can take, and I think they might be able to... Let's see.
This endgame has been super hype. Like, just Inuit and Ottoman doing so well.
I don't think
they can get any... I don't think they can actually get another dot in West Africa.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just this one in St. Louis.
Yep.
And then down here...
now they don't have the units to actually get another dot there. They might be able to get Mandara, maybe. But that would be really painful.
That seems really unlikely, right? Like Loengo always just support holds Mandara, right? So unless there's like a crazy amount of like
Hawara. As guaranteed.
Hawara is guaranteed, yeah.
Hawara and
Darfur is
Darfur.
not.
Darfur, they're
Darfur
going
is-
to go for Darfur, though. They're definitely going.
Yeah.
And let's see, they Ottoman Steph. Do they go for Mikkel or do they cover Cairo?
Oh, that is
50-50.
Oh,
no, they
no,
cover
no,
with
no,
Levantine.
No,
No.
They need Levantine to keep Tripoli.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's a 50-50 for whether they get Mikkel or Cairo.
If they give up on the Darfur thing, because the Darfur thing seems pretty unlikely, they can send Wadai to Hawara, Beja cover Cairo, and then Red Sea can tap Mekele. But I don't know, that doesn't seem super likely either. There's too many units around to... Yeah. Basically, Abyssinia has to choose whether they're going to spend their time forcing Konko out of Gondar or stopping Ottomans from dotting them in Mekele or Darfur.
Mm-hmm.
But I think like +1, +1.5 is the right guess to give for Ottomans on this front.
Yeah.
Ottomans are definitely going to have to cover Brustak, so they can't go for any of the other Arabian dot.
Yeah, so
They were almost, if they had gone into Brustak, they would have been able to take Muscat, but they didn't. They might be able to try to take Tehran.
That probably gets cut.
There's not a lot of taps. Not really feasible.
They're not getting Mara either, so it's just Isfahan. I don't think that they're getting any further than Isfahan.
Probably not.
So now we're at +3.5.
Yeah.
Oh, Salt says something. Yeah, Salt, please come back in to help commentate the post game. Sure, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, Tabriz, I don't think that they're getting Tehran, right? Herat just came back explicitly to support this. Or maybe they're doing it to try to force Isfahan out. Or yeah, there's a bunch of guesses. But 4.5, I guess, is the count.
Yeah, they might be able to get Astrakhan, I suppose. But
Astrakhan always gets support held by Bayuli, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unless I can convince Safavids to throw like that.
Yeah. If no one's throwing, then I think it's like 4.5. And then
they get Kiev.
Yeah, they should get Kiev.
They might be able to get Krakow, depending.
Krakow possible.
Krakow seemed yeah. Warsaw seems sort of likely. No, actually,
not for Ottomans. Yeah, if Poland does something like I'm going to support myself into Gdansk, then Krakow is possible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if Poland went for Gdansk, but they probably want to keep Krakow more so than Gdansk.
Yeah, Vienna is clear. Nuremberg is possible, though. I don't know. They would have to risk Innsbruck for that. I don't know if they want to do that.
Nuremberg is funky.
Yeah. It's one of two Austrian dots left.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Austria might live on one.
Austria's in Paris.
Yeah, Austria's in Paris, but they're also Austrian Paris and Nuremberg.
That's insane.
So I'm reading like +7.
Yeah.
Kind of in the realm of +7, so not quite there.
Unfortunate.
We'll see if anyone does any throws or does any moves that are like more pro Ottomans than we expected. Like that feels like in the last phase of a game, it can be kind of a rounding error.
Yep. Let's go get Inuit.
One sec. How long do we have until?
It's over the line.
Oh, Inuit's clearly over the line, right?
Oh yeah, like obviously.
Is this the first time someone's gone over the line in a Blitz game in a while?
I think it's happened once before. But a long time back.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Diplomats England?
Yeah, it was like England Ching or something, and England didn't win because Ching blocked and was like one dot short of the impunity.
Not over 100%.
Yeah.
I love. Oh my gosh. So, but Inuit is. Oh wait, Elliot's.
Elliot's lost. Miwok is holdable by Ute with North Equatorial and this. Oh, Hawaii's lost.
Oh shoot.
NPO2 can cover it. Whatever units can cover Hawaii. Oh,
Yeah.
so it's a choice. It's a choice. Inuit can choose between. Well,
Oh.
Ute has to choose between supporting with 2 into Miwok and supporting with 2 into Hawaii.
North Equatorial is really strong as a sea tile, but
Yeah. It's a
Yeah.
very good province.
So Inuit's -1 here, and sorry, yeah, and minus. Well, either they.
Nice.
The math kind of depends, right? Either they're stopping Ute is keeping Miwok, or they're taking Hawaii. So like, I don't know how you want to count that for Inuit, right?
It's
Like
+0 because I think it's +0. I think that's how I count it.
a walk.
it's like it's either +0 or -1, right? So like minus a half.
Yeah.
Oh, why am I scrolling down here? That's not a place. We said that there was some stuff about Sutina. Sutina's forcible.
Yeah. They go Gross Ventres to Sutina, Winnipeg taps Ojikri, Assiniboine sports Gross Ventres to Sutina.
There's some guesses here because if Winnipeg taps OG Cree. Oh no, it doesn't make any sense. I was thinking about like what if OG Cree takes Ojibwe, but then like Winnipeg gets into OG Cree, right? So it's the same math.
Yeah.
So that was like minus a half. Inuit's like -2.5 here.
Yeah. They're losing because you got realized what was happening and went, no, I'm not letting you kill me.
Yeah, it was sharp moves, those 3 army builds in the last phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how about here? Plus Ville Marie? I don't.
Yeah, plus
Oh, yeah.
Ville-Marie, plus Quebec. So -0.5.
Yeah, down to minus a half.
But they lose Port Royal. So it's -1.5.
Yeah.
Their move to St. Lawrence was a bad idea. They would have been -0.5. Hindsight.
Oh well.
What would they have done other than St. Lawrence? Sorry.
Just holding Cabot Bay straight.
Oh yeah,
Or
so they had the
actually, no,
adjacency.
They should have moved to Gaspé. Or something like that. Or that would have also been a good spot. The land tile, they could support hold Port Royal, but they didn't, and so now we can take Port Royal.
Yeah.
So
Although
we're looking at -1.5 here.
Yeah.
Although that's assuming that nobody throws. And
Yeah.
I feel like Shoshone probably isn't throwing. I don't know about England though.
Yeah. Or if you go down, I think you probably keeps Bermuda, so that's -0.5.
Yeah.
And then it depends on what stuff they can get from, if they can get Azores. They could probably
Right,
get Azores.
they are getting Bermuda right now.
That's
Can they get
-0.5.
Azores?
Oh, they can force Azores.
Yeah, it depends on if England and Portugal work together, but based on the history of this game, I don't know how likely that's to happen.
Oh.
I think it would be hilarious if Azores ended up beleaguered garrison. I don't think anyone can actually. They go plus. I think they only go. They go either +0.5 or -0.5.
We haven't Asia though, have we?
No, we have not looked at Asia.
Yeah, minus. So it's +0.5 if they get Azores. They might get Yakutsk, so that's like +1.
Oh, that's false start. My bad. I thought that was.
Yeah, order's locked for the last phase. But we'll see soon.
They lost.
Oh, that's a -1 for Inuit.
So that's -1. That's the 0 total. basically, the most likely thing to happen is them going even. Huh. That's a 50-50, so that's plus 0.5. So they on average get 0.5 dots this year.
Yeah, Jamie, we were
Dang.
looking at that earlier. Yakutsk is forcible, but it results in some guesses further down, I believe.
Yeah, basically. So it's
shoot.
basically.
Oh, no, it's not.
combine-
They have 3 on Yakutsk. Russia has 3
Yeah.
on Yakutsk. They can't force it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it is just not so. Anyway,
Okay,
it
so-
isn't guaranteed to get over the line. Jeez.
If Inuit has a few lucky guesses and a few minor throws, then Inuit gets over the line. But otherwise, there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying like they need to get +2 to go over the line, right? And there's so many 50-50s that like.
Yeah, there's so many 50-50s that could go against them, and so many 50-50s that are or can go even.
Oh, fall moves just dropped. Let's check it out.
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Okay.
We win.
This has been an amazing experience. Just looking over, and I'm extremely grateful for it. And let's see what happens.
I honestly at one point thought that the game would have ended up being super even, but it's falling out a little, but it didn't.
Hey, I'm back.
You want to see the
How's it
spoilers,
going?
or do you want to just look at the moves?
Hi, Salt.
Hello.
Welcome back, Salt.
I've returned.
I guess let's
Like, just
briefly
in
look at
time,
the
too.
moves.
Oh, let's look at the moves. Let's see.
Okay.
They don't go for they don't wait. Inuit doesn't go for Ewok.
Yeah. Oh, they go to cover Chilcotin instead. Okay.
Yeah.
And they covered Klitschko? Okay, that's fine. They gave up Sutina. Oh, wow. You didn't actually get anything from Inuit.
Wow.
That's a surprise.
They walk into Ville Mary. They get they get
Inuit
Quebec. Yeah.
is 1 dot short of getting 100% here.
Oh, no.
Shots.
That's so sad.
No. They really deserve to win,
Azores?
but
They
unfortunate.
do. That's so sad. I was
On
rooting for
point to
them.
Azores.
Plus Azores, plus Bermuda, minus Port Royal, plus Quebec, plus Ville Mary. So what happened in Asia that they didn't get over the line? This looks way better than we expected.
I
Yeah.
think Russia pushed them a little bit here. Yeah, it's got to be it.
They
So they
didn't
try to
lose
go
anything.
They lost
Pyongyang.
Pyongyang, gained Kyoto.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oh.
No,
Feels
they
like
should
this
be
is
over the
neutral.
line.
Yeah.
I think they should be over the line.
Is it a
I think
miscount on
it's-
the bot
I
side?
think it's a map error.
Yeah.
Error. They should be over the line. Just basic manual.
We can type
adjudication.
scoreboard.
They should be over the line. Wow.
Yeah, no, it says 41.
three?
That's, oh,
Wait, but they were.
Alutes.
They
Oh,
did.
we didn't count Alutes. Yeah, Alutes in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would
lose
do it.
Hawaii, so that's -2. But they didn't lose anything there, so that's and the 2.
Oh, they lost OG Cree
Quebec,
too.
These
that's
are +2.
No, they didn't.
Oh,
That's
OG
good.
Cree
Could
have
have
a
done
different.
it.
1 +2, 3.
They're -1 total in North America.
They're -1 total? How?
And NA. Because Hawaii and.
-3, and then -3. Yeah, -1 total. But then they get the +1 with Bermuda and Azores.
So yeah, +1 there, and then here I guess they're neutral. They didn't get Yakutsk. They didn't get Highland Pal. They lost Pyongyang. They gained Kyoto. Yeah, so
Yeah.
+1.
+1.
Is.
Wow.
Yeah. We are off our rockers, Basil. Ottomans went +7. Very respectable, about what we expected. What did Ottomans get? They did go for Krakow. And they got Kyiv.
They got Krakow, I think.
Yeah, they got Krakow, yeah. And they did try for Nuremberg, but not super seriously.
They
Yeah,
got Krakow. They got Yeah. That's amazing.
Yes, Spain finishing the game off as
Oh my
dying as they lived.
Coring
Yeah.
everything. And the joke is
I
that
love
it
the
ends
fact
with the
that
French
Spain
core
takes
and Rabat.
Paris. Spain takes Paris. That's hilarious. Wait. Sweden supports.
Yeah, the guess in Miwok, yeah.
Yeah. If they had supported to Miwok, they would have crossed the line.
Yeah, because
That's
they were
so
guessing
sad.
they were guessing Gross Ventress to Chilcotin, and they just covered everything instead of pushing for Miwok. But I think you always just push for Miwok here, right?
Oh.
If you lose the guess on Chilcotin and Klitschov, and you lose the guess, right? Because if they were like, this is not super likely, right? Because we were thinking they were going to go for Sutina. If they go for Sutina or they guess wrong on Sakani, then you go +1 relative to this. But yeah, it's like they have so many units to micro. There's no way to like get all of this right.
Yeah.
I mean, so I love the fact that I think we have Portuguese London.
Huh?
That's
Let's
something.
go.
Oh my gosh. Oh wait,
I
Sweden
love
got North Sea.
Portugal. Trondheim too.
Portuguese Trondheim?
Yeah, Portuguese Trondheim.
Oh, Russia got Spitsbergen back though.
Yeah, but Portuguese Trondheim. I love King of Prussia's and Luxem's game. It feels like a meme game after they just start dying.
They've done really
the
well.
void
for
is a meme
themselves.
void.
Wait,
it is.
They got. Oh, they got it back into Stockholm. They got the capital back.
Nice.
I think that was
Redemption.
why they retreated. They retreated so they could get Stockholm back. Oh, yes.
Sweet.
Good.
Stockholm
Okay.
holds.
That's sad. So lost all of the, as in real life, lost all the holdings on the continent.
Yes.
I
Okay.
was
So
had a surprisingly good game here. After that, like the first few years, I'm surprised that they managed to get this high.
who? Sorry.
The Turks. I thought after they had like that fight with Spain in the Med, that they have a pretty tough game here, but they really managed to turn it around. I'm pretty impressed by it in general.
It's helped by a relatively weak Russia for most of the game, and also really weak Poland.
We do have King of Prussia asking to speak though, if we want to talk to them.
Yeah. Let's start pulling close in.
Absolutely.
All right. There we go.
You want to start with the winners?
Portugal sweep, guys. This was clearly Portugal.
I already invited them.
Portugal got.
Okay.
We can talk to the winners after
two
this.
colonial capitals. That's amazing.
Portugal sweep.
Portugal ending with flipping London.
I don't know how we managed London, but we did.
Managed to convince the H.P. Lovecraft to let you in.
I said that we would stay out of Trondheim.
Yeah.
But we didn't,
I mean, that's very reasonable.
C dot.
Take dot.
Take dot.
Yep.
The voyaging across the world, dotting Spitsbergen, Trondheim, London, Port Royal, all that stuff. That was amazing. That was so much fun to watch.
Mostly just looks at me like, hey, I think if I go this way, I can get Spitsbergen here, and I'm like, yeah, why not?
Also,
go ahead.
Port Royal, early Port Royal. That was such a what the fuck? How did you get this dot?
England was very suggestible for a lot of this game.
Oh
yeah!
Oh my gosh, the amount of supports England did was like, all right. Well,
I wish I had managed to get England to stab the Dutch. Oh well.
Yeah, well played, KP. It was super interesting to watch you guys and Luxon, deal with the mess that shall not be named, and to recover India after that horrific year.
Yeah, India
was so good. I love seeing you go for the capital immediately.
The opening was really great, and England, we stabbed England. This happens, but like I was always confident after that bad year. I was confident I'd be able to claw it back because it's a colonial thing, classic colonial thing. We had the margin to hold on to more units than we had dots there, by sacrificing Rustak and Macau actually. So
yeah.
From there, I just kind of slowly built it back and wore England down until a point where they were willing to cooperate with me. And then when they were willing to cooperate with me, I Well, I suggested that they should disband one of their units there, and then I suggested they should kindly move out of all of their dots.
Yeah.
And then they did.
I
This is the
still
way.
love fully Portuguese India. I love the fact that you built in Surat.
Yeah, the fact that core saved the India position.
I do want to
Unironically.
ask, how you convincing Eagles to not bounce you in Hyderabad turn 1? I want to know.
I told them that I was going to go to Hyderabad with Goa, but that if they went to Gondwana, I would support them to Raja Mahendri and we can kill England.
I can't believe that worked. That's
And
insane.
then,
Neither can I.
then I think England tried to
Oh.
get the same thing with getting Gondwana into Hyderabad, and then for some reason, Mughals didn't go for it.
Well, Mughals trusted. Well, I offered first, so Mughals trusted me. I think is how it went. Except I didn't want to
Yeah.
stab England that early because when Portugal stabs England, you want to have like a fleet in the Atlantic or something, so you can dot Bermuda and whatnot. There's a lot more setup you want to stab for England, you know. But you
Yeah.
can't go to Mughals and be like, hey, actually, I just want you to sit here and wait, and we can stab them next year. That's not a
Yeah.
good sell.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I do love how there was like I think there was an EF at the start, and Lux and I were both talking about how that was like kind of good and kind of bad for us. We liked it mostly, but then he wanted to stab France, so we threw some wrenches. You know how it is.
Yeah, honestly, like the England France dynamic. It was just like what the fuck for a lot of the game. The year 2
Yeah.
bounce in the channel.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what-
this is weird. I thought England and France were fighting because like with the channel bounces year after year.
And the EFN lasted all of 1 year.
I'm
I
gonna
was
try to
excited
pull
for the
Inuit
EF.
up here.
I was excited for the EF just because it naturally limits the Dutch, who are our biggest longer term rival, right? And they don't
Yeah.
they the only place that threatens us is in Africa. So we're like, Portugal's really chill with the EF, like mostly.
Yeah,
I
we do
still
have
love how
one
big the
Russian players
Netherlands
here as
Europe
well.
got. Like, look at
Hey,
Netherlands Europe. That's just absurd. It almost
Yeah.
looks like Netherlands had a good game.
And then you look at Indonesia and Africa. It's so sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize to
these
everyone
areas
who
and
we
everything's
ignored.
great. They got Strasbourg and Copenhagen and as Dutch. Like, that's insane. And then you look at everything else, and then you look at not Caribbean, and it's like, oh.
You know, if they had gotten
Yeah.
to Pskov, they would have been connected.
Pskov was the bane of our existence as Russia this game.
It was the bane of my existence. I kept having
Russia
to
was
fix
the-
it.
Hey, do we have
I
Inuit
want to be
around?
honest here, my goal with the Russia thing was be hard allies with Russia while also trying to get every single other one of Russia's neighbors to fight Russia.
Well,
Russia's
some of that
asking.
worked.
That was my goal because I thought that would be it means I have a weak ally and I have a good ally against Poland, so I can get armies on the continent.
Yeah, can we pull up Benji? I'd like to chat with Inuit.
Not with the
Pull 'em
person
up
who did
here.
kill.
Benji said he's here in Popcorn Throwers.
I will say the
Okay,
chaos in
I
Asia
think-
was hilarious to watch.
yeah.
I think we might have contributed to that with armies in Formosa and in Macau. That might have had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Button. That's the one.
Asia was a lot of fun for sure.
There's Benji. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, guys. How we doing?
Good.
Doing well. Congrats on crazy win. Awesome game.
So
Yeah,
close
thank
to
you.
100%.
I know I was 1 dot short. I really thought I had it. I actually didn't think it was gonna be close, but then Ute stabbed and it all went a bit downhill.
Yeah.
Pretty fun game though.
I've just realized I stopped sharing my screen at the end there. Give me a second.
Yeah, me and Russia had a really nice thing going as well for the entire game. But
yeah, until you stabbed us cruelly.
yeah, I was just trying to make the dot race. I really thought I could solo it, but I think I would have actually if you didn't stab. It was close. You have to go for it.
I did expect you to go for the solo. I just thought you would do it in the last year, not 1 year before.
It probably
That's totally
wasn't
fair.
the best time because you went +3 and then just built and stalled me
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I think if you didn't stab that year, we might have built like more in the south and the west and tried to do more on those fronts for the last year. But obviously, this way we just had to do whatever we could to try and hold in the east.
Yeah, I thought because I took 3 off you guys that year, I thought that'd be enough for you guys not to be building. I didn't realize your west was going that crazy. Because your west was not looking good originally.
I think you took 2 of us.
Yeah.
You took
Yes.
Pyongyang.
Oh yeah, I
and
took Pyongyang and whatever. God, spelling those names was the bane of my existence.
Oh my god!
No.
I can't imagine doing that with 30 units. Like I was struggling with 10.
You think spelling those names hard? Look at India.
Yeah,
India, I was doing India and East Africa at the same time. Pain.
I've played
I think
Ming
if someone
before.
copies my Sweden early game, but manages to actually pull through, like Sweden, it gets a pretty decent strat for Sweden. Just go for as many armies on the continent as early as possible.
We liked your Sweden game until Russia came knocking.
Yeah, if I had succeeded at the convoy and also not left Kiel, I think both of those things were mistakes. And if I had done that, I would have gone to 12 at the end of year 3. If I had succeeded at the convoy. Yeah,
the stab was just too good for us. Like we actually agonized over it a little bit, like whether it's good or not, because we had so many other enemies, but it like ended up being just too good not to do. Kind of.
Oh yeah, no, like genuinely, I probably should have stabbed you a bit ago. Like I should.
Yeah, we were definitely. I mean, you kind of did, right? With that convoy, you kind of half stabbed us, like.
Oh yes, the convoy there. I was really hopeful that you wouldn't actually go right after me for it, but like the convoy was just so. I needed to get a growth that year, and also I wanted to actually gain control of the Baltics, which was my one goal. And it's like I don't have anywhere else to get a dot. Convoy into the Riga.
Ben, any comments on the game? Stuff you want to say?
Not really. I think I got quite lucky in a lot of it. I think a lot of Blitz is sometimes a coin flip, but just managed to turn the EF against each other quite early, and just kind of managed. I just kept flipping them against each other, and somehow managed to get the dot off the stab every time because they both wanted me against each other. And then just the West went really well working with Russia and Toku originally against King, and then we kind of cut Toku out, and I just managed to get a lot of those gains because I had really good North Pacific Ocean control. And then
there was one phase
really
where
as well.
There was one phase where you had like 3 Toku disbands, and they all happened in the north, and we're like, wow!
Oh,
like
we were talking in our
that was
we had
a miracle.
We had a coalition chat with Toku, Inuit, and us, and I was saying like, oh, they're gonna disband everything in the south because they were kind of mad at like Inuit and at us, and then they ended up disbanding everything in the north instead. And it's like, what even happened here?
Yeah, I think I managed to get Toku on side a lot because I think they kind of understood that for me attacking them made a lot of sense, and I don't think they felt the same way about Ming's stab on them. So they threatened to throw if they stabbed again, and they did. So they took all the disband near me.
That Ming stab on Toku was so brutal. Like 3 dots, just alley-oop.
Yeah, it was brutal stab.
This shows off that Ming can actually do pretty well with the new Toku.
It was a consequence of Tokugawa not committing to the murdering Ming strategy that we had going down here.
Oh yeah, that is probably also true.
Oh yeah, the 2
armies early. Yeah, that was super fun.
Yes.
Super impressive that Ming managed to turn that around. We were thinking like we might have to stop, like before we attacked Qing, we were thinking like maybe we have to go into Ming instead because they're going to just be cooked in the south. But then
if Ayutthaya had sided with us, Ming would have died on the spot. No questions.
Yeah.
Just died instantly. But Ayutthaya didn't, which worked out decently for Ayutthaya.
I mean,
Although Ming
I
was
think
very
it's
close to
actually
stabbing
kind of fun to
Ayutthaya.
actually see a Macau
Really?
Formosa
Yeah.
in one
I was talking to Ming, and the only reason, at least impressed with me, that Ming didn't want to stab Ayutthaya is because I told him that the Dutch were about to go full in on Ayutthaya, and they didn't. Just a little bit of misleading press. You do it here and there.
Yeah.
Isn't that like your whole thing?
I actually don't lie that much about wars that are going on. At least not that I think.
Lying is not the
So I
same
didn't.
thing as misleading.
I didn't have confirmation from Dutch that they were going to fight Ayutthaya, but I just looked at the position and I was like, I don't know what else you do here, so Dutch, other than fight Ayutthaya. And then they hard stabbed Spain. They hard stabbed Spain for some reason. I don't know why they hard stabbed Spain, but they did.
Wait, I
It
missed
worked.
this. French Aotearoa?
Yep.
What?
Yep, French Aotearoa.
Amazing. France won.
I
Yeah.
purged all the blue out of French South Africa at least.
Ooh.
I got rid of all the blue.
Nope, not all of it.
I moved Maha. I did
Uh-huh.
move. You can look at the moves map. This is a map error. The bot is stupid. Look at the moves map. You'll see. I specifically moved Maha to purge that color. And all of you has sabotaged me. I've been sabotaged.
Did the commentators see our convoy swap? Me and France arranged a convoy swap at one time. We're like, the commentators are gonna love this. This is some next level diplomacy.
Yeah, in St. Anthony, St. John.
I wanted to do it the term before, but France wasn't on board. I was kind of devastated, actually.
Yeah, we did see the swap. It was sick.
I love honestly, I love the fact that this is proof that oh wow, St. John, St. Anthony's is really much more vulnerable now.
Yeah, it's such a weird dynamic, especially with the Nascapi dot, because it was England in St. Anthony, France in Anticosti. It's a bit of a three-way standoff, which I think Inuit probably most of the time loses out on. Because obviously Anticosti and St. Anthony both border Nascapi, and they don't border each other. So it's quite hard to get France and England against each other. Because they don't really have much to gain off
France
it.
and England against each other. Oh wow. Oh, I like that. That's an interesting dynamic area.
Is Ottomans around? Maybe we could pull the Ottoman player up.
Yeah, the Ottoman game seemed crazy.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love how big Ottoman
There's the Ottoman.
Yep.
Hello.
I
Mega
think
Genasta
Sombra. Oh yeah, Sombra's here as well. Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
That was
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey. Okay, we can hear you. Yeah. Congrats on a really well played game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything you want to say or tell us about what happened?
Well, was quite a funny game. We were quite desperate at the start because we get the double year one and we're like, holy shit, we're golden. And then we proceed to +0 year 2, +1 year 3, and then we're like, oh my god, we need to do something. But in the end, we start seeing the angles and stuff and start growing. So yeah, it was nice.
Look at how much of Europe you got.
Caspian. Or Caspian Sea, by the way.
Oh yeah,
We
got
were
a lot
so
of Europe.
confused about the convoys, and then we loved the convoys.
Thank you.
We saw the convoy into Rome and we were just like, okay, Spain, you do your thing. And then we saw the convoy into Florence and we were like, oh!
Yeah. It was a fun idea.
I love that bit.
We know that if Ottomans, it's very easy to just get that forward to Abi, to Safavids, to Spain. So our main idea was just try to be chill with all three of them and looks for angles elsewhere. So Spain at the start, it was a bit weird, but we managed to make peace, and then until we start seeing that Europe was collapsing, and we just say hey, let's go kill Austria. You went to kill France. Let's go kill France, and we vibing.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I love looking at the Euro. It's just like at least part of why I think I love the Poland situation where like Poland, just Russia and I just decide Poland needs to die, and then everyone just bounces in, and Poland managed to survive.
Yeah. I mean, only Austria and mainly Russia was attacking. I was surprised that you didn't join as Sweden, to be honest, but
I was planning on. I was I probably should have pushed a little further, a little earlier, maybe, but it took a bit to actually have like the ability to convoy directly in, and then I didn't get the convoy into Gdansk, and it's just like,
yeah.
We were so all in on this attack. It would have been great if you'd gone in.
Yeah.
If I had
so
gone on
much.
that
It would have been
convoy,
amazing.
I don't disband Piskov. I don't disband, and then I have a ridiculously good position on. I can actually maybe stab Russia if I want. Maybe push into Poland and potentially get the Dutch out of the HRE. Because God, why the Dutch in the HRE was such a thing.
Cool.
Yeah.
I guess if there's anyone else who wants to come up at this point, can just free for all chit chat. I need to run in like a couple minutes.
Well, you were a great co-commentator. I'll probably go in a couple minutes as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, likewise. I had a ton of fun commentating with you and Salt and Sports, and I hope Sports feels better.
Yeah.
Yup, what's good, guys?
Hello.
Hello. Hey, how you doing?
What country were you playing?
I was Mapu, Mapuche.
Oh yeah. Congratulations on your Janissary from the first turn.
Thank you.
We were talking to Guarani. We were talking to Guarani at one point, and we're like, "Hey, Guarani, you should like fight Mapuche. We won't dot you, but like, please turn around and try to fight them." And they're like, "Well, I mean, I know that they're doing all this stuff to me, and like, you guys have been all kind and moves, but like, I'm just still pressing with them, and they're pressing pretty nicely. So I'm just gonna keep doing this." And we're like,
yeah.
And my response to that is basically like, "Hey, if you want to talk nice to people, the game for you is not diplomacy. You can go to like a cafe or something. You can you can do something else with your life if you just want to talk nice to people."
I mean, you can definitely talk nice. You just also have to fight them at the same time, right?
Yeah. No. So that was the thing.
The whole point.
I don't know if you guys like saw like you went in and like saw like our chats. The whole reason I stopped fighting him was because I felt bad. Like that was dead ass the reason I stopped stabbing him. It's just like I felt bad doing it. So that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna go in on like Aymara and all that stuff. I just genuinely felt bad. It's like why? Like stop letting me stab you, please fight back. I'm begging you.
Hey, listen, Lautaro, if you feel bad for someone, do you know what the proper response is? It's to put them out of their misery, okay?
Yeah, mercy killing.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know
wow.
what? I just gotta take that empathy, just erase it. Just gotta go all in.
That's what I did to France. That's what I did to Mughals. I tried to Mughals, but they like tried to live for some reason.
They did live.
That Ajuran.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I'm not. I mean, I'm new to diplomacy. I've only played like 3-4 months. I only have like 3 games like on my belt, like with Imp Dip. And this was the 3rd game, so it wasn't. I did okay, I guess. I mean, I was tied for first at one point, and then as soon as people said Mapuche sweep, I choked. Like really bad, really fucking bad. Whew, that was painful.
You did better than the French.
Yeah, I did better than France. But
I have a question for Inuit, by the way, if you're still here, Ben.
Oh yeah, Ben, my buddy.
Yo, hello, I am still here.
Is when you in that phase before you stabbed us, when we agreed this bounce, did you actually mess it up, or did you do this on purpose so like we would move out and you could move like behind us in? I was curious about
that. I messed that up. There was no reason not to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought that you maybe did it on purpose.
With like 2 seconds left, I was actually struggling so bad, especially when that's like 40 orders. It's too many.
Yeah.
Ollie was not giving me that extension either.
I felt that, man. I did not realize how the time crunch does it, man. Because I mean, I was sweating buckets at one point, man, trying to put all the stuff in. I guess you get used to it, but it's just oof, that was painful.
Yeah. Well, you just can't
Yeah.
spend that long on the tactics. You just have to kind of do whatever comes to your mind, which means you just miss things, which can
Mhm.
really hurt your position.
Yeah.
Exactly, and again, I mean, I just went with the flow, and in the beginning, I did good. Before the break and all that stuff, I did awesome. It was just I kind of lost that flow, I guess.
Yeah,
ate.
I think that's what you see from some of the really good players that play Imp Dip, like Meme, King of Prussia. They're really consistent with their tactics, and I think especially what I did this game, which I've learned from some of those people, is just play really consistent tactics a lot of the time, just to make slow gains over the years. Build up your lines, and just don't take risky plays, and just build up your position and try and
Only
take things
take
from
risks
there.
you only take risks if you hit have to. So if you're at 40% when someone's at 70%, you got to start making some risks. But otherwise,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. And
I mean,
most
I
stabs
was-
should be guaranteed. If you're taking risky stabs, you're probably doing it wrong for the most part.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I haven't checked out Crush channels at all. What did Ezio? Do you guys know what Ezio said about me? Was he cussing me out? Because
I have no idea.
Yeah, because I was next to King of Prussia, Luxon, and then Meme and Ezio. I was next to all of them, and I somehow fucking scrapped by. I'm just happy about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't
you
die.
got you got dealt a good hand and you converted very well.
All that skills position.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
Me? Oh no, I wasn't
It's the
saying
main thing
anything.
I said earlier, where it was Ezio had Africa and Indonesia. They both collapsed, and then Meme gave Ezio North America, and then North America collapses.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Mm.
God, that feels like me
I
playing with
looked really
Luxon
hard at that.
back in Dip 3.
Yeah. So I don't know Luxon. Is Luxon really good? I don't know him.
Oh, I
know-
know that it was not Ezio's fault in NA, but
Yeah, Luxon's great.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
great. He's very
okay.
stabby. He's just a very funny player because his press is crazy informal. Just it's quite a real experience playing against him.
Yeah. I mean, I find it so funny. So I convinced Luxon to go in on Guardia with me. And he did not get a single dot from them. And I just it was amazing. I convinced him to do something. He got nothing out of it. He actually lost dots because of it.
I
misordered
that's
on
what
Rio de Janeiro.
Being said, it's oh, so part of why Ezio's positions collapsed is just because Ezio's positions were feeding builds into Meme's positions.
Yeah.
So
Because
basically, they were just not investing in Africa or Indonesia, or at least they were not putting as much as they probably should.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I was Indonesia was looking really good. I saw they got a bunch of builds. I was like, dude, they can have 8-9 fleets in Indonesia, and instead it was just nothing. And then,
and
then
Europe, they put 2 armies in Europe.
Why?
You wanna have a really strong Europe presence because that's where your capital is, and it doesn't matter how well you do in the rest of the game. But I do think
You
that's
literally can go
you don't
70
need to have,
dots
like-
and never win, right? If you don't have the capital, so you gotta
Oh
But,
yeah.
protect it a little.
That is true.
You definitely can't
also-
underplay your Indonesia position as a Dutch though, because that is where you're going to get most of your dots in the end.
Mhm.
That's,
But also,
that's
I
why
mean,
when I
you
play
had,
Dutch anyway.
Especially
If
now
you
that
had
that's
connection
really
loss
weak
is more
France,
reasonable.
New Amsterdam.
you had a weak France,
Amsterdam,
a
but they don't
weak
need to- they don't need to
England.
put every dot into keeping Amsterdam.
Exactly. And the thing is, you have a weak a weak England, a weak France, comparatively speaking. That's why I was like,
wow.
Okay,
It's just-
meme is in the chat. If you want to come up, meme, and talk about the Indonesia situation, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I can also just read your text out.
Yeah.
but
Also,
I was
if
looking
you-
at text.
Hey,
I can jump
but also just
Hello.
concede Marat please. Marat is pushing
Yo,
you.
meme. What's good?
Hello. Yeah, it was a fun playing with you all for one. But yes, Ezio's
GG.
positions kind of disintegrated. They were going kind of badly. And when we looked at the Indonesia situation, he was just like, Ayutthaya is attacking me, like Mapuche is attacking me from the south. I've declared this war on Spain that's not going to go very well. There's no point in us building 3 here. It would just be delaying the inevitable, right? So use it to pump up somewhere else. And I think that actually worked quite well because the regions we pumped those builds into, even the ones like Europe that were looking like a region we couldn't ever expand in, really, we were just sort of holding a line at the top, ended up paying off pretty well. We grew more than we would have expected there.
Oh yeah, actually,
What about those
did.
NA builds?
The NA builds, I can't, I can't claim worked out.
Yeah.
I was
France
questioning the
focused
NA
you.
builds in the first place because I was thinking this is like I just felt like we just stabbed France, right? And that area was completely surrounded by French units. And just like, there is no way we're ever going to keep that. Ezio's like, well, we have to try. We can get England on side here and kind of just push. But it didn't
You kind of did keep it. It went pretty well for you. I quite like to see it, especially with like the strong Inuits.
Well,
like,
so the
chance isn't going to have a good game. And
your definition of you kind of did keep it must be a bit different to mine when we owned 0 at the end of the game.
Short term.
I still think the Europe is funny just because of the number of times I tried to get you to like support something, and it just never happened.
Absolutely. The two of us had a very dysfunctional relationship up there in Europe. Sweden and I would just stab each other constantly. I mean, you didn't stab me as much, but you did stab me first, so I will use that as an excuse for all the rest.
Yes, I did stab. I was just like, well, I don't want this army in Christiania. The only other place I can think of moving it is Zetland, but I don't want it in Zetland. Jutland. That's a good spot to have it.
I mean, it almost worked out for you. It was a good move. I think it just, we managed to contest it a little. Maybe you needed to commit a bit harder to killing me in that region instead of trying to work with me.
Yeah, I should have committed to killing you pretty much, and also like if I had gone the convoy into Gdansk, like that would have made going at. Made so I could
that misorder.
If I had been able to commit to both fronts, that would have been so good.
What did you misorder there? I didn't catch it actually. I think it was like year 1 or 2 or something, right?
Baltic supported the convoy instead of convoying the convoy.
Oh god.
I would have gone it in, and then I wouldn't have one, I wouldn't have disbanded, and 2, Poland wouldn't have gotten a build.
Yeah.
No, we love Poland.
That would have been nice.
I would have kept all my dots. I would have been able to keep my unit in Pskov, so I might have been able to try and go for like Novgorod or something, and like I would have had a little more space. But no, I didn't get the convoy off, and also if I had gone the convoy that year, I would have had 4 builds. I would have been 12.
I mean, to be fair, like we just couldn't leave you near the Pskov wormhole. Like that just wasn't safe for anyone. We just had to make sure that that's safely in Russian hands.
Wormhole thing? Why is it like why is Pskov not adjacent to Novgorod or Abo? And 2, it's just like why is it adjacent to all those random dots and everywhere else?
That is, Meme, I wanted to ask you, why did Ezio go all out against me in Indonesia? But like he said everything to me, man. Like he just went all out
against.
Mapuche,
I'm not 100% sure. I know he just made some decisions on what to do there. I think at one point he just said, "I've got to like let Ayutthaya get at least something from me here." But then at some point we also just decided we need to try and get his units blown up by any means necessary, because otherwise we would never be able to build, right? Even if I was gaining on my side. So we were just trying to get the units in locations that they could be blown up from.
I like that.
I think you saw it, like when I misroided and I like cost myself those 2 dots. Like I cost myself Flores and some team.
Very possibly.
I messed up so bad. Oh, that haunts me.
Well, I'm glad Ezio's colony survived to the end here.
Yeah.
Which
Oh,
I
and,
find always fun.
So I was gonna ask another thing because Luxon was messaging me and he was like, "Yeah, no, me and Milo just like tilted at each other." What happened between y'all? Like I don't know about this. What happened?
Oh my god, Moristad. He dotted me for Moristad
Moristad,
3 times this game and
I
stabbed
remember looking and seeing
nothing else.
Portuguese Martstad, and I was
One
just like, "Oh, that's fun." And then I look back a little bit later, I'm like, oh, "That's Dutch again. What the hell happened here?"
And then every time he took Moristad, he walks back out of it afterwards and just let us take it back. It's not like it served any purpose at all.
Hey, the builds were important. The builds were important.
Meme. If he gives you any solace, I convinced Luxon to go in on Guardia, and he got nothing out of it. I got all of the dots. If that gives you any solace.
You did not convince us to go in on Guarani. Guarani spent the entire game attacking us. We had no choice but to Guarani. There was not like some grand plan you had. It was just Guarani constantly attacking us. And every time we're like, "Hey, Guarani, want to fight the guy who's like murdering you?" The response was, "But he talks nice, and you guys don't talk very nice."
At some point, the T word was said enough in the commentary booth that we stopped discussing what was happening in South America.
Yeah. If you look at the God, there's going to be a noticeable patch of like 30 seconds of hovering over South America going, nope, we're not talking about that. And then, speaking of moving on, I better get waiting soon. I had a blast commentating, and I can't wait to see y'all again. Bye.
See you, Jesse. Thanks so much for commentating. It was great playing with you.
Like year 2, year 3, I think Guarani had a really good position because like they had both of the dots next to Rio de Janeiro. They had like a decent. They could have just attacked the Mapuche, but like that was like, oh, that looks like a position that you could convert into maybe killing Portugal or killing Mapuche. And then they
still
don't.
I still don't know how it happened. I didn't do anything. I just talked, and he gave it to me. I still don't get it.
You were just. I'm very curious about the press later.
I'm just a nice
still
guy.
think it's really funny that Russia managed to recover from Safavids getting into Turkestan and being right there. Like, just like,
that was impressive.
The Russian recovery. I hate that the Russians recovered because I wanted the Russians
So
to.
I can tell you guys how this happened. We basically offered him to give him Astrakhan and then to help him blow up the fleet, right? In exchange for getting Turkestan back. So it's basically giving him like 2 dots, kind of like a free dot, and then like blowing up a unit that would probably end up being useless for him. And that fleet never ended up actually getting blown up, and like we kept fighting. But that kind of let us stabilize that position.
Yeah, I just was like, if everyone else was actually able to go in on Russia, but like I tried to get people to go attack Russia, and I think the only one to actually stay attacking Russia was Ottomans.
It was us on Safavids. But
Ottomans and Safavids, yeah,
It's
both.
good for me, but it's annoying because it's just like
Oh, there was also this one time we were gonna bounce Turkestan with Safavids, but then I misordered, so that was a little annoying. But other than that, it's kind of stable after this.
I mean, a funny bit one was Russian Uzgen for a little bit. Is that a retreat? Like Russia retreating into Uzgen.
Okay, yeah.
Well, we pushed forward to Uzgen, and then we retreated into Khiva, which let us keep a unit on the board. And that was the thing that ended up letting us do this thing where we got Turkestan back.
Okay, it's getting close to 6 p.m. I need to go now, so I will no longer be sharing my screen. But if y'all want to chat, I think Sports is just running the commentary recording in the background.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I mean, I have, I had fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
That was a good time. I was FYI, I was doing all my practice on my phone.
What?
Well,
yeah, the phones review is the same.
My keyboard on my laptop doesn't work.
Oh, damn.
Well, like it does work, but like multiple keys on it don't work. So I was just typing on my phone.
I'm even more impressed.
I did surprisingly well just talking to everyone for the first half.
No, that is really tough. I mean, I had like a decent setup, and even I was like struggling, man. That is, hey, power to you, man. That's some good shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this was good. This was good. I'm happy.
It was
And
so
that,
fun.
and I'm gonna go to sleep because I got 2 hours of sleep last night because I was so excited, and I'm about to crash.
Yeah, fair. It's gonna be fun
Yeah.
to see
I thought
how
you had it.
1.0.
At the beginning, I thought you had it. Your position was looking crazy good.
Yeah, no, I had it, and then everyone said Mapuche sweep, and I was like, and that's what I chose.
I'm sorry.
I'll get you.
Decent for a while. I think like if I had actually managed to convert my 10 dot position into actually getting that convoy off in a little bit, I could have maybe ended at like 15 to 20.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
no, it
Lautaro,
was.
it's just that Mapusha sweep was such a meme, like in Blitz 3 or something.
It was no, and I even like I
was me,
created
it was me.
the Jeb Bush meme too because I was like, you know what, it might happen, and I created it, and it was just like, dang, so sad.
Austria was
Should have
also
spent more time on
and
press
Austria
instead
did
of
a
making
worse
memes.
position.
Classic.
Honestly.
Hey, thanks everyone
I
for
definitely
coming
hope at
by.
least one Sweden in
Yeah.
1.4 tries to do what I did and actually succeeds and like wins. Just go armies. Don't bother with fleets. Armies. Just
I mean,
Thank you for running it.
Probably, yeah. No, thank you. Is Olu in the chat? I want to say thank you to Olu. He's the goat. Love him.
Thank you to the GMs and Angels. I mean, the map stuff
Yeah,
was
thanks.
insane
Yes,
this
so
time.
good.
all of you.
Yeah.
Absolute kings and queens, and I don't know, royals of arbitrary gender. All of you.
Yeah, that was such a good goal.